I hated rainy days, especially because it seemed like every person in the city forgot how to drive when the roads were a tiny bit wet, which was made even more evident by the red sedan in front of me taking their sweet time cruising down this one-lane road, despite not having anyone in front of them. Tapping my finger on their steering wheel, I willed the car in front of me to go faster than the 10 miles under the speed limit that it was currently driving at. I got that they were trying to be safe in the rain, but this was a back road that was relatively safe and didn't usually get much traffic. And besides, didn't they know people had places to be? I glanced at my rearview mirror to see the line of cars riding my ass, who were probably just as annoyed as I currently was about this delay in their morning commute. It didn't help that my luck seemed to be against me. I was going to be late for work on the one day where I needed to be early. I've never had trouble waking up in the morning, so I was usually at the hotel before the day shift started. Today was a different story, however. For whatever reason, my alarm didn't go off, and coupled with the late night I'd had the previous day, I had woken up an hour later than normal. My morning routine was thrown completely off schedule as I rushed to get ready. Corporate had notified us that there would be changes coming to our hotel. They stated that talks were happening to have Roslyn Hotels bought out by another company, but personally, I never thought it would actually happen. These talks have been going on for years. I'd only met our CEO a handful of times while working here, but I could glean what kind of person he was. He was a white-haired man in his 70s who had the energy of a teenager. He was loud, passionate about his work, and guarded his investments with the vigilance of a hawk. That, coupled with the fact that Roslyn Hotels was something he had developed from scratch, I had a hard time believing he'd actually go through with the deal. However, I was proven wrong when we received the email yesterday announcing the Wright Group as our new parent company. The Wrights were a powerful family in Corio City, who'd basically helped build the city to what it was today. It wasn't shocking to hear that their company was the one to acquire one of the most popular hotels in the area. But what threw us for a loop was the note at the end stating that a rep from the Wright Group would be dropping by the next day to familiarize himself with the operations. I wasn't sure what their plans were, but the last-minute notice of their arrival sounded like it was going to be a surprise inspection, and as the general manager, like hell, I was going to let them find any fault at my hotel. Of course, today just had to be the one day that I was late, and that was not the good first impression I'd wanted to leave on them. I was praying that the rep from the Wright Group wouldn't arrive until later in the day. Gripping my steering wheel, I continued the snail's pace following behind the red car in front of me. Then, like the heavens were taking mercy on me, the rain clouds broke. The miraculous sun shone the path before me and seemingly gave the driver in front of me the ability to drive again. We slowly sped up to the normal speed limit, and I let out a cheer as I checked the clock on my dashboard. I was still going to be a few minutes late, but it wouldn't be as disastrous as I'd feared. Perhaps I could still get there with plenty of time to get ready to greet the rep and make a good impression. One could hope. Fortunately, the rest of the drive to the hotel was smooth sailing. 10 minutes later, I was backing into my assigned parking lot by the back door of the hotel, one of the perks of being a manager. I quickly turned off my car, grabbed my things, and sprinted into the hotel. There wasn't much activity in the morning since most guests checked out closer to their assigned time. Of course, there were the early birds, but those were few and far between. The silence in the hotel should have been normal, but something was different. Instead, there was an eerie quietness, as if the entire place knew that I was late and was waiting on bated breath for me to be scolded by the higher-ups. It was a ridiculous thought. I pushed it to the back of my brain, but I couldn't shake off the foreboding that lingered on my skin. Turning the corner to the open rest area that was designated for employees, I found my coworkers all huddled together with their backs facing me. "Why are you all gathered here?" I asked. All heads swiveled in a mechanical manner toward me with apprehension on their faces. The group parted in two, leaving space in the middle. My coworkers, some of whom I'd worked with for 5 years, gave me pitying eyes as I walked down the path they made for me. A shiver passed through my body, and I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was about to be sacrificed. I continued forward, like a sheep being herded onto the butcher's block. Alfred, one of my best friends and my official work husband, stood in the front, blocking my way. He shot me an apologetic look before stepping aside to put me right in front of a handsome man. The stranger was tall, probably matching my 6 foot, and very handsome with sharp features, striking blue eyes, and a 5 o'clock shadow that only made him even more alluring. His beauty wasn't even diminished by the ridiculous purple suit and yellow dress shirt that reminded me of a certain Italian cartoon character. The entire outfit was made even more outrageous by the leopard print necktie he wore. His terrible sense of fashion should have been what caught my attention, but I found myself noticing his slicked back hair and stiff posture as he stood there with his hands clasped in front of him. I immediately knew who this man was. I flung my head to shoot a glare at my supposed work husband. What happened to the whole for better or worse thing? Didn't that apply to work spouses as well? Alfred mouthed, "Sorry," and shrugged. I glared at him for another second before a smooth and authoritative voice had me turning around again to face the beautiful man who was most likely my new boss. "Great of you to finally join us, Mr. Wells." So much for making a good impression. Chapter 2. Liam. Today was going to be a good day. My older brother had closed the deal to acquire the Roslyn hotels that had been in the works for years. It was something worth celebrating, and despite the fact that he had put me in charge of managing the main hotel branch in our city, I was going to make the best of it and not mess it up. God, how I hated acting this stiff, authoritative role, but it was expected of me as a member of the right family. We were meant to lead, and despite my brother being the one who would become the head of the family and inherit the company, it didn't mean that I was completely free of my responsibilities. While my family had given me a lot of freedom to pursue my own passions, I still held a role in the company. I didn't have my hands full every day with the family business like my father and brother, but was expected to step up when it was needed. Like now. With my brother working behind the scenes to make sure the hotel chain was smoothly integrated, he put me in charge of overseeing the chain's main branch in Corio City, which happened to be their most popular one as well. The idea being if the main branch was able to integrate with our company's practices, the other branches would follow along. It should be an easy job. Go in, evaluate the business's current operations, and implement upgrades that would make the hotels more efficient and in line with our company's business plans. Business strategies have been drilled into my studies while growing up, so I should be able to guide a hotel of this scale in my sleep. Which made the nerves that bubbled in my stomach as I entered the hotel even stranger. Perhaps it was the pressure of needing this transition to go well, as it was my brother's first major acquisition as the next future head of the Wright Group, and I didn't want to let him down. But I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was going to go terribly wrong. That just meant that I had to do whatever necessary to ensure that nothing went off track. I arrived at the hotel early. The place was mostly empty, save the few staff on the night shift. There was still an hour until the day shift employees and my assistant were set to arrive, so I took my time wandering around the lobby and checking the nooks and crannies of the place. The maids at the Wright Manor once offhandedly mentioned that most people would clean the more obvious places, but often forgot about the harder-to-see areas, like the baseboards, for example. Since it was closer to the ground, not many people would think of it. However, the Wright Group demanded perfection, meaning there shouldn't be even a speck of dust at any of our establishments. Crouching down, I swiped a finger over the top of the white baseboards. They looked clean, but appearances could be misleading, and I was displeased to find a thick layer of dust coating my pointer finger. Frowning, I headed to the bathroom to wash the dust off. I wasn't going to ruin my beautiful purple suit with the filth, and dirtying the hotel floors was even more out of the question. The day wasn't starting out on the best of notes, and only went even more downhill as I continued to loiter in the lobby for the next half an hour. There were glances shot my way, That was to be expected, as I was dressed impeccably and in the height of fashion, but not a single receptionist came up to me to ask if I needed assistance. I watched them chat and play on their phones, oblivious to my gaze on them. At least they seemed professional whenever someone went up to the receptionist desk to check out. It was the only silver lining in their lack of initiative to attend to the hotel guests. Another 10 minutes passed as I sat on the white couches and tried to swallow my irritation. I had to remind myself that things could only go up from here. Hopefully. The acquisition contract came with a clause stating that we couldn't fire their current employees without due cause, so I could only hope that the current staff could be trained to meet the right standards. The hotel's revolving door rotated, and Ava, my assistant, entered the building. She had on her business face a kind smile that worked wonders in tricking the other party into believing that she was an easy target. She wasn't. In all the years that I'd worked with Ava, she'd shown herself to be an invaluable assistant. She may look innocent with her expressive eyes and pretty face, but in reality, she was a shark who was possibly even stricter in her expectations than I was. She was perfect in all areas, except for one. "Ava, you're dressed as dully as ever," I said as I stood to greet her. "I informed you of what I was wearing today. We could have color coordinated to show a unified front and really make an impression." She glanced up and down my body, her eyes landing on my designer leopard print tie. Her nose wrinkled the way it did when something wasn't to her liking. "And you're dressed as flashy as ever. I don't think we'll have any problem making an impression, although I'm not sure if it's the kind you're thinking of." She smoothed her black pencil skirt and picked an imaginary piece of lint off her wrinkle-free black suit jacket. She looked perfectly put together in her business attire, but it was very boring, lacking in both color and creativity. Her outfit looked as drab as today's gloomy weather. I sighed. I guessed no one was perfect. Maybe I could inspire some fashion sense into her in a couple more years. Ava knew me well enough to know that my silence meant I was done nagging her about her boring clothes. She used the chance to hand me a leather padfolio. "I summarized all the important information for your convenience." I opened the padfolio to see a list of the management-level employees, including their work history, and even a rating of how the people under them viewed their management style. How she even got a hold of this data, I had no idea. The next section contained various charts of the hotel financials and client reception. Ava was nothing but meticulous. I'd naturally completed all of my research before coming here, but her summary would be useful to reference when in a pinch. I closed the padfolio and handed it back to her with a satisfactory smile. Let's get this party started. Chapter 3. Liam. I led us to the front desk where the previous receptionists were replaced by the daytime staff. They shot me an appraising glance, their gaze flicking to Ava while they kept their smile professional as they greeted us. "Liam Wright from the Wright Group," I said, handing them my business card. "I scheduled a meeting today." The flash of surprise crossed the man's face, but he managed to hold his pearly white smile for the most part as he took my business card. Points to him for managing that. "Mr. Wright, yes, we've been expecting you. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Alfred Anderson, the assistant manager of this branch." He walked around the front desk and offered me his hand. I wasn't expecting the assistant manager to be manning the receptionist desk, but I had respect for supervisors who weren't on their high horse thinking they were too good to do the job of the people they managed. I very much lived by the philosophy that a manager was only as good as those under them. "We weren't expecting you this early," Alfred said with a glance toward the staff area. His actions raised questions, but I didn't pursue it. Instead, I stepped aside to introduce Ava. "This is my right-hand woman, Ava. She will be assisting me in making this transition as painless as possible." Alfred chuckled at my attempt to make a joke, but it seemed a bit forced. He shook Ava's hand before asking, "Should I give you a tour of our hotel first?" "Later," I said, checking my watch. It was 5 minutes past 7, so the daytime staff should have all arrived by now. "I'd like to introduce myself first. Please have the available staff gather in the staff lounge." Are you sure you wouldn't like a tour first? It would also give my coworkers more time to complete their morning tasks. Alfred tugged at his tie, and I could practically see the anxiety rolling off of him. He was hiding something, and I didn't like having my orders questioned. It will only take a minute, I said as I stared him down, leaving no room for argument in my tone. He gulped, swallowing whatever rebuttal he had at the tip of his tongue before speaking again. Of course, I'll have the troops gather there now. He shot a quick glance at the main entrance before turning to speak with the other receptionists at the front desk. All but one of them followed him. That was weird, I said to Ava as I watched their backs disappear into the staff area. Why did he look like he was guilty of something? It was suspicious indeed. Maybe he was nervous. You can be pretty intimidating, Ava suggested, but the look she gave me said we both knew that was bullshit. Alfred acted suspicious, but he didn't seem like the kind of guy to be faced by his superiors. We followed them to the back area of the hotel and took a seat while Alfred gathered those who could be spared. I knew my visit today was sudden, and my request to have everyone gather right this instant was a bit unreasonable, but I wanted to see how the employees reacted under pressure of the unknown. Our job was to satisfy all our guests' needs, and that meant solving whatever problems they had, or didn't even know they had, even if it was under pressure. If I remember correctly, the hotel manager's name is Eric. I don't see him around. I looked around the staff lounge, trying to place each face with the employer roster I had. All of the manager-level roles were here as well, besides the dark-haired general manager. Alfred was directing people to gather in the area, but his eyes also drifted all around the room, glancing multiple times toward the back of the lounge as if waiting for someone to arrive. I finally understood why the assistant manager was acting so strangely. Our elusive manager was late, and on the day that I was expected to be here. That wasn't a good look for him, and it also made me wonder if this was a regular occurrence, which wouldn't reflect well on the management of this hotel branch at all. Perhaps I'd need to be a little more involved with the management of this hotel than I'd originally anticipated. 7:15, and the room was filled with people gathering in groups, whispering as they snuck peeks at me. Their gazes were piercing, but it was nothing new. I was used to having eyes on me, being a son from the Wright family and all. Alfred was hovering closest to me, still acting suspicious as hell, but keeping his professional front up for the most part. I raised a brow when I finally caught his eye. He shot one last hopeful look toward the back before turning to give me a nod. I had to give them points for gathering so quickly, minus a certain manager, of course. Standing to face the crowd, I cleared my throat, making sure to put all of my authoritative force behind it as I could. The room fell silent as I'd commanded, and all eyes turned to me. As they said, eyes were the mirrors to one's soul. If you paid close enough attention, you could discover a lot of what someone was thinking through their eyes. Growing up surrounded by people who hid behind their mask of politeness, I'd quickly learned to read between the lines, past the fake front that they'd put up. The employees of Roslyn Hotel had nothing on Corio City's socialites. They didn't even attempt to hide their emotions behind their gazes. Curiosity, intrigue, hostility, and even attraction from both the men and women. Interesting. Not that I would ever shit where I ate, but I liked being surrounded by a diverse team. Corio City was a very accepting city, but no place could be completely free of bigots. Good morning. Thank you all for gathering on such short notice. My name is Liam Wright, and I'm here as the representative from the Wright Group. As you all have been informed, we have acquired the Roslyn hotel chains under our banner. Ava will be assisting me as my right-hand woman, I said, gesturing to the person standing next to me before continuing. We will try to make the transition as easy as possible, and that's what I'm here for. Firstly, I want to assure everyone that there will be no change in staffing. I saw more than a handful of people noticeably let out a sigh of relief. Provided that everyone does their job efficiently and effectively. A few of them glanced around nervously at my last comment, and I made a mental note to keep my eye out for them in the future. But everyone else seemed relaxed for the most part. It was reassuring to see that most of the employees didn't have a guilty conscience. Secondly, we have no plans to make any major changes, only tweaks to make sure all processes conform with the right standards. I've looked over the history of the hotel, and I applaud everyone for their hard work thus far. It's clear that Roslyn Hotel is one of the best in the city for a reason, and I strive for us to keep this title. I look through the crowd to see a majority of the staff puff up with pride at my words. Another good sign. If this was just another job to make a buck for them, they wouldn't care how well the hotel did. I firmly believe that work shouldn't be one's entire life, but if an employee had a personal investment with their company, they were more likely to be more committed toward their work, which was good for us. I don't want to delay anyone's morning, so I'll keep this short. We will be rolling out new procedures over the coming weeks. If anyone has any questions or issues, you can direct them to myself or Ava. I look forward to working with everyone, I said, finishing my little speech. Everyone gave me their obligatory applause as they waited, probably for me to dismiss them. I held up a hand to quiet them. One more thing before you're all dismissed. I'd like to speak with the general manager. Where is he? The room went deathly quiet, so quiet that I could hear the clock ticking from somewhere in the room. I raised a brow to Alfred, who looked to be brainstorming any kind of excuse to give me for the missing manager. Just as he opened his mouth, a deep voice sounded from behind the crowd of people. Why are you all gathered here? Fuck. Now that was one sexy voice. And if I wasn't standing in front of a group of people I was meant to lead, I might have gone to thoroughly investigate who that voice belonged to. Fortunately for me, the mystery was soon solved as the crowd split and a handsome man appeared in my view. Hello, Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome. I pushed those thoughts away. We were in the staff lounge, and if he was here, it meant that he worked here. And there was no way I was going to fool around and make things messy. I had a job to do, and I intended to see it completed with perfection. The newcomer looked confused as he walked down the path the others made for him. Appreciation flicked through his eyes as his hot gaze landed on my face. That quickly turned to surprise, then realization. He spun his head toward Alfred, looking for answers, I'd assumed. Alfred mouthed an apology, leading me to believe that he was precisely the manager that I was looking for. There wouldn't have been any questions if he was on time. Great of you to finally join us, Mr. Wells, I said. He turned back around at the sound of my voice. His eyes went wide with what appeared to be shock and a hint of embarrassment. Eric may not have been the most punctual man, but he had to be one of the most expressive I'd met. Most attempted to hide their emotions, but I didn't think he even cared. I'm very sorry about my tardiness. The traffic today was horrible, and the weather didn't help. He chuckled as he waved his hands around, as if they were just as much a part of the conversation as his mouth. I'm not looking for apologies. I look at actions, and your actions tell me that punctuality is not your strong suit. As soon as the words left my mouth, a small vein popped out on Eric's forehead. It was so easy to rile him up that I couldn't help but let out a low chuckle, which didn't help matters as Eric's expression darkened even further. Look, I understand that I didn't make the best first impression, and I truly apologize for that. But you don't know anything about me. I'm nothing like you said. Eric retorted. I liked that he wasn't backing down. There was a fine line between insubordination and kissing up to superiors. While he was straddling the boundaries of the two, I liked that his first instinct wasn't to admit defeat with his tail between his legs and fight for what he thought was right without being overbearing. A good manager was one who knew their limits while fighting for the people who worked under them. I don't know about that. I find first impressions to be very telling. Like the fact that my first impression of him was that I wouldn't mind riling him up in more ways than one. Preferably in the bedroom. I would not mind that at all. I let my eyes wander from his broad shoulders that stretched the suit he wore down to his thick forearms, stopping myself before going even lower to check out his assets that I was sure would match his enormous frame. I wasn't a small dude by any means, and Eric and I were around the same height, but he definitely had me beat in thickness. His body reminded me of the beefy quarterback I'd fucked the other night. It was too easy to imagine Eric being the man under me instead of the football player. The muscles on his strong back spasming under my hand as I fucked him senseless, which was an entirely inappropriate thought considering that I was standing in front of the employees of our new hotel, and the man I was fantasizing about was the manager of said hotel, and someone with whom I would work very closely with in the coming weeks. A very inappropriate thought, indeed. Eric saved me from thinking something even more dangerous by letting out a deep sigh that caught my attention. He put his entire body into the sigh, closing his eyes as if all his problems could disappear if he couldn't see them. He was impervious to the countless eyes that were currently on us. A couple of seconds later, his eyes popped open again and focused on me. His pupils dilated, completely taking over the chocolate brown for a brief second before turning back to normal. His gaze toward me was softer this time, as was his tone. "We definitely started off on the wrong foot, and I hope to remedy that. Can we please start over?" His eyes were just about begging me to comply, so what else could I do but smile and nod? Eric let out a sigh of relief and stretched out his hand. "The name's Eric Wells. It's a pleasure to meet you." I accepted his offer. His handshake was firm, showing off his powerful arm muscles. I gave back just as good as he gave, smiling as I said, "Liam Wright, the pleasure's all mine." I came here with a job to do, but that didn't mean I couldn't have a bit of fun while completing my task. Appropriate fun, of course. As Eric beamed his bright smile at me, the anger from moments ago gone as if it had never happened, I knew I was going to have a lot of fun working with this expressive man. Chapter 4. Eric. "Babe, I can't believe you chose today of all days to be late," Alfred said from the small red couch nestled in the corner of my office. I looked up from my seat at my desk, where I'd gathered the reports that I put together last night to give the rep from the Wright group. To Liam Wright. The striking man wasn't as stiff as I'd first made him out to be. I thought he'd have my ass for being late, but surprisingly, he let the matter drop easily. Not that I was complaining about it. I didn't need someone riding my ass over one little mistake. Fortunately, Liam seemed as eccentric as the purple suit he wore. I knew rich people were weird, but I thought they had better fashion sense than that. I know, right? Talk about the worst day to miss my alarm. I must have been more tired than I thought after staying late last night to put this together. But hey, at least our new boss doesn't seem like a bad guy. Not too hard on the eyes, either. I joked, shooting Alfred a grin. He rolled his eyes as he stood and walked to my desk. Grabbing the file I put together, he flipped through it. "I just hope they finish whatever they came to do and fast. I don't need management breathing down my neck." I snatched the file from him and rearranged the papers that he'd misaligned. "Hey, don't forget that we're both part of management as well. I don't breathe down your neck or anyone else's for that matter," I muttered, which only earned me another eye roll. "That's different, babe. We're all a team here, and he's the enemy. The enemy who has invaded our tower to sabotage us from the inside." It was my turn to roll my eyes. I loved Alfred to death, but he had the tendency to be a tad bit dramatic. "Okay, Mr. Tower Defender. I'm sure the heir to the Wright Group wouldn't want one of their own businesses to go to ruin." "He's not the heir." "What?" I asked as I gathered everything I needed to meet with Liam later. I was supposed to give him a tour of the hotel, but he'd received an important call that he needed to take. The call couldn't have come at a more perfect time, because it seemed like neither of us was keen to break contact when we shook hands. "He's not the heir to the Wright Group. His older brother is," Alfred slowly explained, as if I was a child who didn't understand basic math. I shrugged, unfazed by his sharp gaze. "Even better. Maybe he'll be easier to deal with." You really don't know anything about the man? He asked with such seriousness that had me raising a brow at him. Should I? Sure, the Wrights had lived in Corio City long before it was even a city. They were basically blue bloods, the wealthiest family for miles around. But what did that have to do with me? I was just a normal dude, long removed from the fancy world of fame and wealth. I'd done my basic research on the Wright group when I'd learned that they might acquire our hotel, but didn't take much of an interest in the family besides learning that they seemed like decent enough people. It had nothing to do with me, after all. I swear, babe, sometimes I feel like you live under a rock. While Liam's photos don't appear much online, he's talked about in the tabloids quite often. They especially love talking about all the men who walk in and out of his life. Oh, so he's gay? I had no clue where this conversation was going, but I'd play along. I knew Alfred well enough to know that he'd get to the point eventually. Alfred started at the hotel a few months after I had, and over the years of working our way up the company ranks, he'd become one of my best friends. It helped that we were both queer as fuck, and quite honestly, his tendencies to exaggerate mixed quite well with my hyper-energy. We were a perfect match in hotel heaven. Of course, that is the point you latch onto. I swear I don't understand how you manage this place so effectively when you think with your dick more often than not. It's because I have you, darling. The Robin to my Batman, so to speak. I teased with a wink. It was the truth. I hadn't expected to become the general manager of Corio City's most famous hotel in just 5 years. If Alfred hadn't been there, encouraging me to take the promotion that had been offered to me when I'd already felt inadequate in my position of leading a small team, much less the entire hotel, then I wouldn't be in my current position. The thing that had really solidified my loyalty to this kind man was the fact that he didn't display a single moment of jealousy at me being the one offered the opportunity instead of him. I wouldn't have held it against him if he had, considering humans are greedy by nature, but he showed himself to have the heart of a saint and a true friend when he celebrated just as hard as I had when my promotion went through. Damn straight. You'd be so lost without me, and my ass would look great in those tiny green briefs. He raised his nose with a sniff, then, as if remembering that we were getting off track. But that's not the point. He emphasized his words by slamming his palms on my desk. My lucky fountain pen bounced at his sudden action. I managed to grab it just before it fell off the table. Then what is the point? You're losing me here, boy wonder, I said, waving the pen around with each word I spoke. Alfred followed my movements, as if he was also hypnotized by the power of the fountain pen. He took a second to compose himself before shaking out of the sudden daze he'd been thrust into. The point is that you, my dear Dark Knight, are severely underprepared to hold your own against a Wright. You lack information about the enemy, and information is power. He's going to eat you alive when you give him the tour later. Maybe I should tag along to make sure you don't make a fool of yourself. I shook my head at his claims. Information was a valuable asset, but I didn't think it would be as extreme as he was making it out to be. What was the worst that could happen? Besides, it wasn't like I could make an even worse impression than I already had. You know, one of us needs to be on point for the morning rush. Our co-workers are competent, but we tend to get some very unusual guests staying with us. And I think you've been watching too many soap operas lately. You're worrying way too much. Take a deep breath. Chill. Liam seems like a reasonable guy. I'm sure everything is going to be fine. Chapter 5. Eric. What was that popular saying? Famous last words? Because everything was not fine. Not in the slightest. Liam came to my office to find me not long after my conversation with Alfred. His assistant was nowhere to be seen, gone to take care of some matters unrelated to the hotel, I was told. He had walked in with his smooth smile and neatly pressed suit, stating that he was ready for the tour. Alfred had cast one last glance between the two of us before heading back to the front desk to see if any crisis had occurred in the last 10 minutes that we were gone. From past experiences, 10 minutes was more than enough time for a disaster to befall the hotel, and it was better to nip any disaster in the bud before they went full-on Karen. Things had started off pretty good with me showing Liam our back offices, the dining area for the staff, then through the lobby to see the area for our guests. He made polite comments about our formal restaurant and noted how professional the waitstaff appeared. He seemed impressed by the in-house spa as well as the activity rooms where we'd featured different events each week. When we made our way back to the lobby on our way to the elevators, that was where things had gone downhill. Lily, one of our receptionists who had started not too long ago, was the only one manning the front desk this time. There were usually 2 receptionists there at a time, but it wasn't unusual for them to switch for bathroom breaks. Alfred wasn't in sight either, so he must have gone to take care of something else. There were a few people milling around the lobby with no one going up to the front desk asking for help. Everything looked normal to me, except Liam paused, looking around the room, then at Lily, as if waiting for something to happen. His brows furrowed, and the easygoing attitude that had accompanied me at the beginning of the tour had disappeared. "Is something the matter?" I asked, hoping to mitigate any problems that might have occurred that I wasn't aware of. "Don't you see all these people?" he asked, sweeping a hand across the lobby as if I was blind to the people sitting around. "Yes?" I asked, more than answered. Was there something special about the people that I didn't know about? "And?" I prompted, his hands crossing his chest as he glared at me. Talk about a mood change. I had no idea where all this sudden hostility was coming from. Maybe Alfred had a point about knowledge being power. Did this dude have some kind of eccentricities that I wasn't aware of? And this was the reason why Alfred had made it a point to talk to me about getting to know the man before I'd gone into a proverbial battle with him? Whatever the case was, I really was sorely underprepared for his randomness, and I prayed that whatever had his panties in a twist, he wasn't going to cause a scene in front of all these people. "And are your staff not going to ask if they need any help? Are they just going to sit there twiddling their thumbs while the room fills with people? Does the hotel pay the staff to do nothing?" Liam dramatically pointed to Lily, who was focused on the computer. I shook my head, still not entirely sure what the little prince of the Wright family was going on about. "I'm not too sure what the point you're trying to get at is," I said slowly, just in case the dude was on something and needed me to spell things out for him. "Lily hasn't been working here long, but she is exceptional at her job. Besides, she isn't doing nothing. It looks like she's going through the reservations for this afternoon." "Preparing for the next rush is good, but what about the people that currently need help?" Liam tapped his foot, as if he was trying to demand all the answers to whatever questions he had. "Who are these people that need help?" I asked, still confused at where this conversation was heading. The man was hot, but it seemed like he had a screw loose. He let out a low, frustrated growl, very much like my own frustrations that were bubbling up with this entire conversation. He turned around, took one long, deep breath before turning back to face me. "Listen, I know that you've been running this place just fine, but the Wrights don't run on fine. We expect perfection in everything we do, and perfection isn't letting your guests stand and loiter in the lobby, confused and in need of help, while the staff joke around behind the front desk. I was here this morning for exactly 26 minutes, while your staff deemed it appropriate to fool around without even coming to ask me if I needed any help. Fortunately, I didn't, but that doesn't mean others may not." He finished his mini-speech by once again gesturing to the people gathered in the lobby. My mouth hung open, not entirely sure what I should say to that. The first emotion I felt was anger that he was accusing my staff of fooling around. Sure, we were all close and treated each other more like friends than coworkers, but we never slacked off at work. Our receptionists were great at their jobs. I didn't like the tone he was using to speak about them, but I also knew this wasn't the place to make a scene. "Did you ever consider that perhaps if they needed help, They could just go up to the front desk to ask. Just because someone is in the lobby doesn't automatically mean they need assistance. That man, for example, I nodded to an older gentleman sitting in the corner, is probably hiding from the rain. And since it has been raining all day, the receptionist from the previous shift probably thought you were hiding out from the rain this morning, just as they are now, and didn't think it was necessary to make you feel unwelcome in the lobby. I was impressed with how calm I managed to keep my voice, when all I wanted to do was give this presumptuous man a piece of my mind. Liam stood there looking at me, seemingly unfazed for a few seconds, before a crooked smile that accentuated his dimples appeared on his face. I hated how beautiful he looked, especially when I didn't really have many good feelings towards him right at this moment. To further add to my irritation with him, the fucker acted like his entire outburst against my staff hadn't happened and proceeded to complain about the cleanliness of the hotel. The hotel must be immaculate. There's dust on the baseboards. Unacceptable. There are water stains on the bathroom mirrors. Unacceptable. There's a piece of lint on the bedskirt. Unacceptable. The only thing unacceptable was how he managed to find something new to pick at every few seconds, and the fact that I couldn't stop staring at his handsome face despite him being a huge pain in the ass. Nothing was good enough for the man. An hour later, I had a laundry list of items Liam demanded were unacceptable and needed rectifying. How I ever thought that Liam Wright was a reasonable person was beyond me. As the vein at my temple throbbed while I tried to regain my temper, I cannot lash out at my new boss. Liam had the nerve to shoot his cocky smile at me. He was an insufferable prick that I had the displeasure of having to work with. However, as the professional that I was, I swallowed the hundreds of curses that I wished I could bombard him with and led him to the presidential suite. We were in the process of touring each type of room we had available from our singles to the honeymoon, and lastly, thank fuck, the presidential suite. I held the door open for Liam as he walked into the suite and gave the room a once-over as he slid his hand against the leather sofa. His eyes darted from the art pieces hanging on the walls to the full-size kitchen off to the right. I prayed that he couldn't find anything to fault with, but after spending even the smallest amount of time with the man, I realized that my prayers would likely go unanswered. I'd never met someone who complained more than he had. We took a closer look in the kitchen area before checking out the 2 bedrooms that were included in this presidential suite, and, to my surprise, he stayed silent the entire time. I was waiting for him to make a snide remark about how some part of the suite was unacceptable or not to the right standard, but there was nothing. He quietly looked through each room before turning to me with a huge smile that almost had me thinking with my other head, and not the one that contained my brain. "Now this is what I'm talking about," he said with a laugh. Those dimples reappeared under his scruff. My breath caught in my chest as I watched him, mesmerized by this man who had me bouncing from one emotional extreme to the other. I didn't know how to feel about him, but one thing was for certain. I would be kept on my toes. Chapter 6. Liam. Eric Wells had to be the most expressive man I'd had the pleasure of knowing. He probably thought that he had his professional mask mastered, but I found that he didn't know how to hide his feelings very well, especially when those feelings were of irritation towards his new boss who was trying to rile him up. The suggestions I'd so kindly pointed out to Eric were made to improve the hotel, of course, but I would be lying if I said that my delivery couldn't have been smoother. It wasn't my fault, though. The man was too cute not to tease. It took every single cell in my body not to lick the throbbing vein on his temple every time I ruffled his feathers. I thought he would finally break his professional mask and yell at me or something, but his control was a lot better than I gave him credit for. So, I'd continue to tease him through the rest of the tour. Of course, teasing was all I would ever get with him, since I couldn't let anything fuck up what I came here to do. I couldn't let my brother down. Not again. I figured that if I told myself that enough times, the fantasies of bending the sexy man over my desk would finally stop. It hadn't worked so far, but one could hope. It didn't help that when I stopped teasing him in the presidential suite and finally shot him a real smile, he smiled back, his entire face lighting up with the action. It was like all the annoyance that had vibrated from him throughout the entire day had disappeared, and the only thing that remained was the unrestrained happiness that he showed from the one smile. Why he was so happy, I didn't know. What I did know was that his dreamy smile was dangerous. Much too dangerous for me to be around, and that was why I had cut the meeting short. Several emotions flashed across Eric's face when I abruptly announced that I was leaving. Relief, confusion, and dare I imagine, even disappointment. A burst of giddiness bubbled inside me at the possibility that he wanted me around, despite all the teasing and obvious frustrations that I was causing him. Again, those thoughts skirted the line of what was appropriate for a boss to have about their employee. He didn't work directly for me, but Roslyn Hotels had employed him, and my family's company now owned the hotel chain. It was basically the same as if he was working for me, and I knew the rules. Abuse of power and all that. I shook off the lust I'd clearly developed for my new manager and hopped into my aqua blue sedan. I wasn't going to drive in something less than stylish. I'd achieved today's goal of introducing myself to the staff at the hotel and meeting the manager in charge. There was no point in staying here when I knew that I wouldn't get much done, besides thinking about said manager. With the file Eric had prepared for me in the passenger seat, I drove away from the hotel and headed home. Corio Heights was the building I'd purchased as a passion project 8 years ago. It was the only place that I could truly call my own. A place that was completely untouched by the influence of my powerful family. I'd moved into the loft of this building almost a year ago after an event that had shaken up the entire Wright family. Everything was fine now, but things had gotten tense at Wright Manor, and I just needed some space. The manor was large enough that I could go days without seeing another member of my family, but that was beside the point. Even after things had settled down, I had no intention of moving back to the manor just yet. I wasn't ready to leave my new home and the unexpected friends I'd gained at Corio Heights. Being friends with your landlord? Scandalous, right? But I'd always been friendly with my tenants and considered all of them friends, some closer than others. It helped that I didn't take advantage of my tenants and place their rent at a reasonable price for the area. My original intent of purchasing this building was never to increase my already sizable wealth, but to create a safe space for people like me. Although the world was now a lot more accepting of those who identified as queer, there were still many places who rejected rental applications based on sexual orientation. Since I had the money and resources, I started purchasing buildings to turn into rental apartments that didn't discriminate against anyone, and Corio Heights was my very first one. The operations had grown throughout the years with apartment buildings all over the city, but I was hands-off for the most part, with managers taking care of the daily tasks and providing me monthly updates. Those were all things that I didn't have to worry about for now. Parking in my designated spot at Corio Heights, one of the perks of owning the building and lot, I exited my car. Ava had to return to the office to take care of some other matters, so I was basically done for the day. I had the documents that Eric gave me to review, but that could be done from the comfort of my own home. My loft wasn't anything big, and definitely nowhere as lavish as the Wright Manor, but it was homey. The building was located within walking distance of the beach, and the large windows of the loft had the perfect view of the waves. Most evenings, I liked sitting with the window open, watching the sun descend behind the crashing seas. It was beautiful and a bit humbling to see the greatness of the world. Another reminder of how small humans really were. Ariel, the manager of Corio Heights, was in the lobby sorting out the mail. The redhead had his head down, but looked up when I walked in. "Hey, boss. Welcome back." "Hey," I said, returning his smile. Ariel recently started at the building after the previous manager retired and moved back to her hometown. Ariel had come with high praise from his previous employer, and so far, he'd been living up to his reputation by keeping the building running smoothly. Perhaps even better than my previous building manager had. "How are things going today?" I asked, accepting the pile of envelopes he had for me. "Very good. The tenant in 2A officially moved out today. The place looked pristine, practically unlived in, so I think we're set on renting it out right away. I chuckled, and Ariel shot me a raised brow, but I didn't reply. 2A had been a unit my brother rented a few months back to win back his childhood sweetheart and my childhood friend. We hadn't disclosed our relationship to others, so it made sense that Ariel wasn't aware of this fact. Unlived in was basically spot on. It didn't take long for Lucas to win back Noah's heart, which made sense since Noah had never moved on in the first place. Their love was one that wouldn't be broken by time, and I'd been jealous of it for most of my life. I'd wanted a love like that for my own, someone who had loved me for me and not my family name. And along the way, I'd mistaken the desire to obtain that love for romantic affection for Noah. I wanted him to become mine, and had even gone so far as to help him hide away from my brother. I'd eventually come to my senses and realized I'd only thought of Noah as a dear brother. Brother-in-law would be the more accurate title now, since they got engaged not too long after getting back together. However, I still blamed myself for being part of the reason they were apart, for keeping Noah from Lucas, which had eventually led him down that dangerous spiral. It didn't matter that Noah had asked me to keep it a secret, or the fact that Lucas hadn't blamed me for my involvement in the entire situation. This guilt was one that I would have to live with. It was the very same reason why I vowed to complete my tasks at Roslyn Hotel to perfection as a small way to make it up to him. It's nothing. Let's get the rental ad up. I'm sure we'll have the place filled very quickly. Will do, he said with a mock salute. I left him to his work and turned to the elevators. The doors opened just as I stepped up and Caleb walked out. Liam, hey, I was just looking for you, but no one answered your door, so I figured you were out. I was going to give you a text, but I didn't want to disturb you if you were working, so I thought it would be best to just return to the bakery and try again later. But I guess it must be fate for us to bump into each other here right as I was leaving. Here, these are for you. Caleb held out the pastry box to me. Thanks, I said as I happily accepted it. Caleb was one of my oldest tenants, a baker who worked magic with his hands, and a bit of an adorable rambler. After interacting with him all these years, I knew that his rambling tendencies appeared when he was either nervous or excited. And to what do I owe the pleasure of having the owner of Corio City's best bakery offer me this hand delivery? Color heated his cheeks, and I couldn't help but be reminded of how cute this man was. If he wasn't a tenant at one of my buildings, perhaps I might have tried to wrangle a date out of the cutie. Of course, it was all moot, since the man had already found the love of his life. The pastries were just an excuse. I actually wanted to deliver a wedding invitation, Caleb said with a shy smile as he pulled an envelope from his back pocket. I know it's very short notice since everything was a bit last minute. We really do apologize for that. He rubbed the back of his head before continuing. The wedding is next month, and Zach and I would be extremely happy to have you there as our friend. Plus, the two of us wouldn't have met and fallen in love if Zach hadn't moved into your building, so you're basically our matchmaker. Of course, we understand if you can't. It's on us for planning everything so late. Caleb had sounded so excited at the beginning of his dialogue, but quickly deflated towards the end. His emotions ping-ponged from one extreme to the other, much like a certain man I had met today that I certainly shouldn't be thinking about. I would be honored to attend. I'll have to check my calendar, but I don't think there are any conflicts, I said after checking the date of the wedding. Great. You can RSVP on the link here. Zach set it up so it'll automatically notify us. Speaking of Zach, he's covering for me at the bakery, so I should really get back. I hope you enjoy the dessert. It's a new item we're trying out. Caleb finished his word vomit and waved to me as he headed out the door, and I could only laugh and wave back as he disappeared. He really was a character, and one of the people who made living at Corio Heights a lot more interesting. He came in like a whirlwind and left just as fast. As I turned to enter the elevator, emotions swelled up inside of me. It was people like Caleb who made Corio Heights a home, and I was proud to have provided a place that allowed him and many others freedom to be true to themselves. Chapter 7. Liam. If I knew one thing for certain, it was that I did not like having my orders questioned or repeating myself multiple times over something that should have been simple. And the fact that I ever found teasing Eric Wells to be fun was the highest oversight on my part. The man was not handsome or cute or any positive adjective I could think of. He was like nails grating on a chalkboard or people who use the word moist for fun. He was absolutely infuriating and must have been the villain created to make my life a living hell, because there was no other explanation. It was like his life mission was to make my job harder, and that was something that I wouldn't tolerate. As I said for the last time, Mr. Wells, these changes will be implemented by the end of the week. I huffed and shot him a glare for good measure. We'd been in his office for the past 30 minutes, going over some of the notes I'd made regarding the hotel's regular procedures. The changes I wanted done were reasonable and would improve the work efficiency of our employees. But for whatever reason, Eric had deemed it necessary to question my choices today. It didn't help that I was already in a shit mood before this meeting had started. I think we should reconsider some of the new rules you want to implement. For example, employees cannot have their phones on their persons. This just isn't feasible. Eric was keeping his emotions better under control than he had yesterday. His expression and voice were irritatingly neutral as he held my glare. Employees will be more productive if they aren't distracted by their phones, I said, not backing down. Granted, that rule was added at the very last minute when I'd witnessed a staff member laughing and playing on his phone when a guest was asking for his help. It had taken him exactly 5 minutes before he finally helped the granny. To make matters worse, the slacker had the gall to be rude to the poor lady. Alfred was walking by and had stepped in, but I needed to let them know that this kind of attitude was not acceptable here. Being rude to guests was more than enough grounds to fire that employee, and I had every intention to do so after this, what was supposed to be a short meeting. What if there's an emergency and someone needs to reach them? You can't just keep their phones away from them. Eric argued back, this time with more emotion in his voice. If someone needs to contact our employees during their work hours, they can call the hotel. I assume we have working phones here, I hope, I said with a cool glance. The little vein appeared at his temple. I could see him physically trying not to lash out as he gritted his teeth so hard that his neck muscles strained with effort. I watched his muscles move, following down his thick neck down to the boring white dress shirt that stretched over his wide chest. The man's fashion sense was as boring as watching paint dry. At least paint was colorful. My gaze flicked back up to Eric's neck, where his Adam's apple bobbed, and I noticed that he was now staring at me with intense heat that had nothing to do with rage. He licked his lips and cleared his throat when he realized I was staring at his mouth. Is there a problem? I asked with a smirk. I didn't know if he was gay or something else on the rainbow, but he definitely wasn't straight if the scorching gaze he gave me was anything to go by. Eric was definitely attracted to me, that was for certain. The annoying thing was that the feeling was very much mutual, and I needed to get the hell out of this room before I started listening to my dick instead of my head. No problem, he finally said, after a few seconds of silence. Good, then I assume this meeting is done. I gathered my documents from the coffee table we'd been sitting around and stood. Before I could make my escape, Eric grabbed my hand to stop me. Wait, that's not what I meant. I still have problems with your stupid little rules. We haven't finished our discussion yet. I spun around to him once more, fury burning in my eyes. He did not just call my rules stupid. I stalked around the little coffee table that separated us until I was standing over him. He looked up with shock in his eyes as he watched me lean down over him. My hand landed on the back of his chair as I stopped inches from his face. They weren't suggestions, nor open to discussion, Wells. I want these changes implemented by the end of the week, or there will be consequences. Do you hear me? Eric gulped at my words, but the way his eyes were blown into black told me that he wasn't intimidated. I would dare guess that he liked me talking to him like this, and that was very interesting. He nodded, seemingly lost for words as he lowered his head to avoid my gaze. I hooked a finger under his chin to force him to look back at me. I'm still waiting for your reply, Wells. Yes, sir, he said with a hint of raspiness in his voice. I smirked and turned to the door. Do a good job, and I might just reward you. I threw over my shoulder as I walked out without waiting for him to reply. I probably should have left without saying anything, but something about that man made me lose control of my actions. There were times where it seemed like he was trying to irritate me on purpose. Then others he seemed so docile, like he was waiting to be dominated. It didn't matter which one was his true character, because I was starting to find them both irresistible. And that was a major problem. As I walked out of the hotel to head to the company office, I vowed that I would avoid spending time alone with Eric in the future. It wouldn't be too hard since I could have Ava come with me whenever I needed to meet him. This was an issue that wouldn't turn into a problem. What? You need to take the next couple of weeks off, I said to the woman sitting on the chair across from me. Ava and I were going over some documents when she threw out that little bomb. She found out today that her sister was going to have surgery done tomorrow and needed someone to look after her. Her sister had tried to find someone else since Ava lived on the other side of the country, but couldn't find anyone who could provide the level of help she needed. Ava must have seen the shock on my face as her brows furrowed in worry. Is everything okay? Do I need to cancel my flight tonight? Fuck, no, don't do that. Your sister needs you right now, and there's nothing more important than that. I leaned back in my chair and ran a hand through my hair. Sorry, I was just surprised. I can handle things here, so don't worry and focus on your sister. She studied me for a few seconds before speaking up. Are you sure everything is fine? God, yes, I'm sure. You may think otherwise, but I am perfectly capable of surviving without you. I teased with a grin. The only problem would be having to figure out how to avoid being alone with Eric now that I didn't have Ava as a buffer. It would be a lot more difficult, but it wouldn't be impossible. She snickered and shot me a look. Okay, you keep telling yourself that. We both knew that she was the one who kept my life organized and from spiraling out of control. Ava was magic with time management and at tackling the miscellaneous tasks that I didn't have the patience to do. After working together for years, she was probably the person who knew me the best. This was usually a great thing when it came to business, but not so much in other areas. Are you perhaps getting all tangled up about a certain new manager that you're working with? I flung my head toward her at her question. My eyebrows were probably raised so high they touched my forehead. I have no clue what you're talking about. Feigning innocence wouldn't work, but it could give me a few seconds to compose myself. As expected, Ava snorted and crossed her arms in objection. I'm insulted that you think denial would work on me. I saw how you looked at Eric Wells yesterday. Others might not have noticed, but you can't escape these eyes, she said as she used her forefinger and middle finger to point at her eyes, then mine as if to say, I'm watching you. I laughed, probably a bit too loud if the startled man walking past my office window was anything to go by. If he could hear it through my closed office door, either the soundproofing in our building needed work or I needed to quiet down. Okay, fine, you got me. But I know better than to shit where I eat, much less with someone working directly under me. It doesn't matter how hot I think he is. I'll be a good boy and keep it in my pants. I joked, trying to lighten the mood even though this was anything but. You would be greatly criticized if anyone found out, she reminded. She spoke as if me sleeping with Eric was a surefire thing, and I didn't know if I liked that. I'm hurt you have no faith in me, I grumbled. She sighed and started gathering the papers that were scattered on my desk. It's hard when the man is exactly your type and seems to hold the same attraction as well. You think he's attracted to me too? I asked, mostly just to hear someone else say it. I already had my suspicions, but it was always nice to confirm that those thoughts weren't just in my head. Ava stopped her movements and narrowed her eyes at me. That's exactly the reason I'm worried. Look at how happy you are just hearing that Mr. Wells might also be interested in you. Hey, who doesn't like hearing that a hot dude might be into them? I argued, but I knew that wasn't the point Ava was trying to make. But I wasn't going to admit just how much Eric Wells had gotten under my skin. Don't worry about me, and just focus on your sister. I have a handle on everything. I wasn't going to let a silly little attraction jeopardize anything. Now, I just had to put my money where my mouth was. Chapter 8. Liam. Is it good? I asked, giving the precious cat a pat on the head. She accepted it without any resistance, making me wonder if the cat belonged to anyone at the hotel. I found the little kitty when I was roaming the grounds earlier that day. I was inspecting the back structure of the hotel when she wandered out from the forests that lined the back of the building. She immediately came up to me, rubbing her body on my legs as she cried for food. She was too affectionate to be a feral cat, but the dirt smattered all over her body proved her familiar to the outside elements. I couldn't say no to her adorable meowing, so I'd left to buy some wet food for her. She ran back to me as soon as I opened the can and poured the cat food on a paper plate. Do you have an owner, baby girl? Or do you want to just come home with me? I never had a cat before, but my childhood friend adopted 2 sweet kitties this year, and I'd fallen in love with the fur babies. I played with them every time I visited and thought about adopting a couple for myself. We'll have so much fun, and I'll give you all the snuggles you want. And snacks, all the snacks you want. I found myself saying. Was I trying to negotiate with this cat to come home with me? Yes, I was. But the cat and I were the only ones here, so no one would ever have to know. Star is a boy. A deep voice sounded from behind me. I spun around to find the last man I wanted to run into. Eric stood there with his arms crossed, leaning against the building wall as he watched me with amusement. Jesus, do you always sneak around like that? I asked as I stood from my squatting position. He smirked and walked over to give the cat, Star, a good rub. Was he named that because of the black blob on its back that vaguely resembled a star? What an uncreative name. The cat lifted his butt happily as he continued to munch on the food. The little traitor. Is he your cat? Eric shrugged and said. He's one of the strays I feed. Eric eyed the wet food on the ground, then turned to me. You're already taking over my hotel. Are you trying to take my cat as well? I huffed and crossed my arms. I'm not taking over the hotel. I'm just improving the logistics of the place. He waved his hand at my statement. Potato, potato. Grumbling, I continued. Besides, you said yourself that he's a stray, so if he agrees to come with me, that's his right. How do you know he's a he, anyway? I hadn't seen any furry balls when I checked earlier, so I assumed the cat was a girl. 'Cause I was the one who caught and neutered him, Eric nonchalantly said as he walked over to the small shed that was at the edge of the forest. He unlocked the shed door and disappeared inside to reappear with a clear, plastic quart cup of kibble. I followed him to the back of the small structure, where an awning was built with a couple of food bowls placed underneath it. Eric emptied the kibble into the food bowl and went into the shed to get more before coming back. Not even a minute later, a couple of cats sprinted from the forest to us. They seemed wary of me, but with Eric making reassuring noises, they finally calmed down enough to eat. They were obviously familiar and comfortable around him. A few minutes later, at least half a dozen cats surrounded the food bowls. Eric had said that he fed the strays, but I wasn't expecting this many cats. And, least of all, I wasn't expecting this man to take the time out of his day to look after all of them. He must have sensed my stare, because he turned around to look at me and frowned. What? Are you going to complain about this too? Is having strays at the hotel unprofessional? Because listen here, some of these cats have been here longer than I've worked here. I've neutered and spayed all of them, and they're not causing anyone trouble, so I'll be damned if you try to remove them from their home. He had his arms crossed again in a defensive posture, and I had no doubt that he was willing to fight me if I tried to have the cats removed from the premises. Damn, seeing this protective side of him was hot as fuck. And that was not a good thing considering I was already more taken with this man than I should be. I wouldn't dare do that. Although, I wasn't expecting to learn that you feed stray cats. Why? Because I'm doing it during work hours. Don't worry. 5 minutes a day won't cut into my productivity, he said with a huff. Did he have such a bad image of me? One would think I was a tyrant or something. No, that isn't what I was thinking at all, I said with my hands tucked into the pockets of my silk trousers. It's just unexpected. It's a nice thing to do. A lot of people would see the cats and leave to go about the rest of their day, thinking that it was none of their business. It didn't matter to them if the cats starved or not. Out of sight, out of mind. Eric shrugged and pulled a water bottle from the pocket of his dress pants to refill the bowl of water beside the food bowls. There's a lot you don't know about me. And wasn't that exactly the problem? I wanted to find out everything about the man because I really liked what I saw so far. But he worked for me, and it wouldn't be appropriate. So the only thing I could do was pull away before I got too attached to this man. And there's no need to get to know you better. As long as you do your job and we can smoothly finish this transition over the next few months, that's all that matters. His stunned expression was the last thing I saw before turning around and leaving him there. My harsh words ruined the calm moment with the cats, but I tried telling myself that it was the right move to make. If only the annoying pang in my chest would stop. Chapter 9. Eric. I spent the majority of the next few days going between irritation and attraction toward my new boss, and I hated every single second of it. Finding him feeding Star the other day showed me the glimpse of kindness the man possessed that I hadn't thought was possible. I wished I'd never witnessed that singular moment, because now I knew the man wasn't the jerk that I'd pictured him to be. He had compassion for strays, when even my coworkers didn't really bother with them. It wasn't that my coworkers were heartless people, because they weren't, but I guess they had enough on their plate to keep them from worrying about something that didn't directly affect them. And now that I'd seen this side of him, it was hard to go back to hating the man. He could be kind when he wanted to be, but apparently I had the keen ability to bring out the worst in him. The biting words he threw at me before he left had hurt. I thought we were getting to know each other better, that we were finally coming to an understanding. But then he went around and did a complete 180, leaving me confused as fuck. Why did the man have to be so devastatingly handsome when he was a huge pain in my ass? He was a tyrant disguised as a prince, and I knew I wasn't the only one taking notice. I'd heard chatter from a few of my coworkers complaining about the new changes that were happening at the hotel. I had to admit that some of his ideas were smart business choices, like implementing a reward system for our frequent guests as another part of our client retention routes, but other ideas were absolutely crazy. We can't have our phones on our persons. What was this? The 90s? Who didn't have their phones on them 24/7 these days? It was crazy to think the hotel staff would be okay with this, and I was right when the complaints had started coming in. To me, of course, because Mr. Little High Horse didn't need to bother with the happiness of the employees. As the general manager, I was the lucky fella who got stuck with the complaints and tried to please both sides. Lucky me. How's it going, my dear hubby? Alfred walked into my office, handing me a cup. I took a sip and groaned at the heavenly taste of black coffee. The day had been gruesome with running around taking care of guest requests and trying to make sure all the items on Liam's list were implemented by this weekend. It didn't help that it seemed like every time I tried to find the man, he magically disappeared. I'd hear that he was at the front desk, but he'd be gone by the time I got there. Or if I requested a meeting with him, he would insist email communication was sufficient, or I could have Alfred relay the message. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was avoiding me. And that hurt more than it should, especially when he seemed fine with meeting with Alfred and not me. I thought I'd seen a hint of interest when we had our meeting in my office the other day, but I must have imagined it, considering he wasn't even willing to see me now. I shook those thoughts off, since I had a billion other things on my plate that I should be focusing on instead. I took another sip of the bitter coffee to clear my mind and turned to Alfred. "Thanks, babe. Have I told you how much I love you?" He laughed and took a gulp of his own drink of salted caramel latte with 2 extra pumps of caramel. I never understood how he could drink straight-up sugar, but Alfred seemed to live off of it. "I know. I'm the best thing to have ever happened to you. Love you too, Sugar Plum." I grunted in agreement. I couldn't argue with that. We sat in silence, stealing a few minutes to enjoy our drinks before we had to rejoin the chaos that was sure to be waiting for us outside my office. There was never a boring day at the hotel. "So, I talked to Liam today about the new linen company we're switching to." "Wait, you talked to Liam today? When? Where?" I cut Alfred off before he could finish his thought. I'd been trying to track him down all day to discuss the royalty program he'd suggested. The fucker told me he wouldn't be at the hotel today and to have me email him the details. It wasn't anything urgent that I couldn't send through email, but it would have been nice to see him again. I shut that thought off as soon as it appeared in my mind. It didn't matter how much my eyes liked looking at the handsome man with the absurd fashion sense. He was a right, and my boss, so nothing could ever happen between us. We lived in 2 different worlds. "Like 30 minutes ago, he stopped by my office to touch base," Alfred said with a trace of worry in his voice. "Why? Is everything okay?" "Just peachy," I grumbled. It wasn't Alfred's fault that the man had something against me and was avoiding me. I could get my work done just fine without ever having to see him. Alfred watched me as if he didn't quite believe my words, which wasn't hard for him considering I made no effort to try to hide my emotions from him. I waited for him to say something, anything to change the topic, but he just continued to stare me down and into my soul until I spilled all my secrets. I wasn't good at keeping secrets from my friends, especially when they were giving me the eyes that seemed to already know everything. "Oh, fine," I said, throwing my hands in the air. "Everything is not fine. Liam's stupid rules are just so stupid, and for whatever reason, he's avoiding me, so I can't even petition him to change them. It's all just so stupid," he offered with a snicker, which earned him a glare from me. I might not have been the most eloquent person when I was worked up, but he didn't have to poke fun at it. "Yes, stupid. It's all very stupid, since it shouldn't be bothering me that much, but for whatever reason, it is. He told me he wouldn't be coming to the hotel today, yet here you're telling me that he came to see you in your office. What the hell, man?" "Hey, don't take it out on me. I didn't ask to see him," Alfred said with his hands up. "Sorry, I didn't mean to raise my voice. You know how I get sometimes," I said with a sigh. I ran a hand through my already disheveled hair and slumped back into my chair. "It's just been a long day, and I still have a million complaints I have to go through," I said, gesturing to all the slips of paper. When I first became manager of the hotel, I set up an anonymous suggestion box so that everyone could give me their honest thoughts without feeling like they would be punished if they said something the management didn't like. Looking at the completely filled box now, I was starting to regret that decision. "Damn, that's a lot," Alfred said. He shuffled through the box and picked a couple to read. "I see our new boss is receiving a lot of love. Listen to this one. The new hottie can fuck himself with these new changes. I'm so more than happy to fuck him if he needs help getting that stick out of his ass. How tasteful." Alfred wrinkled his nose and placed the slip of paper back into the box. I snorted, not surprised by the latest complaint of the right group's rep. There had been at least a dozen similar ones where that came from, not as crude, of course. We were all pretty easygoing and professional at the hotel, but it was a testimony of how much Liam had grated on all of us for the complaints to be worded like that. I do agree our new boss is very fuckable, and I have a feeling you agree with that statement more than you want to admit, Alfred said, giving me a knowing look. Don't give me that look, Alfred Sebastian Anderson, I said, which only earned me an eye roll. The only reason I knew his middle name was because he was drunk and loose-lipped when we were out at the bar one night. He was not happy the next day when he realized what he had disclosed. Alfred hated when anyone called him his full name, almost as much as being called Al. He said Al sounded more like a balding old man's name than Alfred did. Oh, don't middle name me. Sebastian is even worse than Alfred. It's like my parents wanted me to be a 70s butler or something. I guess their prediction wasn't completely off, since I'm working in a hotel and butler to hundreds of people every day. Never a day of rest for dear old Alfred, he said with a dramatic sigh. I chuckled and finished off the rest of the coffee before chucking it into the trash can. He's not that bad, Alfred said, and I had to question if he was referring to himself in third person. It was a tad weird, but whatever floated his boat. Who? Pay attention, Eric. We're talking about Liam here, he said with a trace of irritation, as if it was naturally my fault I wasn't connecting the dots. All right, my little swan. Whatever you say, I replied. Unless the definition of not bad had changed without me knowing, I knew he couldn't have been talking about Liam. The man was bad news, in more ways than one. He really isn't, he insisted. Are we talking about the same man who's holding our phones hostage because he thinks they make us less productive? About that. I think there's a reason he added that rule. Do you remember Kyle? I rolled my eyes. Of course I remembered all the employees' names, even if they no longer worked here. Yes, the college boy who was fired yesterday. I'm not that forgetful that I'd forget a person's name in a day. Do you know why he was fired? Alfred ignored my jab and continued his questioning. I tried to recall the details of the matter. I hadn't questioned why he was let go. Alfred was the one who had processed the paperwork on Kyle's dismissal, and I trusted my friend's judgment. It was something about lack of professionalism toward a guest, if I remember correctly, I said with a shrug. Why are you bringing him up anyway? Weren't you the one who fired him? I mean, I was the one who did the firing, but under Liam's orders. That made me frown even more. The man was already acting like a tyrant, and now he was going around firing people. Not that Kyle didn't deserve it. The boy was constantly late for his shifts and tended to shove his responsibilities onto others, but I was totally for more reasons to hate the new boss right now. Firing someone the first week he's here? That just makes him an even bigger jackass. Who knows if he'll become fire-happy and do a massive overhaul on our staff? I doubt that. I heard the contract the right group signed stated they couldn't fire any old employees without due reason, but we're getting off track. My point is that Liam caught Kyle playing on his phone the other day when a guest was waiting to be helped. Apparently, the little granny waited like 5 minutes before Kyle finally helped her. With an attitude, I might add. I walked by and heard Kyle bitching that his job wasn't to be an errand boy. I sucked in a breath to calm my anger. It was one thing to be rude to a guest, but another entirely to act that way to an elder. I was always taught to respect my elders, but I guess not everyone had a proper upbringing. Liam was basically making the same face when I saw him, Alfred said with a grin, and I schooled my expression so that he wouldn't use that to make a point of how similar Liam and I were, or some other kind of bullshit. I'm guessing the no phone rule has something to do with that. It was bad luck that Liam caught one of our staff at that moment, but I'd probably be pissed too if I saw the same thing happen. And if I didn't know how the other employees were, I might have also assumed they all acted that way. I thought back to the day Liam had arrived at the hotel and had complained about the receptionists playing on their phones instead of helping the people in the lobby. He already had a bad impression of us, and witnessing Kyle act so rudely to a guest only made it a shit ton worse. It made sense now why he was so adamant about our phones. I hated when Alfred sounded so logical, especially when all I wanted was to hate on the man that was currently being discussed. I crossed my arms and refused to answer him. "In any case, he's been nothing but a gentleman to me," Alfred said with a smile. I would never admit the flare of jealousy that bubbled in the pit of my stomach. It shouldn't matter that Liam was being all nice with Alfred while acting like I didn't exist. Alfred must have sensed a shift in my mood, as he leaned over the table to flick my forehead. "None of that frowning now. If you want the man, you should just go for him." I gave him another snort. "You know that's never going to happen." "And why not?" "Well, he's our boss, for one." And that was only the start of a very long list of reasons why I shouldn't mess around with Liam. I didn't do relationships. Not that Liam wanted one either, and with me for that matter. But if anything were to happen, it would be a quick fuck before we went our separate ways, and there was no point in making our work environment awkward for gratification I could obtain from the clubs. Speaking of clubs, I hadn't had time to visit any recently due to the increased workload from the new changes at the hotel. The past week had been filled with long hours and early mornings, and I didn't see it improving anytime soon. This was probably the reason why I had such a hard time keeping Liam out of my thoughts. I was pent up and in desperate need of blowing off some steam. "So, there's nothing in the employee handbook stating that you can't date a coworker or a boss," he said with a huff. "Wait, why do you know that? Our employee handbook is like 1,000,000,000 pages long. No way you read the entire thing." Alfred shifted in his seat, his eyes darting everywhere in the room but at me. "Alfred?" His shifty eyes continued as he ignored me. I poked him on the cheek, and he swatted my hand away with a huff. "Fine, I'll tell you. Don't get your panties all twisted up." He took a deep breath before continuing. "I looked it up because I had a crush on you before." The last part of the sentence was said almost at a whisper, with the words all jumbled together. "What was that again?" He crossed his arms over his chest and glared at me. "No, I really didn't catch that," I said with my hands up. He rolled his eyes and huffed out a breath of air. "I said I had a crush on you before." The expression on my face must have been the most comical thing in the world, since Alfred busted out in laughter when he saw it. "Chill, babe. You know I'm very happy with my boyfriend. It was years ago, and I'm so over it now. Besides, it was before I'd realized you were a bottom like me." "I'm not a bottom. I'm verse," I sputtered, as if I had something to prove. I was not a small man. At 6 foot, I towered over most, and with my muscles, I wasn't the most cuddly person to hold. For some reason, I mostly attracted men who assumed I was a strict top, and I was always met with surprise when they found out I liked to bottom. The men I'd slept with would all probably have heart attacks if they knew I actually preferred to bottom, which meant that I topped more often than not these days. Alfred scoffed, calling out my bluff. "Okay, sweetie. If it means anything at all, my gaydar is telling me our new boss is definitely a top, and a dominant one at that. Of course, that little fact shouldn't matter to you, right?" I shifted in my seat, and he shot me a glance that said he already knew exactly what I was thinking. I grumbled under my breath, refusing to admit that he had read me like an open book. He wasn't my work husband for no reason, but this time he was wrong. "You're right. It doesn't matter," I said with a huff. "This man can't even stand to be in the same room as me. His preferences in bed have nothing to do with me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do." I picked up the box that was filled with complaints and pulled one out to read. Perhaps if I kept reading how annoying the man was, I would finally stop thinking about the attraction I'd felt for him. It was unlikely, but worth a try. Chapter 10. Liam. I'd managed to avoid Eric for the past few days with much difficulty. He'd been trying to track me down, and I was running out of excuses to not be in the same room as him. It didn't help that every time I caught his figure from the corner of my eyes, I'd lose track of what I was doing, and my entire focus would automatically shift to him. Wasn't it a thing that the more you couldn't have something, the more you wanted it? Because I was definitely feeling that now. In the mere days apart, Eric seemed to have become even more handsome, if that was possible. He seemed to sparkle and look larger than life, as he used his expressive hands and face to speak with his coworkers. Of course, this was only when he was unaware of my presence. They were standing beside the receptionist desk, facing the front, and I was walking out from the staff area from the side. Once he'd caught sight of me, his bright features morphed into something much gloomier, and I'd instantly missed the fire that used to shine in his eyes when he faced me. It didn't matter if the fire was lust or annoyance. It was 1,000,000 times better than the dullness that currently marred his beautiful face. I shot him a bright smile, hoping that it would calm some of the negative feelings he currently had toward me. The smile lasted for half a second until I saw the man standing next to Eric pull out a cell phone from behind the front desk and fiddle with it. There was one guest being taken care of by the receptionist, but that didn't matter. They had completely disregarded my orders. I strode to Eric and leaned into his ear so that the guest wouldn't overhear. "A word, please." My words came out almost as a growl, and I saw Eric's eyes flickered closed as my breath tickled his ear. If I wasn't so angry right now, the sight would have aroused me, but currently there was no room for anything else besides a good scolding. Withdrawing, I turned and strode toward the staff area without looking back to see if Eric was following. I knew that he was. His presence was larger than life, and right now he was glaring so hard at my back that I felt it heat up. I didn't stop until we reached Eric's office. I'd avoided being alone with him this entire week, but that was only because I didn't know if I could control the attraction I felt for him if we were alone. It was good that the only thing I currently felt for this man was annoyance at his disobedience. "What the hell was that?" I asked as soon as the office door closed. Eric looked startled by my question, but his expression quickly turned into a frown as he crossed his big arms. "Why the heck are you mad? If anyone should be angry here, it's me," he said with a huff that had halted my momentum. A part of me felt guilty for the way I treated Eric this past week, but the other part, the one who was taught to control everything in the palm of my hand, said that it was my right as his boss to dictate the mode of communication I wanted to use with my employees. "I don't understand what you mean. I've treated you with professionalism since the beginning," I said. It was the truth. I was nothing if not polite to Eric, so polite that I was keeping him at arm's length when I wanted nothing more than to breach that distance. "Is that all you have to say? I've been trying to schedule a meeting with you all week. Yes, I get that everything could have been discussed through email, but some things are better said in person," Eric said, waving his hands in the air as if they helped emphasize his words. The man expressed himself with every single part of his body. "Besides, it seemed like you had plenty of time to look for Alfred." He deflated, sounding almost hurt, jealous, that I had met with the assistant manager instead of him. Was it messed up that the thought of this man being jealous over me had butterflies dancing in my stomach? I cleared my throat to dislodge that uncomfortable thought. Thousands of men in Corio City were jealous of me, or of the men I'd slept with. Jealousy wasn't a new emotion to me, but it somehow felt sweeter coming from the man in front of me. I took a step toward him. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a voice was telling me that this was a bad idea, but I pushed the logical side away and followed my heart for once. He looked startled, taking a step back for each step that I took forward, until his back was to the door and I had him boxed in. I loved having my men the same height as me, since it made kissing a lot easier, and Eric was definitely the perfect height for that. We stared at each other for a few seconds more. The air between us seemed to sizzle with the tension that had been brewing in the room, as well as the worked-up lust that had only grown despite my attempts to avoid the man. His breaths came out in puffs, and his eyes flickered between my eyes and lips as if he couldn't decide where to look. "Tell me no," I said. Half of me hoped that he would bring rationality into this very stupid idea, but the other part prayed that he didn't speak up. I didn't know if that was a good or bad thing that he didn't make a single sound. Instead, he wrapped his hands around my neck and pulled me forward to crash our lips together. Someone moaned at contact. Either him or me, I didn't know. All I could focus on was tasting more of the man that had gotten under my skin. He opened his mouth, and I went on full attack, trying to find all his sensitive spots. He tasted of life, much like the person himself, so full of vitality and uninhibited emotion that I wanted more. I wanted to bask in his brilliance that was so unlike the reserved dullness that I'd grown up with. Perhaps that was where it had gone all wrong. I'd gotten too greedy and flown too close to the sun. Chapter 11. Eric. When Liam stalked toward me with his eyes filled with hunger for me, I couldn't find the rationality to say no. There were a million reasons why this was a bad idea. He was so fucking cocky, thinking that everything had to go his way. Every time he spoke, he seemed to have the ability to flare up my anger. And probably, most importantly, he was my boss. As the manager of this hotel, it would not be a good idea to kiss my boss. In fact, he wasn't just my boss, but his family freaking owned this hotel and probably half of Corio City. This was a terrible, terrible idea. Probably the worst idea I'd had in all my 27 years of life, and I'd had some shitty ones in college. So why did it feel so right when our lips touched? I opened my mouth, wanting to get more of him. I didn't have to wait long before his tongue went on the offensive. As if he had a map to all my pleasure spots, he quickly worked me until I was hard, needy, and whimpering into his mouth. My legs felt weak, and if I were the swooning kind of man, I might have collapsed into his embrace by how good the kiss felt. Of course, I'd kept my composure and gave back just as good as he gave, wanting to work him up just as much as he was working me up. I was rewarded when he pressed his lower body closer to mine. His hard cock seemed very happy to rub against me, even if it was through our layers of clothes. His hands held my hips still as he ground even closer to me. He had me completely under his control, and it felt glorious. I wanted more of this, more of him. But there was still an inkling in the back of my mind that this was wrong, and that only served to increase the pleasure from the whole experience. He wasn't supposed to want me, but he still did. And hell if that wasn't a good feeling. My hand slipped under his blazer and swept across the maroon silk top he wore today. The clothes were still in my way, but at least I was able to feel his warmth through the thin shirt. It was at the tip of my mind to forget everything and tear all his clothes off, but before I could make those thoughts a reality, a knock at my door had me shooting backwards and banging the back of my head in the process. Fuck, I groaned as I rubbed a sore spot where I hit the door. Eric, is everything okay? Why can't I open the door? Alfred's voice sounded from the other side. Because our boss had pushed my entire body against it. Of course, there was no way I could tell him that. No one could know what had happened in this room. And now, with the clarity of the outsider brought, the foolishness of our actions came rushing forward. My erection instantly fell soft as my heart hardened. How could I give in to the attraction? I wasn't a horny college student anymore. I should have controlled myself. I pushed aside all the feelings that had shot up before and glared at Liam. This was entirely his fault. He was too fucking seductive that I'd fallen for his charms. He shot back a sly smile and swept his hand through my hair before straightening the collar of my dress shirt. Sighing, my expression toward him softened. Yes, it would be so much simpler if I could push all the blame on him, but that wouldn't be fair to either of us. We would need to have a longer discussion about this later, but for now, we needed to figure out a way out of this room without Alfred figuring out that I had my tongue down our boss's throat. It was a pleasure speaking with you, Mr. Wells. We can finish our meeting later, Liam said. He brought his forefinger to his lips to signal for me to stay quiet and shot me a wink. The alluring action had me pausing for a second before I snapped out of it. Clearing my throat, I replied, "Yes, of course. We have much to talk about next time." Liam chuckled and motioned for me to move. I obliged and got out of the way so that he could open the door. Alfred was standing on the other side with a curious expression. He had a hand raised, as if he was about to knock again. "Oh, Mr. Wright, I didn't know you had a meeting with Eric today," he said as he glanced between the two of us. I shifted under his gaze, terrified of what he could deduce from those sharp eyes of his. Alfred was always good at noticing the tiny details. That was why we worked so well together. I focused on keeping the hotel running while he made sure that all the smaller tasks weren't ignored. "It was very last minute. Eric had something he needed to show me. Isn't that right, Mr. Wells?" Liam glanced at me with a smug grin that had me wanting to punch it away. This was not the time to be joking. "Yes, I did. Since show and tell is over, you can leave now," I said, almost spitting out the words. All my malice earned me was another chuckle from him. "We'll have to do this again sometime," he said, giving me a heated glance that had me darting my eyes away from him. We would not be doing this again. The first time was a misstep on my part, and I would not repeat that mistake. Liam bid us both goodbye before turning to leave. Alfred and I watched until his back completely disappeared from view before Alfred spun and pushed me inside my office, slamming the door shut. "Tell me everything," he demanded, his eyes shining the way it did when there was juicy gossip to be heard. I held my hands up and backed away from him, but he only followed me until my butt bumped against my desk. This action felt too familiar. Was I this easily intimidated into backing away? That wouldn't do. I needed to show my authority as the manager of this hotel. I couldn't back down. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said, proud of how steady my voice sounded. Now this was a voice full of power and authority, a voice that instilled trust, and even Alfred couldn't deny that. However, he only scoffed as he rolled his eyes. He was a formidable enemy that couldn't be defeated that easily. "Cut the bullshit. I know kiss bruised lips when I see them. Look, they're still glistening from what I assumed was an intense makeout session," he said as he narrowed his eyes at said lips. I immediately swept the back of my hand across my lips when he pointed at them. I avoided his eyes and hung my head in shame. It was only yesterday that I told him that nothing would ever happen between Liam and me. The fact that he'd felt the same attraction as I did shouldn't have mattered because neither of us was going to act on it. And now look what happened. We obviously had no control over ourselves. "Fine, you caught us, but you can't tell anyone," I said, pleading with him with my eyes. "It was a mistake." "I knew it." Alfred jabbed me in the chest, and for someone almost half my size, he had quite the force in his fingers. "I can't believe you were going to hide this from me. Your work husband. Wait, isn't this basically cheating, then?" This time, it was my turn to roll my eyes. "Babe, if anyone cheated first, it would be you. Who's the one who has a boyfriend now? Definitely not me." "Sure, but that's different. I don't make out with my boyfriend on our sacred grounds. You, on the other hand, tainted our holy hotel by smooching another man, and while I was on the other side of the door at that." He made a big show of turning to point at the door to my office. "Nobody told you to stand there," I muttered under my breath so that he couldn't hear me. "What did you say?" Alfred spun back around to me and narrowed his eyes at me. I gulped, knowing that my attempt to be quiet failed. He saw my expression and shined a bright smile at once again being victorious in one of our fights. "Let's get back to the main point. Tell me everything. What was it like to kiss a Wright? Every gay man in Corio City is drooling over Liam, and I can't believe you would be the lucky one to get a piece of that." "I didn't get a piece of anything. It was just a simple kiss, that's all. I argued, but memories of the way his tongue danced with mine flashed through my mind, making the delicious tingles that I'd felt earlier prickle my skin again.
You sure look all dreamy for it just being a simple kiss. You liked it a lot more than you're letting on.
I shifted under his watchful eyes. He was right, of course. I liked it more than I cared to admit. Liam's kiss was different than any I'd experienced before. Usually, I was the one leading the other, but the roles were reversed this time. Liam had forced me to follow his will as he controlled the entire situation. I was completely under his mercy, and it was so fucking hot.
Hello? You there?
Alfred waved his hand over my face, bringing me back to the present. Huh? Sorry. What were we talking about? I forced myself to focus on the person in front of me instead of the one that was currently haunting my thoughts. He studied me for a minute before letting out a deep, drawn-out sigh.
Be careful, Eric. I encouraged you to go for him because I sensed the tension between the two of you. I thought it would be like your other flings, but it's different once your heart is involved. He's different from us, babe. Don't get hurt.
I stared at him in shock. What the hell was he talking about? My heart? Being involved in what? The only things involved with Liam were my lips, and maybe my cock, but that was all. My other organs were perfectly safe and out of the equation. Alfred laughed and clapped me on the shoulder.
Oh, my little dove. You'll understand one day.
I slapped his hand away. Don't be all condescending. I'm older than you, remember?
In terms of earthly age, sure, but I'm your senior in romance,
he said with a hand over his heart. I scowled, not liking where this conversation was going one bit. Good thing romance and I don't mix. You can leave me out of whatever idea that's brewing in that overactive brain of yours. I want nothing to do with it. Now, mind telling me why you were looking for me?
Our coworkers told me that Liam was furious when he dragged you away, so I thought I'd come and rescue you. But it seems that I was more of a nuisance than a hero,
he said with a cheeky grin. I rolled my eyes. It was just one kiss. It meant nothing, I said as I walked past him. If Alfred wasn't going to listen to reason, then there was no point continuing this conversation.
Remember to invite me to the wedding,
he called to my back. My only answer was shooting him the bird over my shoulder. It was just a kiss, and it wasn't going to happen again. Chapter 12. Eric. While I couldn't catch a glimpse of the man the previous week, I apparently couldn't get away from him this week. Everywhere I looked, Liam seemed to be waiting for me. I had a hunch why the man had been avoiding me before, and it was probably the right call. Now that I was seeing him everywhere I went, it was a million times harder to stop the memories of kissing him in my office from overtaking my brain. Fortunately, just as the urge to push him into a random room and demand his hands on me surged, he'd squashed those thoughts with his words.
As I stated earlier, we'll be replacing all the old linens with ones from the new company, so why do I still see the old ones?
Liam said, pointing to the comforter in the hotel room we were currently inspecting. As I've told you countless times, the old linens are still perfectly usable. I understand not wanting to use tattered bedsheets, but these are still brand new. It's a huge waste not to use our old stock first before replacing them, I said under gritted teeth. While we were a luxury hotel, that didn't mean we could spend all our money on linen, no less. There were other more practical areas to spend the hotel funds. Liam stared at me, looking the picture of calm, but I knew he wasn't as unaffected as he seemed when his nostrils flared. Why are you always disobeying my orders, Mr. Wells? Don't think I've let the matter regarding the cell phones go. I've seen the employees hanging around the reception area fiddling on their phones during their shifts. I stared back and crossed my arms. Liam had said he hadn't wanted employees to carry their cell phones on them, so having the staff leave their phones at the front desk had been my workaround to his ridiculous rule. That way, the receptionists could keep an eye to make sure they weren't stolen, and the staff could stop by when they needed to check their phones. Everyone was being very cooperative for the time being, but their patience was wearing thin, and the complaints had only grown since the first day. Look, I get that one of our ex-employees left a very bad impression on you, but he doesn't speak for the entire team. He was a bad egg and would have been fired even if you hadn't ordered it. You can't punish the rest of us just because of one individual. He stayed silent and continued to stare at me. His nostrils flared again as he took in a deep breath of air. This should have been a hint for me to stop pushing, but I wasn't going to. He was actually listening to me for once, instead of blowing the topic off like all the previous times I brought up the stupid cell phone rule. I promise you, productivity won't be affected if they carry their phones on them. In fact, it'll probably increase since they won't have to take the time to stop by the lobby every time they need their phones. Liam studied me for a second before shooting me a sly grin.
And what brilliant excuse do you have for not switching to the new bedsheets?
Like I already said, these are new, I insisted. However, if he was willing to compromise, then I wouldn't have a problem doing the same. It was a huge waste to throw away all the old linens, but I could find somewhere to donate them.
I see,
he said, taking a step toward me.
I'll be sure to think over your words very carefully. But before that, perhaps we should continue our discussion from last week.
He raised a hand to stroke my cheek, and I widened my eyes in shock. I wanted to take a step back, but when he used his other hand to gently slide down my chest, my legs seemed to have a mind of their own and refused to listen to me. We shouldn't do this, I whispered, trying to be the voice of reason. This is a very bad idea.
Then tell me to stop,
he said as he leaned in. Our lips were inches apart, and I opened my mouth to refuse him as he'd requested, but the words got stuck in my throat. Who the hell was I kidding? I wanted this too much to be the voice of reason. I saw the faint smile on Liam's lips when I'd kept quiet, even after a minute had passed, before he closed the distance between us and swallowed my non-existent protests with his mouth. I groaned into the kiss. My hand gripped the back of his shirt before moving up to thread into his hair to get a better angle. His hands weren't idle either, as they groped my ass and pressed our hard cocks against each other. He tasted as delicious as I'd remembered. The tingles came back with full force, as if every single part of my body was being caressed by the sexy man in front of me. I was so lost in his touch and the taste of him that all the reasons why we shouldn't be doing this were thrown out the window. In fact, maybe this was exactly what I needed. We'd let off some steam, then I could finally get rid of this distracting attraction I had for this man, and we could go back to acting professional around each other. I was convinced that this was what was necessary to calm the tension that brewed between us. And once my mind was made up on something, I wasn't one to overthink it. I went for what I wanted. Forcing my lips off of him, I stepped back. A trace of disappointment flashed across his face that quickly turned into surprise when I pushed him on top of the bed. He let out a startled yelp, but was quick to get with the program as he pulled me down to him. Straddling his lap, I locked our lips again, needing another taste of him. He met me with just as much hunger as he growled against my lips. Pulling back, I clawed at his clothes, tugging at the horrendously ugly half-polka dot, half-striped dress shirt he deemed appropriate to wear today. It seemed that he was used to making terrible decisions.
"Feisty,"
he said. I'd managed to get the first couple buttons loose and pulled the shirt over his head.
"Well, I'm very much enjoying this attention."
Using strength that I hadn't known he possessed, he flipped us around so that he was the one looming above me.
"I prefer to be on top."
Fuck, that was hot. Liam and I might have been the same height, but I had him beat in the muscle department. For him to maneuver me like I wasn't twice his size had lust shooting down my stomach, but I wasn't going to let him know how much he'd affected me. While that was a nice show and all, I'm going to fall asleep at this rate. This is a comfy bed, after all. I hooked my hands behind my head and gave a lazy smile.
You always need to get the last word in, don't you?
He smirked and very slowly started unbuttoning my dress shirt. One button, then another, until all of them were loose and the flaps of the shirt lay on either side of me.
Let me see if I can make this more exciting for you.
He crushed my mouth with a bruising kiss that left me wanting more, but before I could savor the kiss, he moved his lips. He started on my neck, giving it a soft nibble before licking a stripe down my chest. One hand tweaked my left nipple while his mouth lavished my other one until they became sore from his abuse. As he continued his attacks, I explored his smooth back with my hands. Liam looked very slim, but looks were deceiving. Powerful muscles rippled underneath my hands as I rubbed across his shoulders. When he'd finally had enough of torturing my now swollen nubs, his kisses moved down my happy trail until he landed at my belt. He glanced up as he palmed the tent that was threatening to break through my slacks.
Not bored anymore, are you?
He teased. The verdict is still out on that. I deadpanned as I tried to school my expression and give him a bored look. He laughed as he quickly undid my belt. Unzipping me, he pulled my pants and boxers in one smooth move. My leaking cock waved proudly to greet us.
Well, this one doesn't look bored in the least,
he said as he gave me one slow stroke and used his thumb to circle the head. I sucked in a breath at his electrifying touch. My eyes closed as I arched my back to get closer to him. He must have found my actions amusing since I was met with another chuckle. My eyelids popped open to shoot him a glare. Is something funny? I asked, my voice full of warning. Some of my previous partners thought it was strange that I was such a slut for pleasure. They looked at my size and assumed that I would be a buff, stoic top like the ones they'd seen in their porn. If I wanted to just drown myself in pleasure, that was nobody's business but mine.
Of course not,
he said with a cheeky grin that made his dimples look extra sexy.
I'm just admiring the view, and it's one heck of a view, too.
His eyes darkened to a stormy blue as he greedily took in my body. You're not so bad yourself, I said as I slid a hand down his firm chest and toned abdominal muscles to cup the large hard-on that awaited me. He winced at my touch and grabbed my wrist to bring it over my head.
There's time for that later. We were supposed to make sure that you wouldn't get bored, remember?
He leaned down to bite my ear hard. I groaned at the pain and the pleasure that immediately followed as he played with the spot he'd bitten with his tongue. I hadn't known my ears were one of my erogenous zones, but I guess they were, considering the burst of pre-cum that gushed out from his actions. Liam didn't linger long as he made his way down my body again and enveloped my leaking cock without any preamble.
Fuck,
I groaned out as I tightened my grip in his hair. His mouth felt heavenly, and with how worked up he'd had me with his teasing and the week-long foreplay that our every interaction seemed to have turned into, I was already at the point of bursting. I tightened my fingers, not sure if I wanted to pull him off to prolong the pleasure or push him down to choke on my cock and race to the thrilling end that I so desperately wanted. He didn't give me a choice as he slipped his hand underneath me and pushed a finger into my empty hole. The dry entry stung, but the pain had only increased the intensity of the pleasure he brought me. Just like all our previous interactions, he didn't do anything half-heartedly. Everything with Liam was quick and fast, intense like the man before me. His finger dug deeper until he hit the magical spot, and along with his onslaught with his tongue, I didn't stand a chance.
Fuck, I'm gonna come,
I warned as I tugged his head off of me. His hand replaced his mouth as he stroked me through my orgasm. My essence covered his hand, and the sight brought another round of pleasure to overtake my body. Squeezing my eyes shut, I rode the wave of the intense climax. My breath came out in huffs as I pushed Liam's hand away to stop the overstimulation that followed the pleasure. His finger slipped out of my ass. I squeezed my hole, missing the feeling of being filled. I lazily opened my eyes to be faced with Liam's erection that was almost bursting out of his dress pants. Licking my lips, I imagined what it'd feel like to be fucked by him. I had a feeling that it would be nothing if not intense, and that thought almost had me popping another boner. The key word being almost. I didn't have enough stamina to go round after round, but I could have my own fun with him while I recovered. My eyes moved up, and I found Liam watching me with a strange expression. Lust was evident in his eyes, but there was a trace of something else that I couldn't place, but I could sense the heaviness in his gaze. That certainly wasn't boring, I joked to try to lighten the mood, but Liam didn't laugh. He seemed shocked out of whatever daze he was in, and his eyes widened as if he wasn't expecting to find me under him. The lust disappeared from his face and was replaced by the cold mask that he'd been wearing the first time I'd met him. And I didn't know which hurt more. Before I could say anything, he wiped his cum-stained hand against the sheets and got off of me. He grabbed a shirt that had fallen on the floor and put it back on. I propped myself up on my elbows and watched him finish getting dressed. Is everything okay? Did I do something wrong? I hated how vulnerable I sounded, and the hurt continued to pack on top of itself when Liam glanced back with his cool expression and shot me a smug smile that held none of the playfulness that all his previous ones had. Of course not. What makes you say that? He asked with a brow raised. I opened my mouth, but couldn't find the words to answer. He glanced at the mirror and smoothed out his brown tufts until there wasn't a single sign that I'd messed up his hairstyle while he was sucking my cock. My eyes never left him as I watched each of his moves. I could tell that he was aware of my gaze by the stiff muscles that popped on his neck despite trying to look calm, but he never made an effort to address the sudden elephant in the room. With one last check in the mirror, he turned his head to shoot me a glance. Looks like the sheets aren't new anymore. Switch them out with the new ones, Mr. Wells. He ordered before striding out the door, leaving me there with my soft dick still hanging out and my head turning at how fast his attitude had changed. I stared at the closed door with shock for an entire minute before what he'd said had finally sunk in. That fucker. He did not just give me a blowjob to prove his point. Anger welled up inside of me as I clenched my fists until they turned red from the force. Liam Wright was a fucking asshat, and now that he'd shown me his true colors, I was staying as far away from the man as possible. Chapter 13. Liam. It was supposed to be fun. A quick way to blow off some steam so that I could finally get the man out of my mind. But seeing his vein that usually throbbed from annoyance quiver with pleasure that I'd brought him had unlocked something inside of me. The way he responded to my touches was addicting, and this fling with him wasn't supposed to be anything more than a one-time thing. However, when he gazed at me with his expressive eyes filled with warmth and contentment from the orgasm I'd given him, I knew I was in trouble. I had to get out of there before his warmth sucked me in and captured me until I never wanted to leave. It was difficult to walk away from the beautiful man lying there when all I'd wanted was to work him up for another round, but I'd grown up learning how to hide my emotions and restrain myself from what I wanted. Eric Wells was an enchanting man that was worming his disobedient self into my heart, and I needed to get the hell away before he succeeded. Leaving him like that and throwing those words at him was shitty, but he'd get over it. Or maybe it was better if he hated me for it. Perhaps then he'd push me away, and I wouldn't have to continue fighting the urge to be close to him. Over the next couple of days, I made sure to contact Alfred if I needed anything regarding the hotel. Eric was a lot happier about this arrangement than he'd been the last time I avoided him, and I couldn't blame him. The few times I'd run into him at the hotel, he'd scowl every time he caught sight of me before turning to leave. He didn't want to be around me, and why would he, after what I did to him? This entire situation was of my own doing, and I hated the regret that coursed through my body every time I caught a glimpse of the man I'd hurt. Wrights didn't regret anything. We were decisive in our actions, and if we made a mistake, we'd turn the mistake into an opportunity that would benefit us. But I didn't know how to turn this regret into something that wouldn't eat me alive. But hey, at least things were running smoothly at the hotel. That had to count for something, right? Leaving the hotel matters aside for today, I picked up some desserts from Caleb's bakery and headed to my childhood friend's place. He'd moved into my building years ago and still lived there even after getting back together with my brother. They planned to move back to the right manor after the wedding, but for now, it was nice having Noah a short walk away. Despite being in the middle of workday, there was a high chance that Noah was home. He was a bit of a homebody, which made being an author the perfect job for him. Not even a minute after knocking, he opened the door as if he had expected me. "Hey, Liam," he greeted with a happy smile as he stepped aside to let me in. His 2 kittens, Molly and Tom, immediately ran up to me to inspect the newcomer in their home. Although they couldn't really be considered kittens anymore with how big they'd gotten these past few weeks. Noah had adopted them when they were the size of my palm, and now they were almost full grown. "Did you miss your Uncle Liam?" I asked as Tom rubbed against my leg. Molly took a sniff of me before deeming me boring and walking off to presumably take a nap somewhere under the sun. "This is why you're my favorite," I fake whispered to Tom as I picked him up. "But don't tell your sister that." Noah chuckled and poured me a glass of water before heading to sit on the couch. Tom, the little traitor, immediately struggled out of my arms to lay on Noah's lap. "I guess I'm just destined to be alone," I said with a dramatic sigh as I slumped into the seat next to him. Noah snorted, but there was an amused twinkle in his eye as he stroked Tom. He looked so at peace with himself, and it was a good look on him. For the few years that he was apart from my brother, it was like he'd lost a piece of himself, and I guessed he had. Growing up with them, they had always been a unit. I'd watched their relationship evolve from childhood friends to lovers, and while I'd been jealous, it was because I knew their love was something special. Noah and Lucas belonged together, and that was as true as saying the sky was blue. Noah snuggled with Tom and let out a happy sigh as he looked around the room. The living room had 2 desks set up next to each other where Noah and Lucas worked together when Lucas didn't have to head into the office. Over the weeks, more traces of Lucas had appeared in the tiny apartment, and the place was really becoming a warm home that belonged to the 2 of them. The entire apartment could probably fit inside Lucas's old room at the right manor, but he seemed a lot happier here than at the manor. "So, how is everything? You haven't stopped by recently," Noah said, breaking the calm silence. "Just trying to give you and Lucas some space, you know? I'm sure you don't need a 3rd wheel cramping your reunion." Daily visits to Noah's were once part of my routine. I wanted to make sure that he was okay, and it was my way of resolving some of the guilt of being part of the reason why they were separated for so long. Neither of them blamed me, and everything had turned out fine in the end, but I hated the fact that I'd hurt 2 of the most important people to me. It was also the reason why I couldn't let Lucas down now. He'd put me in charge of reorganizing Corio City's Roslyn Hotel branch, and I would make sure I did just that. And that was exactly why I couldn't let myself be distracted by anyone, no matter how alluring they were. "You know you're always welcome around. Besides, it's been months already. We've spent so much time together since then that we're pretty much sick of each other by now," he said with a wave of his hand, but with how his demeanor changed just by the mention of my brother's name, I knew he didn't mean his words. "I'll believe that when the sun sets in the east," I teased, which only earned me a bashful smile from Noah. "Speaking of which, where is my dear brother? I thought he was working from home this week." Lucas had spent the past couple of weeks traveling back and forth to close the Roslyn Hotel acquisition. Now that the ink had dried on the contracts, he basically refused to work from the office for the next week unless it was an emergency. His reasoning was that he was just as efficient, if not more, at home, where he wasn't spending the entire workday missing his fiancée. "He's visiting with Grandpa. Apparently, they need to discuss something top secret, which is code for the surprise birthday party they're planning for me," Noah said with a giggle. Grandfather had been the person most against Noah and Lucas's relationship. Now, he was their biggest cheerleader and nagged at them to get married at every family dinner. Noah was definitely the favorite grandchild, made even more evident as the only one permitted to call him Grandpa. "Birthday party? I don't know what you're talking about. Is your birthday coming up soon?" I said with nonchalance. It was called a surprise for a reason. although they were planning it super early since there was still over a month until his birthday.
You know, for being a so-called stoic right, you kinda suck at lying,
he said with a laugh. I squinted at him for a minute, wondering if I could bluff my way out of this. I knew I couldn't when he stared back at me with a knowing smile. How did you find out? I asked in defeat.
I overheard Lucas talking on the phone with Grandpa when he thought I was sleeping. He snickered. He isn't as stealthy as he thinks he is. Besides, you're more expressive when you talk than you think you are. It's only when you're not entirely truthful that your indifferent mask appears.
I gawked at him, shocked by this knowledge. I didn't know I had a tell. I was raised to always hide my emotions, and I thought I was good at hiding them, but apparently not. He must have found my expression hilarious, since he let out a full-bellied laugh. I'm glad my distress is funny to you. Always happy to be of service. I deadpanned. I frowned as I watched him wipe a finger under his eye before finally settling down. He appraised me for a second and turned a bit more solemn.
You know, showing your emotions isn't always a bad thing, Liam. We aren't robots. If we don't express ourselves, others won't know what we're thinking and will misunderstand,
he said with a far-off look. I had a feeling he wasn't talking about me anymore, but was remembering how a single misunderstanding had torn him and my brother apart for years. Well, apparently, I'm as easy to read as an open book, I teased to lighten the mood. It worked, since Noah shook off whatever memories were haunting him and laughed at my joke.
Anyway, we're not here to talk about this super-secret party that I absolutely know nothing about. How is everything going with the hotel? Lucas is very proud of what you've accomplished so far,
Noah said, and I groaned. Of course he was going to bring up the one thing I didn't want to talk about. I came here to try and take my mind off the hotel. Plus, I couldn't let him know that I'd laid hands on the sexy manager who oversaw said hotel.
Is something wrong?
He asked with a frown. What could be wrong? Everything is great. Why would you think otherwise? He stared at me, and I could feel the sweat forming under his intense gaze.
You know, you're doing it again. You're obviously hiding something.
Fuck. Was my tell that obvious, or was it because he knew me too well? I really needed to work on it. Sighing, I contemplated how much truth I had to tell without revealing everything to him. Knowing Noah, he wasn't going to let this go until I spilled everything. Everything really is fine. It's just...
Just?
He prompted when I paused to think of how to tell him what had happened without sounding like a heartless jerk, though I probably deserved that title. I may have fooled around with the manager, I confessed, and peered at him to see his reaction.
Oh, is that all?
He said, looking relieved.
I thought something terrible had happened.
You don't sound shocked or mad. Aren't you going to berate me for messing around with someone who worked under me? He shrugged and shot me a pointed stare.
You're not exactly known for keeping it in your pants. I'd rather it wasn't with the hotel's manager, but I'm an author, and that's the perfect setup for a cute office romance. The two of you find each other so irresistible that you start off as fuck buddies, and before you know it, you guys are falling in love.
Whoa, back up there. Who said anything about falling in love? Eric may be very fuckable, but I knew nothing about the man. The only emotion between us was lust, and I'd already messed up and made sure even that was out of the equation.
You're an amazing guy, and you deserve love, too, he said, his eyes softening when I let out a sigh.
The truth was, I did want love. I wanted a person who belonged only to me. I wanted it so badly I'd mistaken my jealousy for the love Lucas and Noah had as unrequited love for my childhood friend. It took a while for me to figure that one out, but once I did, I dated basically everyone in the city trying to find love, but had never found the connection I craved. And I definitely didn't want to think about the spark of connection I'd felt for Eric, since I'd completely ruined everything between us. Maybe this was a sign from the world telling me that I didn't have a right to love, and if I ever had the chance to feel this way with someone else, I'd probably do something stupid to ruin it again. We're not all lucky enough to find our soulmate right out of the womb. Maybe love just isn't in the cards for me, I said.
Well, you definitely won't find someone with that attitude.
He paused for a second, considering something before saying,
You know, I probably shouldn't be encouraging you to try anything with someone who works under you, but you're only in charge of the hotel for a couple of months anyway. And the two of you are obviously attracted enough to each other to disregard your statuses and mess around. Perhaps you could take it slow and see if this thing with him leads anywhere.
There definitely was enough fire between the two of us to burn down the entire hotel. Being with Eric felt different. There was a connection between us that I hadn't felt with any of my other one-night stands, and that was the very reason why I'd freaked out and ran out on him last week. The feelings I'd had during the hookup felt more real than anything else, and that terrified me. It didn't matter if I had figured it out now. It was too little, too late. I'd pushed him away. I saw the hurt expression he had when I left him on the bed, and it took everything in me not to play off my words as a joke and fall into bed with him to kiss the hurt away. Why the fuck did I bring up the linens? It's not going to happen. I messed up, I said, running a hand over my face.
What did you do?
I sighed and told Noah everything that had happened, from the argument we had over the linens to the sizzling energy that was between us that led to falling into bed, to ordering him to change to the new company sheets after blowing him off. When I finished my story, I was met with Noah's glare.
Wow, you really are a jerk.
I know. That's why nothing is ever going to happen between us again, I said, hanging my head. It obviously wasn't my best moment. I panicked and did the first thing that had popped into my head.
You're lucky he didn't report you for abuse of power or something. He probably thought the only reason you gave him the blowjob was to get him to follow your orders.
I know, I said again with a groan. It was such a dick move, one that I'd regretted since the words had left my mouth.
Well, did you apologize?
Noah asked, and I stared at him like he had 8 heads. What?
It's been a week. Please tell me you apologized for your behavior. It's the least you could do,
he said. His words were very reasonable, but I didn't know how I'd even go about doing that.
Liam, please tell me that you at least talked to him.
Noah sounded more exasperated now. I've kind of been avoiding him, I admitted, which earned me another death glare.
I can't believe you. I thought rights didn't run away and face their problems head on.
Great. I'd already failed as a boss, and now I was failing as a right. Noah bumped my shoulder, and I looked up to find concern in his eyes.
Hey, there's no point in dwelling on the past, so let's look toward the future. From what I see, you have options.
And what are they?
You can either continue to ignore the man like none of it happened, or you can suck it up and talk to him.
Was I the coward who ran away from the man I couldn't stop thinking about, or was I going to fight and see where this connection I felt with him would lead? It looked like I had some thinking to do. Chapter 14. Eric. Irritation haunted me the week following the blowjob that I was never going to mention to another soul. Alfred interrogated me on my prickly attitude, asking if it had something to do with a certain rite. He was spot on, as always, but there was no way in hell I was going to tell him what had happened between Liam and me. I'd felt so stupid to have fallen for his games, to be used like that by him, just so that he got what he'd wanted. Joke's on him, because there was no way in hell I was going to follow his order after he treated me like that. In fact, I specifically told my coworkers to put the linens from the new company in the very back of our stock until our current ones were worn out. If Liam had a problem with it, he hadn't said anything to me. Not that we were on speaking terms at the moment, anyway. Not that I wanted to talk to him or anything. With Ava still on vacation, there was no one else to report to besides Liam. It was a good thing that communicating through email or through Alfred seemed sufficient enough. Thankfully, most of the crucial part of the hotel integrations had already been implemented over the last few weeks. so it wasn't necessary for Liam to come to the hotel every day. Today just so happened to be one of the days he came for an inspection. I figured it would be like every other time he'd been here this week. He'd take a look around, make some notes on things to complain about, and send me an email of said complaints later. I was standing by the front desk chatting with my coworkers. There was a lull in the guests coming to check in, and no one besides us in the lobby, so we had a bit of a breather. As long as everything got done, I wasn't too picky about my coworkers taking a 10-minute break here or there. I was chatting with the receptionist about the guests that were checking in this afternoon when some of my other coworkers stood off to the side to quickly check their phones. Liam hadn't said anything about the phones since the day in my office, so I figured he was either okay with it or too lazy to bother with it.
I still can't believe we have to stop by the front desk to check on our phones. Even my kid has more freedom with her phone than I do,
Bonnie grumbled. She was a middle-aged lady who started working there a few years back. She had a tendency to gossip, but was a hard worker overall. My coworkers were being very accommodating with abiding by the new cell phone rule, but I knew they were getting antsy. I couldn't blame them, since who didn't have their phones on them 24/7 these days?
Tell me about it. I feel like I'm back in high school all over again,
Madeline, the newest member of our house-cleaning staff, said. I snickered under my breath, considering the girl only graduated high school a few months back.
I swear, the new boss is such an asshole. Like, if he wasn't so hot, he'd have nothing going for him. You mean besides all his wealth and prestige?
Bonnie teased, and the teenager rolled her eyes.
So, just because you're rich, does that mean you can do whatever you want?
Madeline said with a huff.
Though, I guess he really doesn't give a damn what others think of him, especially considering how he dresses.
That comment earned giggles from all the coworkers within hearing distance. I shot them a warning glare to quiet down. I knew gossiping was a huge part of any job, but I would only tolerate it if they didn't go too far. Complaining about the jackass was one thing, but making fun of him, despite how horrendous I thought he dressed, was another. They made zipping motions over their lips with their hands and turned back to their phones for a minute before gossiping again. This time, their voices were lower, but I could still make out their conversation.
I heard he complains about every single little thing we do. About the cleaning, the sheets we use, how the receptionist greets guests. He even complained to Chef about his food. Like, can you believe that? Everyone loves Chef's cooking,
Bonnie said.
Right? Just how miserable do you have to be to complain about every single thing? Like, lighten up. I bet he'll be one of those cranky old men who yells at kids to get off their lawn. If he ends up alone, that's what he gets. He'll deserve it.
Madeline's voice was so full of malice, and she didn't even try to whisper. I got it. I currently wasn't too happy with the man either, but that didn't warrant anyone wishing ill on him, and protective instincts bubbled up at those words. I may have cursed him in my mind for basically using me in the hotel room, but bad-mouthing him so openly felt like bad taste. And to do it in front of me, and in the lobby where any guest could walk by and hear, that went over the line. I stood to my full 6-foot height, towering over the women much smaller than I was, and putting on my fiercest expression. I was friendly with all the staff and acted more like their friend than manager. And while it worked for the most part, perhaps my lax attitude had led them to thinking they could say whatever they wanted in front of me. I glanced around the lobby to check there wasn't anyone else near us before I caused a huge scene. You can have whatever opinions you want, but that doesn't mean you can run your mouths however you want. The two women looked up at me with eyes full of shock, probably not used to hearing me talk to them like this. Besides, Liam isn't as bad as you're making him out to be. He may be an asshole at times, but I truly believe he's trying to do what's best for the hotel. The royalty program he'd implemented that integrated points for hotel stays, food at our restaurant, and services at our spa had our guests spending more money on average and booking their next stay months out. Plus, it gave us important data on guests' behaviors and spending habits to better serve them in the future. And even if you don't like some of the new rules, it doesn't give you the right to talk about him like that. Liam has been nothing but respectful and cordial to all our staff. Besides me. He'd been a jerk to me, But we weren't talking about me right now. However, other than the two gossips in front of me, all my coworkers seemed to love Liam as a person. They were annoyed at his stupid cell phone rule, but besides that, had nothing but nice things to say about the man. He was eccentric at times, sure, but he was kind to the staff and didn't talk down to them like some of the previous upper brass had. And regardless of how much of a cocky motherfucker he tried to act like, I'd witnessed the huge softy that he was inside when he had tried to negotiate with Star to go home with him. He wasn't someone who deserved to be gossiped about when he was trying to do his job. Now, I don't want to hear anyone talking about our new boss like that again. Do you hear me? They nodded, but stayed silent in their shock as they studied me. I sighed, knowing that by this time tomorrow, there would be rumors about me lashing out. I didn't keep my being queer a secret, and I was sure these women would let their imaginations run wild about my sudden outburst in defending the hot right. None of that mattered. I could deal with the rumors later. Right now, I wanted some peace and calm to reflect on why I'd acted so intensely at hearing them badmouth Liam. Break time's over. Let's get back to work, I said with a clap of my hands. Being dismissed, Bonnie and Madeline scrambled away and rushed back to the housekeeping area. I watched them leave and turned to the receptionists, who were watching me with curious eyes. This didn't happen, I said, and they nodded before turning to their computer screens again. I took the chance to escape so that I could get some time to myself. I wasn't feeling all that sociable after that out-of-character rant. I didn't like being the restrictive manager that had everyone cowering in fear, but I also wasn't going to be a pushover and let them say and do whatever the hell they wanted. Thinking of going to my office to take care of some administrative tasks so that I could hide for a bit, I turned to the staff area. There was a corner by the front desk that was a blind spot for anyone standing by the desk, but was close enough to hear everything that was being said. I turned the corner and found Liam standing there, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed against his chest. Fuck. Did he hear everything? When he saw me, he shot me his cocky grin that had me breathing a sigh of relief. He wouldn't be smiling if he heard the hotel staff talking smack about him, right? But the breath got choked in my throat again at his next words. So, I'm an asshole, huh?
Chapter 15. Liam. I had no illusions that I would be liked by everyone at the hotel. I wasn't there to be liked. I was there to get the job done. For the most part, the transition was going very well, if I ignored the little snafu with Eric. That was the main reason for my visit at the hotel today. It wasn't unusual for me to randomly stop by to see how everything was running, but today, I specifically came to talk to Eric. More like, apologize to him. What I hadn't expected to witness was Eric defending me to his coworkers. With my weeks of interacting with the staff at the hotel, I found that Eric had a good relationship with everyone who worked here. They were like family, for lack of better words. And for him to take my side, someone who'd he'd only known for a few weeks and was currently pissed off at, had warmth spreading throughout my entire body. I was used to unkind words. Being in the spotlight meant that there would always be greedy eyes following me, but that didn't mean it wasn't nice having someone defending me. Eric was showing me kindness that I didn't deserve, and that was just a testimony of his large heart. And fuck if that didn't make me like him even more. I'd planned to leave before they found me there, and I was caught eavesdropping, but I was so caught up in my thoughts that Eric was standing in front of me when I'd snapped out of it. So, I'm an asshole, huh? I said, voicing the first thing that had popped in my mind. I knew it was entirely the wrong thing to say by the deep frown that marred Eric's face. He crossed his arms, his posture mirroring mine, but with much more aggression. Are you saying you're not? He asked in challenge. I sighed, knowing that I had no right to refute that. Look, could we talk somewhere more private? I said, glancing around. There was a perfect view of the staff area from where we were standing, and I could see a couple of people taking their break. There was so much I'd wanted to say to Eric, but I didn't particularly want an audience.
Eric studied me with an even deeper frown and said in an almost growl, "In private? Why? So that you can play me for a fool again and wrap me around your pretty little finger?" I knew he was lashing out, but his words made me smile. "You think my fingers are pretty?" I asked, and this time he did growl. It was a deep rumble that came from his chest, and if he wasn't so pissed, the sound would have had me popping a boner. However, I knew when not to push my limits. "Look, I know I crossed the line the other day, and I am an asshole, but I don't want to be. At least not to you. So, will you let me explain myself and apologize?" He watched me, probably trying to figure out what games I was playing. Unluckily for him, I wasn't playing any games. I was dead serious, and I wasn't going to give up until he heard me out. "Fine. You have 5 minutes," he said before turning toward his office without waiting for my reply. I obediently followed him into the empty room, locking the door behind me so that we didn't have any interruptions. He watched my actions with his eyes narrowed, but didn't comment. I stared at him for a few seconds, soaking him in. It'd been a few days since I'd last seen him up close, and I couldn't get enough of his handsome features, even if they were staring back at me with displeasure at this moment. I merely smiled at him, which only made his frown deepen even more. "Well, what is it? Are you here to complain about something else that you find distasteful? Or perhaps you wanted to have your way with me again before leaving me like a used towel?" "What? No, I never thought of you like that," I insisted and took a step closer to him. He stood his ground, and with his bulky arms crossed against his chest, he looked like an immobile wall. "This is coming out all wrong. Look, I meant it when I said I wanted to apologize. What we did in the hotel room was amazing, and I freaked out and left you there. It was a shitty thing to do, and I apologize." I looked at him with earnest eyes, hoping that I could convey the sincerity of my words. "I'm really sorry for treating you like that, and I completely understand if you never want anything to do with me again." Eric studied me, and I couldn't read his current emotions. His normally expressive self was hidden under the wall of anger. I hated that this was how it was between us now. I held my breath and waited for him to say something. Anything. "I accept your apology." Huh? I was expecting him to berate me, to yell at me or curse at what a terrible person I was. Whatever I was expecting, it wasn't this. "What? You didn't think I'd forgive you so easily?" he said with a smirk, and damn if I didn't almost swoon at how his entire face lit up. I wasn't sure if I'd ever see his smile directed at me again. "I wasn't really sure. I was such an asshole that I couldn't blame you if you hated me forever." He walked to the little couch he had nestled against the wall and gestured for me to take a seat in the chair in front of his desk. I followed his orders and took a seat. This was a good sign, right? Sitting meant he was open to chatting some more. It was the opposite of kicking me out of his room and his life forever. "I'm not going to lie and say that what you did didn't hurt, because it did. Being used doesn't feel good, and being left in a vulnerable situation like that was even worse." He grumbled, and I hung my head in shame, which only made him laugh. "I'm not used to seeing you like this. I thought you were always so sure of yourself and of everything you do. I was starting to think that you didn't give a damn about what anyone thought of you." "You're not wrong. I usually don't care what others think. Considering how it seems like half the world has some sort of opinion regarding me, I'd be exhausted if I did. But with you, it's different. I care what you think," I said honestly, and he sucked in a breath. If I wanted him to trust me, then I needed to be honest with him. "Why do you keep doing that?" he asked. I gave him a confused look, genuinely confused by his sudden question. I wasn't aware that I was doing anything besides apologizing. "Half the time you tease me and act like you hate me, but then the other times, it makes me think that you might even like me." But I do like you, I blurted. Eric gave me the deer in the headlights look as he hung his mouth open at my words. Shit. I wasn't supposed to say that. I cleared my throat and attempted to fix my blunder. I mean, I like you as a person, and considering that we'll be seeing each other at the hotel, we should at least get along with each other, right? Right. Eric agreed. He paused as he considered something, then said, Also, what we did last week was a mistake. It was a line that we shouldn't have crossed, no matter how. His burning eyes looked me up and down. Attractive, we find each other. I think it's best if we keep things strictly professional going forward. He finished by clearing his throat and flicking his gaze away from me. My heart dropped at his words. This was exactly the opposite of what I'd wanted. I'd come into his office knowing there was a chance that he'd never want anything to do with me again, but when he'd accepted my apology, the hope rose again just to be crushed in an instant. I wanted him under me again, to see his face come apart with the pleasure that I'd brought him. But if that was completely off the table, I'd settle with whatever I could take. My thoughts exactly. Chapter 16. Eric. I didn't know what I expected Liam to say, but agreeing to keep this strictly professional so easily kind of stung, if I was being completely honest. I knew it was the right choice of action, but it had me wondering if ignoring the attraction that had been brewing between us since the moment he waltzed into my hotel was that easy for him, because it definitely wasn't for me. When he said he'd liked me, the way my heart quickened was unmistakable. It was a dangerous slope that I needed to shut down, and quickly, so I did the only thing that made sense to me. I pushed him away, because whatever was happening between us couldn't happen. I didn't want anything serious, and if I needed to release some steam, I could find someone a whole lot less complicated to do it with than my boss. So why does his answer bother me so much? Fine. Good. Exactly what I want to hear, I replied. My hands felt antsy, so I crossed my arms to do something with them. Are you angry? Liam asked, probably confused by my sudden change in mood. He wasn't the only one confused, and I couldn't explain the sourness that was lingering in my stomach, so I switched the subject. Not at all, I said, trying to sound less pissed than I was actually feeling. And since we're clearing the air, I should probably let you know that I didn't, in fact, change the linens. As manager, I saw no need to waste the perfectly good ones we currently have. I had house cleaning place the new ones you ordered in storage for future use. Liam's jaw clenched, but he didn't say anything. I could see the irritation flowing from him, but he took a deep breath and tried to rein it in. Was it messed up that seeing him like this alleviated some of the anger I was feeling? To my surprise, he didn't argue about not getting his way. He let out another puff of air before smiling. Fine. Good, he said, copying what I'd said earlier. It's just as well, anyway. I suppose not being wasteful is better for the environment. Exactly, I said with a genuine smile. I'm so glad you're finally seeing things my way. He leaned forward in his seat and rested his chin on his hands. Since we're getting things off our chests, why don't you tell me what else you'd like me to see your way? He delivered the smooth words with an authoritative tone that had my heart thumping loudly against my chest. I had to avert my eyes, or else I'd show just how much I liked it. I had to keep things professional. Since you're open to discussion, perhaps you'll finally reconsider your stupid phone rule, I said, and instantly winced. Maybe calling his rule stupid wasn't the smartest thing to do, especially when he was being so amiable. Fortunately, his smile only deepened. Stupid, huh? He said with a twinkle in his eyes. I don't see what needs to be discussed, considering no one deemed it necessary to comply with that stupid rule, anyway. I don't know what you're talking about. I feigned ignorance. We did exactly what you asked. No one is carrying their phones on their person. He narrowed his eyes as he watched me. I didn't back down and held his gaze. I didn't have a guilty conscience about my actions. I was only doing what was best for my staff. When it seemed like he wasn't going to say anything anytime soon, I spoke up. Look, I get that you only want what's best for the hotel, but I can promise you that our employees having their phones on them won't affect their productivity. In fact, having to go to the lobby every time they need to check their phones is probably cutting into their work time more than anything else. He didn't seem too convinced, so I continued. Why don't we just give them a chance, and you can see the results for yourself. If anyone is abusing their phone privilege, I will personally take responsibility. You can issue whatever punishment you see fitting. A sly smile appeared on his cocky face at my words. His eyes moved down to my lips as he licked his own. Whatever punishment I see fitting, huh? I swallowed the sudden saliva that pooled in my mouth as I bobbed my head up and down while trying not to look like an idiot. He had to know how he was affecting me and must be doing this on purpose. He leaned in closer, and my breath caught in my throat. Memories of how his lips tasted flashed in my mind and almost had me popping a boner despite just agreeing that we'd keep things professional. I hated the fact that I wanted another taste of him. Usually, I never went back for seconds with hookups, but maybe it was because he'd left before things could actually get going that I couldn't help but crave more. Just as I was about to close my eyes and take the kiss I wanted, professionalism be damned, he stood. I glanced up to find him looking at me with a knowing smile. The fucker knew exactly what he was doing, but acted like nothing had happened. Fine, we'll do as you say and do the trial run. Be prepared for punishment if work efficiency decreases. I hardened my gaze and also pretended like the last few minutes hadn't happened. And if it doesn't, I suppose you want a reward, then. But for some reason, I think you'd much prefer the punishment, he said with a hint of amusement in his voice. So much for keeping things professional. The fucker then turned and left without a backward glance, leaving me hard and all sorts of confused in my own office. My brain didn't know if we liked the dude or not, but my body was for sure on board with the idea of him. I might have won the battle with him regarding the phones, but I couldn't help but feel that I'd lost the mental game we'd been playing, and I didn't know how I felt about that. At least my coworkers would be happy to hear about getting their phones back. Chapter 17. Liam. I hated to admit it, but Eric was right. Not only were the staff happier with this new arrangement, leading to less complaints every time I saw them hanging around the lobby, their productivity actually increased. Rooms were being cleaned faster. At first, I thought they were half-assing the job, but after inspecting the rooms, I couldn't find anything to be dissatisfied about. They did their work perfectly and efficiently. I'd caught a couple of staff checking their phones while on duty, but it only lasted a few moments before they got back on task. Perhaps my original decision of keeping their phones away from them was fueled by one negative experience from the teenager I'd fired the first week I was here, and Eric had been right all along. This was a fact that annoyed me to no end. It was also especially irritating to see his smug smile in the days following our talk in his office. He was very well aware that he'd won this time and had no problem gloating about it. Although he could gloat all he wanted if it meant that he'd keep showing me those lively expressions of his. Gone were the days of shooting me an indifferent glare. Now his features lit up with delight every time he faced me. And it didn't even bother me that this was all brought on by my misfortune. Okay, it only bothered me a teeny tiny bit. That was why I was only a tiny bit annoyed when I got him alone in the corner of the staff area. Fine, you win, I gritted, pushing back the smile that threatened to spill at his happy expression. What could I say? The man was already handsome, but when he was happy, he absolutely glowed, so much so that I couldn't take my eyes off of him. What do you want as a prize? His eyes widened like he wasn't expecting my question. I thought you were kidding about that. Why? We made an agreement, and I don't break my promises. Not ever? He asked, and for some reason it felt like the question wasn't as simple as it seemed. Did he also think about how we agreed to keep things strictly professional? Because I sure as hell did. I'd spend more hours than I cared to admit thinking of ways to change his mind, but came up with nothing. If this was how he wanted things, I had to respect his wishes. I'd already acted the jerk in front of him and wasn't planning on making the same mistake twice. Things hadn't been as tense between us these past few days as it had been last week, and that should have been a good thing. Instead, I found myself missing the back-and-forth jabs we took at each other. Of course, rights don't go back on their word, I said. His nostrils flared for a quick second before he turned away from me. Fine, he said, his arms crossed, obviously closing himself off to me as well. The man confused me to no end. He was the one who said there should be nothing but professionalism between us, and now he got mad that I gave him just that? What the hell did he want from me? I gave him a few seconds to sort out his turbulent thoughts, because God knew that I needed those extra seconds for myself as well. In the end, he finally sighed and rubbed a hand over his face. I don't know what I want yet, so I'll get back to you. Why did I have a feeling he wasn't just referring to his reward? Whatever you want, I said, lowering my tone to convey that I would go along with his wishes in all aspects. It was ridiculous that I was leaving the ball in his court. I was a right. I took what I wanted without any regrets or hesitation, but it somehow felt good to give him the power to decide what he wanted. And if he chose me, then I'd know for sure that I wasn't the only one wanting to see where this confusing, infuriating spark between us leads. I knew I conveyed my meaning by the way his eyes dilated and his gaze automatically moved to my lips. I forced myself to keep calm, despite wanting nothing more than to steal another taste of him. Fortunately, he broke the silence before my restraint broke and I lost all self-control. Good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to work. I watched him leave, loving the way his ass jiggled in his form-fitting dress pants as he walked. All his suits were drab dark colors of black, grays, or blues, but they sure looked fine as fuck on him. Nice view, huh? Alfred said next to me, shaking me out of my daze. I made a sound in my throat, my eyes not leaving my target until Eric was out of sight. Alfred was smirking at me when I turned to face him. I should care that I was caught openly ogling the hotel's manager, but I didn't. Is there a problem? Of course not, he said with another wide grin. I just wanted to see if you needed anything, boss. I watched him for a second, but he only returned my glare with an innocent smile. From what I heard from the rumor mill, Alfred was Eric's work husband. I'd seen them together on numerous occasions, just joking around or acting a lot more intimate than I'd seen other coworkers do with each other. Hugs might have been normal, but who gave their coworker a hug that lasted 4 minutes and 27 seconds? Yep, I'd counted as the seconds ticked by and they had their hands all over each other. It did seem nothing more than platonic, but that didn't mean I had to like it. That led to the question of whether Alfred had a thing for his so-called work husband, and if he wanted that relationship to extend beyond work. I'd heard the petite man had a boyfriend, but that didn't mean anything. People broke up all the time, and who wouldn't want someone as hot as Eric? Alfred laughed at my expression, which only had my already tense facial muscles stiffen even more. Relax, Eric's all yours, he said, as if he was able to read what was going through my mind. Had I lost my edge? Was I that easy to read? First Noah, and now this man who'd only known me for a month at most. Whatever the case was, I wasn't going to let my guard down around him. I'm not sure what you mean, I said, and he snickered behind his hand. Eric may be blind to these things, but these eyes see everything. The tension between you two is so thick I can slice through it with a butter knife. Whenever you two are in a room together, I swear the temperature rises a couple degrees. Honestly, I'm surprised the two of you haven't fucked yet. I thought Eric had more game than that. I choked on my spit at his words. He scrutinized my reaction, turning almost shocked.
Or perhaps you guys already did. I can't believe he never told me. So much for the sacred vow of telling your work husband all the juicy details, he said with a huff.
I don't think that's a real vow, I argued.
What was this conversation we were having, and how was the man so casual about finding that his coworker might have slept with his boss?
He seemed more mad that Eric hadn't told him what had happened than anything.
It should be. Thou shalt have no secrets between husbands, he said with a wave of his hands.
Laughter burst out of me at that. This man sure was something. You know you two aren't real husbands, right? That's not an official thing or anything, I said, instantly regretting the words as soon as they left my mouth.
He zoomed in on my words, another sly smile appearing as if he caught me doing something bad. Oh dear, is that jealousy I hear?
Jealousy? Of course not, I sputtered. Sure, I may not like how chummy the two of them seemed together, but I wasn't going to admit that. It was none of my business how Eric interacted with his friends. Alfred wasn't having my bluff and narrowed his eyes at me.
Sure, keep telling yourself that, boss. Just know that you're not fooling anyone here but yourself, he said, and I grumbled refutes under my breath, but couldn't actually say anything to deny his words. Anyway, maybe it's none of my business, but I wish nothing more than my dear Eric's happiness, even if it isn't with me, he said while dramatically wiping under his dry eyes. I've known Eric for years, and as his work husband, I automatically corrected. Alfred shot me a glare for interrupting him before continuing. I know the man pretty well, if I do say so myself. I've seen the way he looks at you, and it's different from how I've seen him treat his previous hookups. There's something about you that draws him in, and for whatever reason, he wants seconds after already having a taste, and he never goes back for seconds. I wasn't a stranger to hookup culture. I'd slept with countless men hoping to find a connection that lasted more than a night. I knew that not every person was like me and wanted something serious. But to hear that Eric had an interest in me despite the disastrous event in the hotel room, and even wanted to revisit our attraction when he was usually a one-and-done kind of man, now that had me puffing up with pride. You're right. It's none of your business, I said, despite the huge smile that stretched my face. Now, get back to work. His wide smile matched mine as he gave me a mock salute. Yes, sir. I didn't know what I was going to do with this new information just yet, but there was no way to deny what I wanted, and that was Eric in my bed again. I thought I'd be fine with just being around the man, being professional with him, and nothing more, but that obviously wasn't going to cut it. For reasons that I wasn't going to dig too deeply into right now, I wanted him. To hear from someone else that I hadn't just imagined the spark that was between us brought another shot of courage in me. I wouldn't be a right if I didn't chase after what I wanted, after all. Chapter 18. Eric. There was definitely innuendo in Liam's words. Neither of us said it out loud directly, but I had a hunch that we were both speaking on the same wavelength. Screw professionalism when I knew I could have a mind-shattering orgasm for the man who wanted me just as much as my body craved him. The only thing that stopped me was the fear that it would be another mistake like last time. Currently, I worked for him. What if he used me again like in the hotel room? Nobody liked being used. He did apologize for it, and I believed his apology, but was I willing to let myself potentially get hurt again for a good fuck? Yes. My body was more honest than I was. Sometimes it seemed like my brain was the last to know what was up. I wasn't one to think too deeply on who I slept with. The city was full of beautiful men to choose from, so it had to mean something when Liam was the only man I could think about right now. Heck, I haven't had a hookup since I'd met Liam.
While I told myself it was because the hotel transition had exhausted me to the point where I didn't have the mental capacity to do much after work, I knew that wasn't the only reason. If Liam hooked his finger at me for an after-work fuck, I'd probably go running, which was a mildly irritating thought. I wasn't some horny dog that could be beckoned at will. After leaving Liam at the corner, I didn't see him for the rest of the day. Alfred came to bother me a few times with his "I know something you don't" expression. He refused to tell me what it was, of course, so I'd kicked him out of my office so that I could quickly finish my work and get out of there. It was Thursday, which was officially dubbed board game night with my group of friends. After weeks of long hours at the hotel, I was determined to clock out on time and chill with my friends tonight. Zach, my best friend from college, met and fell in love with Caleb, his neighbor in the new building he moved into, because of course he would, and that somehow led to me hanging out with Caleb and his group and becoming good friends with all of them in turn. I finished the bulk of what I needed to do that day, so I clocked out and went home for a quick shower. Jason and Will hosted board game night, and they lived in Corio Heights. In fact, that was the very same building Zach had moved into, and where everyone else in their friend group, besides me, lived as well. However, there was no way I'd ever live in that building, and when I entered Will and Jason's apartment to see all the couples snuggled up next to each other, acting all mushy, I was reminded why. I swore there was something in the water in this building, because when I'd first met everyone, we were a group of happy, single men. Then, one by one, they all caught whatever was going around and fell in love. They all started coupling up until there were 3 couples, and I was now the 7th wheel. Noah, another resident of Corio Heights, was a new member of our group, and usually joined us for game night as well, but his partner, who hadn't moved into the building for even a month before they had fallen in love, I might add, had been traveling recently, so they were basically joined at the hip after he came back. I hadn't met Noah's boyfriend yet, but I heard they were childhood friends, and the dude seemed to make Noah happy, so that was all that mattered. It wasn't that I wasn't ecstatic for them, because I was. They were all great men who deserved all the happiness in the world, and I knew they found it with their partners. It was just that I sometimes felt like a fish out of water. Being the only single man in the group didn't bother me so much when I was good friends with everyone there, but it sometimes felt like my friends thought I needed exactly what they had, and I didn't. I wasn't interested in love or getting into a relationship with anyone. They were happy, I got that, but healthy relationships like theirs were rare. Most couples had love that burned hard and turned suffocating when the fire burned out. If they were lucky, they would figure out they weren't meant to be before starting an entire life together. If they weren't, they'd stay together regardless of how toxic and destructive their relationship was, because they valued their so-called vows. Like my parents. No, thank you. I was not interested in the whole together forever through thick and thin thing. I had a good life with amazing friends and a fulfilling job. I was happy being alone, and if I ever felt lonely, it wasn't hard to find someone to warm my bed. A good fuck was all I needed to recharge. Okay, we get it. You're all in love and life is beautiful, I said by way of greeting. My friends looked up to me from where they were sitting to smirk at me. Aha, are you jealous? Here, let me give you some lovin' as well, Zach said as he stood and walked toward me with his arms wide open. I ducked away from them, avoiding him as he tried to capture me. The others laughed as they watched Zach chase me around the kitchen. When he caught up, I used my height advantage to grab him in a loose chokehold and ruffled his hair. Zach laughed while in my hold and let me do whatever I wanted. I let him go a few seconds later, and he spun in my arms for the hug he'd originally threatened me with. I returned it this time, making sure to give him firm pats on the back. Thought you wouldn't make it again tonight, Zach said when he pulled back. Why? So you can hog all these sweet treats for yourself? I waved to the plates of desserts that Caleb graciously provided each week. We all told him that he didn't need to, but he insisted. Apparently feeding us made him happy, which matched his character perfectly. Caleb was a sweetheart who refused to accept our money at his bakery. He always stated that the only form of payment he would accept from us was in the form of labor. We all helped out at the bakery when we could, but Caleb never forced us or threatened to keep his desserts from us if we didn't, because that would have been a very effective threat. "The only sweets I need is this one right here," Zach said, walking over to where Caleb sat on the couch and landed a kiss in his hair. Caleb rolled his eyes, and I pretended to gag, causing another round of laughter from the others. "But if you're scared about all the desserts being gone, you should keep an eye on that one." Zach nodded to Jason, who was sitting on the floor by the coffee table. He had a plate in front of him, brimming full of cupcakes and cookies. Jason became alert when he noticed our gaze and wrapped his arms around the plate in a protective manner.
"These are mine. Caleb made them for me. Isn't that right?"
he asked, and Caleb nodded in confirmation. "They're all yours," I said with my hands up. I would never dare even dream of stealing snacks from Jason. He loved food almost as much as he loved his boyfriend. When I'd first met him, there was rarely a moment when I didn't see him munching on something or eating like it was his last meal on Earth. He'd calmed down and didn't shove everything down his throat anymore, but his love for food still hadn't changed. "Hey, Ian, Scott, how's everything going?" I turned to the last couple in the room. They were both sitting on the floor by Caleb and Zach, nibbling on cookies as they watched us, as if waiting for a good show to happen. "Hey, man, it's been good. We just decided what flowers we want to plant for the wedding," Scott said with a bright smile as he grabbed Ian's hand. Scott and Ian got engaged earlier this year and started planning for their wedding soon after. Apparently, Ian's family home had a large garden in the backyard, and they had decided to hold a ceremony with friends and family there next spring. "That's great. I can't wait to see the final result." I took a seat beside them on the floor. The living room wasn't small, but it got a bit cramped with 7 grown men taking over the space. Not that any of us minded getting cozy.
"It's going to be great. We're going to work on it more after the wedding in a couple weeks,"
Ian said, turning to hug his best friend's legs. Caleb's face reddened at the mention of his wedding, but the happy smile was clear for everyone to see.
"I can't believe it's finally happening,"
Caleb said. The excitement was practically bubbling out of him. "I know, sweets. I thought we'd never make time to plan for the wedding with how much of a workaholic you are," Zach teased and bumped Caleb with his shoulder. Caleb pushed him off with an eye roll, which only brought a hearty laugh from Zach. Zach may tease, but we all knew how supportive Zach was of Caleb's dream of opening a bakery. Despite working on building his own clientele for his restaurant consulting firm, he also helped Caleb at the bakery almost every day. They were both working for another company when they first met, and now they were both successful small business owners. They were truly the definition of a power couple. "We're just waiting for one more person," Will said, placing a glass of water on the coffee table for Jason before settling in next to him. He handed me a plate of snacks that he made for me. I gratefully accepted it and moaned as the flavors hit my taste buds. Caleb was a master of sweets. Mr. Hartley, their cat, immediately jumped into his lap for a snuggle. Will took it all in stride and petted the spoiled feline, activating loud purring. Will was a huge man, even bigger than I was, but he was a softie on the inside and was fiercely protective of those he loved. I was proud to know that I counted in that category. In fact, I was sure every single person here would fight through hell for each other. They were truly some of the kindest, sweetest people I'd met. I had the best friend group ever. "Did Noah decide to show up after all?" I asked as I grabbed a cookie from the plate. I noticed it was white chocolate macadamia nut cookies and snickered as memories of how Zach and Caleb first met surfaced in my mind. It was the most awkward moment as they both stumbled over lots of nut references and ED. Zach must have guessed what I was thinking since I suddenly felt a kick on my back. "Ouch!" I turned around to find him glaring at me. I shot him a wink as I took a bite out of the delectable cookie. As his best friend, it was kind of my duty to tease him. "No, we invited our landlord," Will answered my earlier question, completely ignoring the antics between Zach and I. "Your landlord?" I asked, turning back to our hosts. I didn't understand how anyone could be friends with their landlord. Heck, I probably only spoke to mine once a year for lease renewals since my rent was paid direct deposit.
Yeah, we're friends. We've been trying to get him to come, but this is the first time he actually accepted. You're going to love him. He's a great guy.
Jason piped up, and every single head in the room nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, I heard they're renting out Caleb's old place. Maybe this is a sign for you to move here too, considering most of your friends live here as well, Zach said, nudging my back with his foot again. Hell no. I'm not risking catching whatever you lot got, I said, wrapping my arms around myself and shuddering. I'd already spent enough time in the building as it was. I couldn't imagine what would happen if I moved here as well. Cupid would be out to get me like it was handing out candy on Halloween. Right. You don't need love, he said, emphasizing the last word. There's plenty of fish in the sea, and you don't believe in depriving anyone of your loving. Damn straight, I said with a smirk. Although I haven't had much time for anything besides work these past few weeks. Maybe that was why I'd been obsessing over my new boss so much. I needed a good fuck to forget all about him. Oh, right. You told me the guy they put in charge of your hotel was a huge pain in your ass. How's that going for you? Zach asked. I'd complained to Zach about Liam numerous times over the weeks, so he knew the gist of what had happened. Of course, I hadn't told a soul about what transpired in that hotel room. I would take that shameful moment to my grave. I wasn't expecting the apology earlier this week, but it was a nice surprise. Even though he'd been jerking me around since the beginning, I believe that his apology was sincere. Maybe I forgave him too easily, but what I'd learned was that holding grudges hurt you more than anyone else. It was better to just forgive and let go, and time would tell if he had actually meant his words or not. He apologized for his behavior. Things haven't been so bad recently, I said with a shrug. You guys kissed and made up, huh? Zach teased with his signature smirk. I scoffed. If only he knew how much I would have liked that. Screw professionalism if I could have another taste of those lips. When Liam had mentioned a reward for winning our little bet, my mind thought back to the blowjob where he'd sucked my brains out. I wouldn't have minded having another round of that, but he'd promised to keep things professional, and he didn't go back on his promises. My past self was so stupid to suggest that idea. What was a little rubbing off between two grown adults to let off some steam? It would only increase our productivity, since we wouldn't be so tense. He was only going to be my boss for a few more weeks anyway. The doorbell ringing interrupted my thoughts.
That's probably Liam. I'll let him in,
Jason said, jumping up from his seat on the floor to open the door. Liam? No way. The name had to be a coincidence. I turned and watched the door open, and there appeared my Liam. Chapter 19. Eric. He wasn't my Liam, of course. He didn't belong to me, but he was the very same Liam that had taken up space in my head rent-free. This was the first time seeing him in casual clothes, but a smile popped up knowing that his erratic sense of style was consistent. He wore baggy, pastel pink cargo pants with a white lacy shirt that clung to his skin and neon yellow suspenders. Nobody in the room seemed shocked by his clothes, so they must have been used to his choice in fashion already. Liam and Jason hugged, greeting each other before making their way to the living room. Liam stopped in his tracks when he finally noticed me. Eric, what are you doing here? He asked with obvious confusion. It was good to know that I wasn't the only one blindsided by this. Am I not allowed to hang out with my friends? I challenged with a smile.
Do you two know each other?
Jason asked, looking between the two of us. Yep, he's the guy they put in charge of my hotel.
Wait, he's the one you told me about?
Zach popped in, staring at me with widened eyes. Liam narrowed his eyes at me. Talking about me, are you? Nothing but good things, of course, I said with a cheeky smile. He eyed me suspiciously, obviously not believing my lie. I'm sure. He deadpanned.
All right, no need to stand around. Let's get this party started,
Jason said before dragging Liam to the coffee table and pushing him to the empty space right next to me. He stuffed snacks and drinks in front of Liam before returning to his seat next to Will. I couldn't tell if this seating arrangement had been on purpose, but looking at Jason's innocent smile, I had to think that it had to be a coincidence. Liam greeted the others in the room, acting familiar with everyone in the room as he asked about their week or how their cats were doing. He looked especially close to Ian, close enough that they knew each other's families, apparently. Something sour settled in my stomach at how intimate they acted together. It was stupid, considering I had no right to feel this way, and Ian was very much happy with his fiancée. But the logic didn't help settle this nasty feeling. I watched him as he interacted with them. He wasn't as stiff as he seemed at the hotel, offering them easy smiles that caused his face to light up and the dimples under his scruff to deepen. I'd only seen this smile a handful of times before, considering he was usually smirking or shooting me cocky smiles. This was a good change of pace. "Do I have something on my face?" he asked when he saw that I was staring. My gaze flicked to his lips. I wasn't even ashamed that he caught me in the act. "Nope," I said, popping the P in the word. I offered him a grin and nothing more. He continued to stare back, appraising me as he often did at the hotel. Jason clapped his hands, and we all turned our attention to him.
"Since there's an even number of us, I thought we could play Pictionary."
He and Will brought out a large whiteboard and wooden easel stand from their closet. They set it up on one side of the living room and passed a bowl of folded paper to Liam.
"Everyone pick a team. No cheating now,"
Jason said as we all grabbed a piece of paper. I opened mine to reveal a number. "I got 1, I said to the group. "Me too." Liam flipped his paper around to show me the number written on it. "It'll be a pleasure to work with you," he said, smirking as he put his hand for me to shake. "The pleasure is all mine," I said, taking his offered hand and going along with his little play. Caleb and Ian were the other members of our team, with the other side being made up of Zach, Scott, Jason, and Will.
"Yay, we're on the same team,"
Jason said, jumping up in his boyfriend's arms. Will caught him, not even budging from the impact.
"We're totally going to win. I've been practicing for this."
"Hey, that's not fair," Ian grumbled.
"You two can basically read each other's minds." "It can't be helped that fate decided to put us on a team,"
Jason said with a shrug, but his smug look told me he was very happy about the arrangement.
"It's okay, Ian. Don't forget you have a professional designer in this group. If I can draw cake designs, then this will be easy as pie. We're going to kick their asses,"
Caleb said with his fist up. "Hey, why would you want to kick my ass? I'm your husband-to-be," Zach complained.
"You should have thought about that before deciding to kill me off,"
Caleb snapped back.
"Oh, come on.
Are you still not over that? It's been months," Zach grumbled, and Caleb responded by sticking his tongue out at him. A few months back, we'd played a game where we had to guess which one of us were the assigned werewolves who were killing off the villagers. Zach and Scott had gotten the werewolf cards, and the first person they decided to off was Caleb. Zach had made a big deal about being the poor widowed villager who had lost the love of his life, but we learned afterwards that it was his idea in the first place to choose Caleb. Nobody thought Caleb was seriously mad at Zach for it, but the sweet man liked to tease his fiancée about it.
"Okay, which team is going first?"
Ian cut in between the couple.
"There's a small number on the corner of the paper. I figured we can use that to decide which everyone draws. As for which team goes first, rock, paper, scissors,"
Jason said and raised his fist out to our group.
"I'll take you on,"
Ian said, stepping forward to take on the challenge. The two said the battle phrase and launched their attacks, and Ian won with scissors. Everyone in our group cheered as the other team booed. Jason snuggled into Will's arms for comfort. "It's okay, baby. We're going to win," he said, placing a kiss on his forehead. "Don't be cocky just yet. You may not know this, but I used to be a part of the art club in college," I said with a lift of my chin. Didn't you join because you heard the club had hot men come in as naked models? Zach chimed in, and I shot him a glare. I'd forgotten about that little bit. That may have been the reason I joined the art club, but I'd quickly taken a liking to sketching. It was fun creating something out of nothing. Why doesn't that surprise me? Liam added from beside me. I turned to find him grinning at me. That was a piece of my dark past that I wished he hadn't learned. It wasn't like that. It was all for art. Besides, I didn't attend many of the figure drawing sessions. I found myself explaining. Not that it was anything to be ashamed about, or any of his business. We were all consenting adults, and it was true that everyone was there in pursuit of art. But for some reason, I still felt the need to explain myself. He hummed in reply. I believe you. The human body is a very beautiful thing, he said as his eyes slowly dragged up and down my body. Was it me, or was it getting hot in here? I turned away from him, needing to cool down or something. I caught Zach watching me with a curious expression on his face. I knew he knew something was up, but I wasn't ready to talk about it, so I schooled my expression and shot him a wink. He rolled his eyes and turned back to what everyone else was doing. Caleb was the first person to draw. He picked a card from the stack, thought for a second, and nodded. He picked up the dry erase marker and began drawing as soon as Jason flipped over the tiny plastic hourglass and called start. The three of us shouted our guesses as something oval took shape on the whiteboard. Tiny legs came out from the main body with a circle at the end. Chandelier, I guessed, and Caleb jumped up as he pointed to me. The other team groaned, then Jason popped up to take over Caleb's position. He picked a card at random and shot his team a bright smile.
Don't worry, this'll be easy.
When we called for him to start, he drew a fat U that had short horizontal lines coming out from each end of the top. I scrutinized the drawing when Will called out, Jump rope. Jason cheered and ran over to hug Will. The rest of us continued to stare in confusion. I never would have connected the drawing with a jump rope. Perhaps if he'd drawn a stick figure with it, but as it stood, it looked like a stretched-out upside-down omega letter. Ian was right. They had an uncanny ability to read each other's minds.
They just got lucky. We can't lose focus now. We can still beat them,
Caleb encouraged. Liam stood as the next drawer and chose a card. This will be easy, he said with a cocky smile. His time started, and he quickly drew a figure in a suit. The rest of us started guessing. Businessman, model, butler, suit, man in a suit. On and on the guesses went, but Liam shook his head each time and continued to add details to the suit the man was wearing. It was a detailed drawing, and not too bad, I had to admit. But this game wasn't about how good the drawing was. It was all pointless if your teammates couldn't figure out what you were drawing. Scott called time, and we all groaned. Liam gave an apologetic smile as he returned to sit next to me. Well, what was it? I asked. Caleb and Ian leaned in to listen to the answer. It was a vampire, he admitted, brushing a strand of hair out of his face. I gaped at him. How is that a vampire? Where's the cape or fangs? Heck, you could have drawn a bat or something too. He stared back at me for a second. Oh, I didn't think of that. I figured you guys would get it if I made him well-dressed, since vampires were so stylish. I groaned and slammed my head on the coffee table. I swore he lacked common sense sometimes. Who else would think of a vampire, and the first thing to come to mind was that they were stylish? A hand landed on my back, and I turned my head to the side to find Liam's head smack next to mine. I thought you would appreciate my drawing, since you were all about the arts, he said with a smirk. I groaned again and turned my head to the other side so that I didn't have to look at that smug, handsome face. Chuckling came from beside me, telling me that he was enjoying this a little too much. The other team took their turn and scored another point. I was the next to draw, and Liam complained that my pony looked more like a dog. This led to an entire discussion about drawing proportions. I hadn't known Liam had such an interest in art, although I should have guessed since he was so into fashion, and fashion was a form of art, even if his fashion sense was a little out there. The rest of the game continued with minor hiccups. Liam and I would argue over what we thought each other's drawing was, or make snide comments about each other's guesses. It was absolutely infuriating, and yet I was having a great time. Liam knew how to push my buttons, but the back and forth was almost fun. We played enough rounds so that each person had a chance to draw 5 times. In the end, the other team won by 1 point. "We could have won if you'd drawn that dang vampire properly," I muttered to Liam. That wasn't exactly true. It would have ended in a tie, but that wasn't the point. Liam grinned like he knew what I was thinking. "Open up," he said. Confused by the random order, I did what he asked, and he stuffed a cookie in my mouth. I grumbled under my breath, but happily ate the cookie. "They bicker like an old married couple," Zach whispered to Caleb as they chuckled. I overheard and glared at my best friend. "We do not," I said with a huff. That only earned me laughter from everyone in the room. I turned to Liam, because he was obviously at fault for all of this. "Look, now they're all laughing at me because of you," I complained to him. He leaned into my ear and whispered, "Should I make it up to you?" His breath tickled my ear, and his seductive voice had me straightening my back in shock. Fuck, he knew how to work me up. There were definitely multiple ways I could think of to have him make it up to me, but we were in a room full of my friends, and I did not need to pop a hard-on in front of all of them. I leaned away and tried to think about anything besides the mouth-watering man next to me. I definitely wanted to rediscuss his proposition, but there would be plenty of time for that later. What I didn't expect, however, was for the man in question to suddenly stand and announce that he had to leave. It wasn't even that late, so why was he rushing off like he had a pumpkin carriage to catch? Chapter 20. Liam. Eric stiffened when I whispered into his ear. I'd like to think it was because he liked my offering to make it up to him as much as I had, but the more likely answer was that I'd made him uncomfortable again, which was not what I had wanted at all. I figured that was my cue to leave, because I knew that if I stayed, I would continue flirting with the man. I wasn't shocked to find that we'd even find things to fight about during the game. In fact, it was kind of reassuring. It was familiar. The man I knew at the hotel was still the same man outside of the place, and I liked that a lot. However, Eric didn't need the same confusion that followed us at our workplace. This was his night with friends, and I didn't want to ruin that for him. I knew when it was time to go. "It's getting late. I should go home and prepare for the workday tomorrow. Thank you so much for inviting me tonight. I had a lot of fun," I said, turning to the hosts, Jason and Will. "Aw, you're leaving already? There's still plenty of time for another game," Jason said with a point. The others agreed, urging me to stay, but I shook my head. I could see Eric watching me from the corner of my eye, but I forced myself not to look at him. It was best to remove myself from his presence until I got my desires under control. "Sorry, I have to go. I'd love to join you guys again next time," I said as I went around to give them all hugs. They all returned the hugs and told me to join them again next week. When I'd finished saying goodbye to everyone in the room besides Eric, I stood in front of him, unsure of what to do. It would be weird if he was the only one I didn't hug, right? But I didn't want to make him even more uncomfortable than my earlier comment already had. That was how we ended up facing each other, shuffling our feet. Me wondering if I should give him a handshake and leave, and him thinking who knew what as he watched me. I was keenly aware of the silence that had fallen in the room, and I was sure the others had their eyes peeled to take in this show. A few heartbeats, and what seemed like forever later, Eric opened his arms for a hug. A soft smile pulled at my lips as I accepted his offering. I melted into his warm embrace. His sturdy arms enveloped me, keeping me steady and cozy. And despite the weight of his arms covering me, I felt like a weight had lifted from my shoulders. I didn't want to leave his embrace, and a sigh escaped me as I leaned deeper into the hug. A cough had me blinking my eyes open and jumping away from him. Eric looked as embarrassed as I felt. His eyes shot down to the floor, ignoring my gaze, and I huffed, knowing that I couldn't glean anything from those expressive eyes of his. I rubbed the back of my neck and prepared myself to face the countless eyes that were sure to be watching me. They all smiled when I met their gaze, and smartly didn't mention what had happened. Thanks for having me again. See you later, I said, feeling bashful with how I acted with Eric in front of them. They each called out their goodbyes, and I turned to leave. I was at the door when I heard Eric coming up behind me. Wait, can I talk to you? He asked. I turned around and nodded. He opened and closed his mouth, but remained silent for a few seconds. He started, then twisted around. I followed his gaze to find the others eavesdropping. Some of them had even inched closer to presumably hear better. They all averted their gaze when they were caught and pretended like they were doing something else, besides obviously trying to listen in to our conversation. Let's go outside, Eric said as he grabbed my elbow and guided me into the hallway. I looked over my shoulder and waved to the guys with my free hand. Of course, they were all conveniently looking my way again and waved back with shit-eating grins. Eric shut the door behind us. We stood in the hallway with more silence as we stared at each other. I let him sort his thoughts and used this time to soak in his appearance. He was as devastatingly handsome as the first time I saw him through the parted crowd of his coworkers. This was also the first time I'd seen him dressed in casual wear, and I should have guessed that his regular clothes would be as boring as his monochromatic suits. However, I appreciated the way his thin black tee hugged his broad chest so deliciously. I had to push down the urge to rip the shirt off his body so that I could lavish on his sexy chest again. I wanted to talk to you about my reward. He finally spoke up, sounding very unsure of himself. My gaze returned to his face from where I realized I'd been staring at his nipples. Was it me, or were they poking through his shirt? Sure, tell me what you want, I said, my voice sounding raspier than I'd intended. I'll fulfill anything, as long as it's within my abilities. Anything? He asked, and I nodded. What if my request breaks one of the vows you've made? I frowned. What vow would I break? He kicked up a foot. He looked so damn bashful and adorable. Do you remember when you promised to keep this professional? I nodded. I had made that promise when he brought it up, but I was hoping to be able to change his mind one day. I wouldn't be breaking a vow if the other party canceled the vow first. Well, he rubbed the back of his neck, delaying whatever he wanted to say. Just spit it out, I said. I should probably let all the time he wanted to think, but the anticipation was killing me. Was he going to say what I wanted him to? What if he changed his mind again? I was hoping we could reconsider it. Look, it's obvious that there's something between us, and it's been there since the beginning. Instead of ignoring it, maybe we should follow our desires, blow off some steam. I know it isn't the most professional thing to do, but things have been going well at the hotel, and you'll be going back to your fancy office soon, anyway. We could get this out of our system, have our one night, then go our separate ways. He blurted out the words all in one breath and was huffing by the time he was finished with his argument. Not that he needed to convince me of anything. I was completely on board with any plans that involved getting Eric Wells naked in bed with me. However, that didn't mean that I couldn't tease him more. Are you saying you want me, Mr. Wells? I asked with a smirk. He rolled his eyes and shot his hands up. God, yes. I want you. Is that what you wanted to hear? He said, huffing again. I took a step toward him, and he stayed in place, watching me with curiosity. We'd come so far from the days of him backing away from me. Now it looked like he was anxiously awaiting me. Leaning into his ear, I whispered, "And how would you like your reward? With another blowjob? Or maybe you want a special reward here?" I wrapped an arm around his waist and used my fingers to press against his hole. He shivered with my touch and let out a throaty noise that was closer to a whimper than a groan. "Yes, just yes," he answered breathlessly. I took his earlobe into my mouth and gave it a good suck. The way he arched toward me had me instantly hard and ready for him. "My loft is upstairs. Let's go." His head incessantly nodded like a bobblehead before shaking out of the lust-filled haze and clearing his throat. "Let me tell the others I'm taking off first," he said before looking down to where his obviously hard dick was pressing against my own boner. He took a step back and put his hand on my chest to prevent me from getting closer. "Just give me a moment to catch my breath." I smiled wide and took a step back to give him some space. He took a couple of deep breaths, and when he seemed to have gained his composure, he nodded to me and turned back to the door of the apartment we'd come out of. Opening the door, Ian and Caleb toppled out and almost fell on the ground. The others stood behind the two men, straightening their backs when they saw us. Hi," Caleb asked more than said when he regained his balance. Ian casually stood like he wasn't just caught trying to eavesdrop. "Oh, good. You're back, babes. We were just about to check up on you two and make sure you weren't fighting or anything," Ian said with so much sincerity that I'd almost believed him. "Right," Eric said, stretching out the word. "And that's the only reason you guys were basically pressed against the door, huh?" Caleb started mumbling something too soft for me to hear, but I could guess it was some kind of admission of guilt from the deep blush that was coloring his cheeks. The ridiculousness of the entire situation finally caught up to me. I busted out laughing, with my face turning up to the sky and tears leaking from the corners of my eyes. When my gaze returned to the others, they all looked at me like I'd lost my damn mind. That sent me into another bout of laughter. Caleb and Scott let out nervous chuckles that turned into full-on laughter, and not long later, our entire group was standing in front of Jason and Will's door, laughing like we'd all seen the most hilarious thing occur. Today was a whirlwind of a day. My emotions were thrown from one extreme to the other as Eric teased me with temptation that I didn't know if I could have. And now that I knew we were finally both on the same page with what we wanted, I was filled with excitement for what I hoped to be a very long night with the inexplicable man. Chapter 21. Liam. 20 minutes later, we finally left Jason and Will's place from my loft. The others had many questions for us. Apparently, they weren't able to hear much through the solid door, but we managed to dodge most of them. They might be my friends, but I wasn't too keen on them knowing that I was about to bang someone they knew. However, the knowing gleam in their eyes told me that they had an idea of what was about to happen, even after Eric and I tried to deny all their claims. It was suspicious that Eric suddenly had to leave the same time that I was. None of that mattered at this moment, though. There were more important things on my mind, like the hot man that was standing in the middle of my loft. Eric looked around the open area space with curiosity. Was he trying to figure out the kind of person I was by my decor? The room was filled with color. In fact, I didn't think there was a single white or black piece of furniture in my home. The place was so different from my room at the right manner. My family accepted that I was gay when I came out as a teen, and I was very thankful I never had to deal with the anguish of not being accepted by them, but they had different opinions of what a home meant. My parents weren't cold, but they weren't exactly warm towards us either. They acted with dignity, befitting their status, even to their children. I loved them, but their controlled discipline only drove me to seek exuberance. The manor was a place of class that should awe all those who came to visit. It wasn't supposed to be made up of vivid pieces that drew someone's eye to their boldness, so the only form of expression I had at the manor were through my vibrant and stylish outfits. The loft was different. I didn't let predetermined rules restrict my artistic sense. I found pieces that I loved that brought me joy every time I saw them. Seeing admiration cross Eric's face as he looked at the pieces of art I'd placed in my home assured me that I'd made the right choice in not restricting myself. It also made me keenly aware that this was the first time I'd brought a hookup here. Hookups were done at hotels. This was my home, and I wasn't going to taint my space with someone I'd never see again. Mentioning to go to a hotel hadn't even crossed my mind when I made the offer to head back to my loft. I wanted to show him my place. This thing with Eric might be nothing more than a one-night stand, but something in my gut was telling me to take this chance. Eric was the most colorful person I'd seen. Maybe not in fashion, but in personality, and having him in my space felt right. "This is it. It's not much, but it's my home," I said with a wave to the room. He took another minute to appreciate the painting by a local artist that I'd hung by my bathroom door before turning to me. "Wow, this place is..." "Colorful?" I supplied, and he chuckled. "Amazing. But yes, colorful as well. There's so much character in the space, so much life. I can really see your soul in the place." He turned to me, his eyes burning when they landed on me. I sucked in a breath at how much heat was in that gaze, and for some reason, the heat felt like it contained more than just lust. It was tender, much too tender an expression to use for a hookup. "Thanks," I said and cleared my throat. The compliment hit me deep, making the moment feel more intimate than what this night was supposed to be about. Physical intimacy was high on the books tonight, but I wasn't here to form a deeper connection with the man than I'd already felt. I couldn't get attached when he made it clear that he wasn't looking for anything more. I knew that coming into this. I'd agreed to his rules. Now, enough about the place. That's not what's important here. "I believe I owe you a reward," I said, changing the topic before I did something stupid, like telling him I liked having him in my home. That he felt right here. I stepped up to him and palmed his dick. It had softened after catching our friends eavesdropping, but quickly perked up at my touch. I smirked, loving that I had the power to work him up so quickly. I undid the zipper of his jeans and pulled down his pants and underwear in one smooth move. His cock bounced off his chest, standing tall after being freed of its restraints. "You have the best ideas," Eric said as he quickly kicked off his shoes and completely undressed. I laughed at his words. If I remembered correctly, he was very vocal about how much he disliked some of my ideas. But before I could voice that thought, the sexy, naked man in front of me stole my attention. I watched as I took in every single part of him. Those powerful muscles ripped with each move he made, mesmerizing with their beauty. For such a bulky man, he moved as gracefully as a ballerina. "Like what you see?" he said with a knowing grin. I didn't back down from the gaze as I dropped to my knees to give him a slow stroke. "Very much so, especially here. It's being such a good boy for me." I circled my thumb over his tip, applied slight pressure, and he let out a soft groan. Keeping my eyes locked on his, I swallowed his dick until he hit the back of my throat. His groan was deeper, louder this time. His hands cupped the back of my head, his fingers threaded in my hair as he watched me. "You look so hot like that. Fuck, that feels so good." His grip got tight as I moved my throat muscles around his dick. I wouldn't claim to give the world's best BJ, but I gave a pretty damn good one. I spent a minute loving on his hard cock, lapping up his leaking pre-cum before adding my hands to the equation. Eric let out another deep, satisfying groan when I fondled his heavy balls, but the sound turned into a guttural noise when my finger passed over his hole. He whimpered when I pulled off of him. I soothed him with another slow stroke. He watched me intently as I sucked my forefinger. Eric audibly gulped at my action, probably understanding what I planned to do. I gave him a show, making sure to completely soak my finger with saliva before pulling it out and swallowing his throbbing cock again. I didn't waste time exploring the hole I've been thinking about all month. I slowly stroked his most intimate area a few times, and he answered my moves with his asshole twitching, greedy to be filled. I gave him what he wanted and easily slid the tip of my finger inside, and the pressure of the soft walls squeezing my digit was only a tease of what was to come when I got my cock inside him. Eric's eyes never left mine as I opened him up with my finger and continued to suck on his leaking dick. Our eyes locked, making the moment feel more intimate than it should be, but I couldn't bring myself to pull my eyes away. I wanted to watch every single emotion that passed through his face as I brought him pleasure. He played with my hair and let out delicious noises as well as nonsensical curses that only confirmed that he was enjoying this as much as I was. When I found the magical spot, he visibly shook. His head flung back as he squeezed his eyes shut. I pulled off his dick to catch my breath, but my hands didn't stop as I played with his front and back at the same time. My movements were slow to give him a chance to calm down as well. "How do you want to come?" I asked, hoping he'd say with my cock inside of him. His answer was to pull me to my feet and smash our lips together. His strong arms held me in place as he devoured my mouth. His tongue hungrily pushed past my lips to wrap around mine. Could he taste himself on my tongue? That thought turned me on even more, and I turned from the passive bystander to taking control, taking what I wanted. We were both panting hard when we pulled apart. My chest heaved with effort as I tried to suck in precious air. "You don't even need to ask that question," Eric said as his hot eyes lowered to the tent in my pants. "Hurry up and get naked." I laughed and obliged. I might have preferred to be in charge, but it was fun to be ordered around every once in a while. My clothes lay in a pile by our feet not even seconds later, and Eric was on me again. I kissed him back with just as much intensity as I tried to maneuver us toward my bed. When we met the edge of my bed, I pulled back and pushed Eric onto it. He yelped as he flopped on my soft mattress. I quickly pulled out supplies from my nightstand and suited myself up. "Grab a pillow to put under you. I want to see you," I commanded, but doubt trickled in my mind. Most hookups I'd been with preferred to face away from me. It was easier on them and less intimate when you couldn't see your partner's face. Would Eric also prefer that? Much to my relief, he didn't refuse and got comfortable on his back. I gave him a bright smile. "You look so fucking beautiful like that, laying there ready for me." He smiled back, his entire face lighting up as he lifted a leg to reveal the part that was most definitely ready for me. "I want my reward," he said, his voice thick with lust. "With pleasure," I happily said. I squeezed lube directly on his twitching hole and quickly worked 3 fingers inside of him. Eric protested the entire time, urging me to go faster, but I wasn't going to hurt him. This was our first time together, and I didn't know his limits. With how he wasn't even able to string proper sentences together, I couldn't tell if his babbles were lust-filled or an accurate statement of what he could handle. When he fully relaxed with my fingers inside of him, I lubed up my cock that was leaking into the condom. "Ready?" I asked as I lined myself up. Eric grinned and said, "I can't wait any longer." He thrusted his hips up, forcing my cock into his hungry hole until I bottomed out. My groans echoed through the loft as his heat enveloped me. He felt so good, squeezing me so tight I thought I might blow right then and there. I needed more, and I couldn't control my hips as I pumped into him. Eric didn't hold back either, meeting me thrust for thrust. "Is this too much for you?" he teased with amusement in his eyes. His palm landed on my tense abs, made only tenser by his touch. God, yes. I wasn't going to last long at this rate. Although hell would freeze over before I admitted that to the smug motherfucker. "I'm just getting started," I lied through my teeth. In reality, my balls felt ready to burst. Maybe having him on his back wasn't the best idea. Seeing him under me like this was proving to be too much. I wasn't giving up, though. He would come before me if I had anything to say about it. I angled my hips to hit his prostate and was rewarded with his musical moans of pleasure. He squeezed his eyes shut when I added my hand to the mix, stroking him hard and fast. I saw the moment release hit him. His body arched off the bed, the vein on his temple throbbed, and his eyes wide and filled with white as he screamed out his orgasm and spilled over my hand. I swallowed his shouts, needing to taste the pleasure on his lips. Pulling back slightly, I kissed up the side of his face to lick the vein that had been tempting me since the first moment I'd riled him up at the hotel. I remember wanting so badly to put my lips on it when he showed me around the presidential suite, and now I was finally able to. His vein throbbed against my tongue as he shuddered under my attacks. He clawed my back as I relentlessly hit his prostate over and over again. With his spasming hole squeezing my cock, I finally loosened my control and allowed myself the pleasure that had been brewing since I'd first entered him. My vision turned white as an intense orgasm shook through me. I shouldn't have been surprised, considering everything with this man was nothing but intense. Eric held me through the pleasure. His breathing had returned to normal, and his kisses turned soft and slow. His arms wrapped around me as his hands gave me long, soothing strokes on my back. His touch was so tender and heartwarming, and I felt so safe in his arms that I knew I was in trouble. This was only a hookup. I had to remind myself of that fact over and over again, because I could already see myself falling for the exuberant and kind man under me. Chapter 22. Eric. I knew sex with Liam was going to be amazing, but I was not prepared for how good it would actually be. I sometimes felt that he had a map to my body because he knew every single good spot to hit. The first round didn't last long as we went hard and fast. He lay in my arms, sweaty and breathing hard from the orgasm he'd just experienced. I held him tight and played with his hair, content in this moment. I like to cuddle after sex, and most hookups got weird about the act. Sometimes they would think that the cuddling would lead to something more than sex, even after telling them I didn't want a relationship, or they straight up refused to cuddle. Liam happily let me snuggle him as he caught his breath. His strong heartbeat thumped under my palm as I stroked his back. The soothing tempo slowing with each passing second was the perfect accompaniment to this peaceful moment. My eyelids turned heavy as I soaked in the calmness, and I might have fallen asleep if Liam hadn't spoken up. "That was amazing," he said, pulling off of me. I instantly missed his warmth, but stopped myself from begging him to come back. I wasn't desperate for skinship. My brain was still confused from the mind-shattering orgasm. That was all. "That was something indeed," I said, sitting up. With the calm moment over, awkwardness creeped in. We stared at each other for a second. I would have preferred some more cuddles, but the lack of conversation was usually my cue to leave. I rubbed the back of my neck, trying to find my words. "I should probably head out," I settled with. "Or you could stay," he asked with an unreadable expression in his eyes. "I could make some pasta for us. We could chill and go for round 2 later." He looked super hopeful, like he was afraid that I would leave. I knew I should say no. One-night stands didn't feed each other or hang out after sex. We fucked and left, most likely never seeing each other again. Instead of doing the smart thing and refusing, I found myself asking, "You know how to cook?" The tension that held him released, and his cocky expression appeared. "What? Did you think I wouldn't know how to cook just because I'm a right? I mean, yeah. Don't you guys have butlers and chefs?" He rolled his eyes as he pushed off the bed. "We're still normal people, just like you. Besides, I live alone now. I can't eat out all the time." He disappeared into the only other room in the loft. The sound of water quickly followed before shutting off, and he returned. Liam threw a damp hand towel at me and pointed to the forest green dresser directly across the foot of the bed. "Sweats are in the second drawer." He threw over his shoulder before disappearing into what I assumed was the bathroom again. I took his words as an invitation to rate his clothes. Worked for me, since I'd like something a bit more comfortable than jeans. Quickly wiping myself clean, I dressed in my boxer briefs and shirt. Opening the second drawer of his dresser, I rummaged through his neatly folded clothes. I didn't know what I was expecting, but it definitely shouldn't have been any normal colored sweats, because there weren't any. The entire drawer was an explosion of color. I grabbed the only solid colored pants I saw. They were royal purple and put them on. Liam was the same height as me, but he was thinner, so his sweats hugged me snugly. It wasn't uncomfortable, but I could definitely see the outline of my soft dick through his pants. I considered trying to find a looser pair, but whistling had me spinning around to find Liam staring at me. Now that's a good view. The back was delicious, but the front is something else, he said with a lick of his lips. His compliments had me puffing up and throwing away any thoughts of changing. You're not so bad yourself, I said, my gaze roaming down his naked body. I was so desperate to have his cock inside of me earlier that I never had time to appreciate his body. He was toned with a swimmer's body and a long, thin cock. It swayed and hit his thigh as he walked toward me. I put my hands on his hips and leaned in for a kiss. He met me with a tender one that felt too intimate to be used for a hookup, but I didn't care. I was already staying after the deed, so I might as well indulge in his sweet kisses as well. My growling stomach had Liam pulling away with a chuckle. I shot him an embarrassed smile. I usually filled myself on Caleb's desserts on game night, but I was too busy bickering with Liam all night to eat. Let's get you fed, Liam said, pressing one last kiss to my lips. He went around me and grabbed a random pair of sweats from his drawer and put them on. Commando, I might add. He also threw on a t-shirt, which surprised me to learn that he even owned any. I followed Liam to his kitchen area and watched as he grabbed items from his cabinets. So, did they make you learn how to cook at home? I figured you wouldn't have needed to lift a finger and have your staff do everything. He turned to face me. Normal person, remember? He said, pointing to himself. But, I actually didn't learn how to cook until I moved away from the manor last year, so don't complain if my food isn't restaurant level. So you didn't need to lift a finger at home, I said with a grin, and he rolled his eyes and turned around to continue filling up the pot with water. I watched as he moved around the kitchen. His actions were familiar, like he was used to cooking there. Need any help? Nah, he said as he took out a mason jar filled with something red. You can go watch TV or something. I stayed standing by the kitchen bar and continued watching him. Is that homemade marinara sauce? He looked up from what he was doing, startled to still see me standing there. Yeah. I made a batch earlier this week. It's nice when I just want to whip up something quick. I whistled. I was expecting you to heat up something you got from the market. I didn't know I was in for a home-cooked meal. He chuckled and grabbed a bag from the freezer. If it helps, I bought the frozen meatballs. I guess no one is perfect, I teased as I walked around the bar to stand next to him by the stove. I took the wooden spoon he was using to stir the pasta from him and bumped his hip. You prepare the sauce, and I'll watch the noodles. He blankly stared at me for a few seconds before saying, You don't have to help, you know? I know, but it's watching pasta. It's not like I'm doing much. The flavor of the spaghetti depends entirely on you, chef. I bumped his hip again, and he laughed this time. Fine, as long as you know that this is still all me, he said, waving his hand over the food. Yes, sir. We worked together to quickly prepare the meal, talking and laughing as we did. We went back to our discussion of art, and I found that he liked many of the same artists as I did. The entire thing felt too domestic for it being just sex, but I was having fun talking and cooking with him. Once everything was served, we plated our meal and took it to the couch to eat. Since we weren't at each other's throats for once, I learned more about him, like the fact that we both liked watching trashy reality TV shows. He put one on as we ate, and we both enjoyed making comments about their actions, even yelling at the TV when the virtual people were doing something stupid. I was having so much fun, completely in the moment, that I didn't even know how I ended up snuggling with Liam behind me on the couch, and his arm hung over my stomach. The food was consumed long ago, and the empty plates lay on the coffee table in front of us. He had a large, deep couch that fit the two of us, despite us both being 6 foot. I was so comfortable that I just wanted to sink into the couch with him, but that prickle in the back of my head warned that this definitely wasn't one-night stand behavior. I ignored it and drifted into a deep sleep when Liam started playing with my hair. I continued to ignore it when we woke up in the middle of the night and moved to the bed. I was hard again as I breathed in his scent, wanting the second round he promised before I got out of there. But he pulled me into the nook of his arm and started rhythmically sliding his hand up and down my back, effectively lulling me back to sleep. I blamed the entire thing on his magical hands that knew how to play my body like a fiddle. Chapter 23. Eric. I thought things would be awkward the morning after, considering I wasn't supposed to spend the night, but Liam kissed me awake, leading us to start the morning with a quick fuck that left me too blissed out to care that this was entirely wrong. If that was how my morning started, I wasn't going to complain. Liam ordered me to use his shower, and I obeyed. He had omelets cooked and served and waiting on the kitchen bar when I came out. I'd planned on leaving after the shower, but who could say no to food? That was how I ended up late to work. I had to rush home to change since I obviously couldn't show up at the hotel in my casual clothes. Liam arrived at the hotel first and was waiting in my office with a cocky smirk. "You're late," he said, getting up from my chair to walk to me. I shot him a glare, hating that he looked so neat without a single hair out of place, while mine probably looked like a crow's nest from rushing here. As if right on cue, Liam reached out to push a stray piece of hair from my face. Again, the little alarm went off in my head, telling me that this wasn't normal even among sex friends. I grabbed his hand and held him in place. "What are we doing?" "Well, I'm fixing your hair, and you're standing there looking all freaked out," Liam lightly said, but I just shook my head. "No, I don't mean right this instant. I'm talking about whatever this thing happening between us is," I said, releasing my hold on him and using my hand to gesture between the two of us. "You lost me there." He sighed and took a seat on my red couch. I followed and sat on the chair that was in front of my desk. We were in similar positions when he'd apologized to me about the incident in the hotel room. Back then, he'd said that he had freaked out, and this time it was my turn to do the freaking out. "You know it was just a one-night stand, right? It's not meant to be anything more than that," I said. I didn't know if I was trying to convince him or myself. He ran a hand through his hair, messing up his perfectly gelled waves. "One-night stands are with strangers who never see each other again. That obviously isn't us. I'm still in charge of this hotel for a few more weeks, and we have mutual friends. It's inevitable for us to run into each other again." What he said made sense, but it didn't help to calm the freakout I was having. Besides, if it feels good, and we both consent to it, why does it matter if we continue or not? I nodded after thinking it over. Last night was some of the best sex I'd ever had, and I didn't usually have that much fun with my partners. It wouldn't be the end of the world if we continued. "So, we're sex friends now?" "Why do you need to put a label on it? We can be whatever we want. Just have fun," he said with a shrug. I eyed him. He was taking all of this so easily, maybe a little too easily. "Just to be clear, this is just sex, right?" Doubt filled his eyes before he quickly hardened his expression. "Sure, if that's what you want. Now, I haven't forgotten about your tardiness today. You need to be punished," he said as he gently tugged me to kneel on the ground between his legs. I didn't even have time to question what he meant by saying if that was what I wanted before he had his pants unzipped and whipped out his hard dick. Conversation ended after that with my mouth too occupied with pleasuring him to do any talking. I drew out the blowjob, wanting to savor his taste on my tongue, But all too soon, he pulled me off of him to give me a facial. He quickly wiped my face with some tissues I kept by the couch and pulled me on his lap for a deep kiss, where he proceeded to stroke me until I was spilling on his hand. We had just finished cleaning up when the front desk called my office phone with an emergency. By the time I'd finished handling the situation, Liam was long gone. I went about the rest of the day with a heavy air. It wasn't until I clocked out and got home that I realized my bad mood was due to the fact that I didn't know when I'd see him again. I worked some weekends, but this was my weekend off, and who knew when Liam would visit the hotel next? Then I became irritated at myself for feeling down in the first place. It didn't matter when I'd see him next, because there wasn't anything between us besides sex. What was even more irritating was the happiness that bubbled up when I received a text from him asking if I wanted to help him finish all the food he cooked and Netflix and chill. I would like to say that I ignored the text and went about the rest of my night relaxing at home, but I was weak to pleasure and good food. That was how I found myself at his place again when it hadn't even been 24 hours since I left. The food was delicious and accompanied by a lot of laughter and teasing. After dinner, we slouched on the couch to watch a movie and unwind, but abandoned it halfway. Liam had teased my body throughout the entire movie, leaving me hot and demanding to be fucked over the couch. Hours later, after a long, sweaty session of dicking, I was sprawled on his bed as Liam wiped me clean with a damp hand towel. I was too boneless to even mind his tender caresses and soft kisses he pecked on my skin in between each wipe. And in that hazy moment, I would even dare admit that I liked it. Maybe it was all part of his evil plan to keep me well-fed and well-fucked so that I'd lose my mind. Because it was working. Before I knew what was happening, Liam had tucked the blanket around me, turned off the lights, and snuggled into my side for the night. And I happily let him.
Chapter 24. Liam. I wasn't sure how Eric would feel about my suggestion to come over Friday night after work, but he'd accepted and even spent the night without me having to beg him. I liked having him there in my space, maybe a little too much considering all the excuses I was using to keep him there. First, it was to finish the reality TV show we'd started the other night, then to try out the new dish I'd learned how to cook, and then just straight up pushing him to the bed again to have my way with him. Eric didn't put up much of a fight and ended up staying the entire weekend. I didn't even know how the time passed so quickly. Time flew by when I was with Eric. The back and forth teasing was fun. It was even fun when we argued. Everything seemed more vibrant when I was with him, and it kind of terrified me. Sunday night, Eric left for his own home, and my place instantly felt duller. What was once a lively place filled with our laughter turned into a silent art museum. I missed the man that seemed to take up so much space to fill the void that had existed in my heart. I knew that there was only sex between us. He'd made it very clear that he wasn't interested in anything else with me, but a part of me could get used to having him around. It was too easy to see a life with Eric doing the same things we did this weekend. Every day would be filled with teasing, laughter, and so much color. I'd been searching for love since forever, but I'd never found someone who matched me so well. He was able to hold his own against me, but also easily yielded to my commands. It was like he was tailor-made for me. Was it so bad to wish for more? This weekend had given me a taste of a future that I'd dreamed of, but the only problem was that the other man in the future didn't want the same thing as I did. At least, that was what he told me. It was 8 at night, and I had too many thoughts swirling in my head. I needed to sort them out, or else I'd stay up all night thinking until I went crazy. There was only one person I could think of who could help me find logic in this situation, so I padded down to the second floor. A few minutes passed, and there was still no answer. I had a spare key that he gave me permission to use, but I hadn't used it since Lucas moved in. If I ever caught them doing something not suitable for children, I'd have to bleach my eyes out. I knocked one more time, thinking that maybe he didn't hear me the first time. Noah was flustered when he opened the door. He was huffing as he smoothed back his curls. "Am I interrupting something?" I asked with a brow raised. "No."
"Yes." I heard Lucas shout from inside. and a faint blush colored Noah's cheeks. I can come back later, I asked, but Noah quickly shook his head and pulled me inside.
Don't worry about your brother. He's just being clingy. You came here for something, didn't you? I'll get you something to drink.
Noah rushed to the kitchen to pour me a cup of juice. I took a seat on the couch beside Molly, who was curled up smack dab in the middle of it. She opened one eye to take a peek at me before deeming me unworthy of her attention and falling back to sleep. I chuckled and gave her a quick pet before leaving her alone for her nap. Hey, puppy, Lucas said, walking out from the bedroom, shirtless. I narrowed my eyes at him. Gee, thanks for getting all dressed up for me. And stop calling me that, I grumbled. Puppy was a nickname he'd given me when we were kids, since I'd followed Noah and him around everywhere. Lucas laughed and tugged on the shirt that was thrown on the back of a chair before plopping himself on the armchair that was next to my seat on the couch. So, what brings you here on this fine Sunday, especially this late at night? It's 8. And Noah and I are usually in bed by now, Lucas said with a smirk, and I made a disgruntled face.
Stop antagonizing your brother, Noah chided and handed me the glass.
I thanked him and took a sip before putting it on the coffee table. He stood in between Lucas and me and glanced at the seat next to me, the seat Molly was occupying. Before he could even think about moving her, Lucas wrapped his arms around him and pulled Noah onto his lap. Noah yelped at the sudden action, but quickly adjusted and made himself comfortable, snuggling into his fiancée. They were so cute together, and I was happy that they found their way back to each other. I was, but I couldn't say that I wasn't jealous. They looked so in love, used to these simple actions of intimacy. It was everything that I wanted, but I needed to find my person to share it with.
So, what brings you here tonight? Not that you need a reason to visit. You know I love when you come over, Noah asked.
I was hoping to talk to you about what we talked about last time I was here, I said, trying to be vague as I glanced at Lucas. Roslyn Hotel was his project, and here I was trying to get together with one of his employees. While the transition of the hotel chain was basically done at this point, I still didn't know how he would feel about the entire situation. Lucas caught me staring at him and narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What? Did you guys talk about me? Noah laughed and gave Lucas a soft pat on the cheek.
Not everything is about you, dear. Liam was telling me about someone he was attracted to.
Oh, go on, then. I guess it's about time to do my job as the big brother and give you advice on how to catch a man, Lucas said as he tightened his arms around Noah, making him giggle.
You have to promise you won't get mad,
Noah said when he calmed down from his fit of laughter. I squirmed in my seat, knowing what was coming next. Lucas frowned. Why would I get mad? Who Liam likes has nothing to do with me. Noah gave me a pointed stare, and I rubbed the back of my neck before confessing. Well, the guy in question is the manager of a certain popular hotel in Corio City. Lucas stared at me for a second, and I knew he'd connected the dots when his eyes widened before quickly narrowing at me. Liam, tell me you didn't. I gulped, feeling like a kid again. Lucas grew up learning how to become the next head of the family, and he definitely got the scrutinizing death stare down pat. My silence was very telling. Lucas sighed and ran a hand over his face. Of all the stupid things you could do, you decided to sleep with an employee. Do you know how much trouble we could get in for this? How much paperwork we'd have to file? He grumbled the last part. Paperwork wasn't his favorite thing.
Chill out, babe. It's not like he's coercing the man. They're both consenting adults, and it isn't affecting their work. Didn't you tell me that Liam has done a wonderful job with the hotel project, and that he's basically done with his part at this point? Noah said, and I silently thanked him for taking my side. Still, this could have jeopardized the entire acquisition. If the man had bad intentions, he could accuse you of using your position to force him to sleep with you. He could blackmail you for this, Lucas said with a sigh.
I knew that doing anything with Eric might cause some problems, and that was why I was so resistant to it at first. We all knew how that turned out. I couldn't fight my attraction to the man, and I took the chance because I knew what kind of character he had. Eric wouldn't do that. He's the kind of man who would stand up against me for his friends, and has no problem calling me out on my bullshit. He's a man filled with honor and has the biggest heart I know. He's not afraid to show his emotions, and he would never do something so underhanded like you're suggesting. I argued, huffing by the time I was finished. I knew Lucas was only trying to protect me and the company, but I didn't like hearing anyone speak bad about Eric. The two were staring at me with shock. Lucas quickly shook out of it and said, "Oh, wow. I don't think I've ever heard you defend someone outside of our family so strongly." I nodded and lowered my gaze to my lap. Maybe it was just a bit silly of me to react like that, and I may have overreacted just a tiny bit.
"We trust your judgment, Liam. If you think so highly of him, then we believe that he has to be a good person,"
Noah added before turning to my brother.
"Isn't that right, babe?"
Lucas looked conflicted as he studied me before nodding. "I trust you," he said, and a huge load lifted from my shoulders. Lucas and I may fight and annoy the hell out of each other most of the time, but I cared about his opinion. He was my brother, and I wanted him on my side. If you really like this guy, then that's all that matters. I'm sorry for complicating things with the hotel. I really didn't mean for it to happen, but Eric is just so... I paused, unsure how to describe him. Eric was a lot of things. Maddening, infuriating, an enigma that I wanted to figure out, and the light that I couldn't stay away from. Lucas must have seen something in my expression, because he suddenly spoke up. "You really like the dude, huh?" "Yeah, I do." I sighed and leaned into the couch. I liked him a little too much, and that was entirely the problem.
"So, tell me what happened. Did he forgive you after you apologized?"
Noah said. "Wait, why did you need to apologize? Did something happen?" Lucas interrupted, going on alert.
"Not now, babe,"
Noah said before turning to me.
"Go on."
"He did. Like I said, he has a big heart."
"Then what's the issue?"
Noah asked. Both of them were looking at me with curious eyes, waiting for an answer. I came here to sort out my thoughts, to get advice on how I was currently feeling. But was I ready to lay my emotions on the table? I already knew the answer to that. I'm falling for him, I admitted out loud for the first time. It felt so good to finally be able to say it.
"That's so exciting!"
Noah squeaked as he jumped from Lucas's lap and bent over to give me a hug.
"So you asked him out? We should totally go on double dates."
I winced, and Noah frowned.
"Uh-oh, that's not the expression of someone who's happy with their boyfriend."
"That's 'cause he's not my boyfriend. Eric, he doesn't want to date me."
"Now that's crazy,"
Noah said with a wave of his hand.
"Who wouldn't want to date you? You're the most eligible bachelor in Corio City. You've got the money, the looks, the family name, the entire package."
"Hey, I'm right here, remember?" Lucas grumbled as he pulled Noah back onto his lap.
Yes, no need to get jealous over your brother. He may have the entire package, but you're my everything,"
Noah said, giving Lucas a peck on the cheek. "I love you, Mouse," Lucas said, and proceeded to capture his lips for a kiss. I groaned and flopped back on the couch with my head raised to the ceiling. "Please, for the love of God, stop. Think about your little brother's innocence," I complained, and Lucas chuckled. "You were never innocent to begin with, and you know it," he said with a snicker. Noah, at least, had the decency to look bashful. He coughed and turned back to me.
"So why doesn't he want to date you? Have you asked?"
"Well, no, but he's told me multiple times that it was just sex and nothing more. If that didn't scream his unwillingness to be in a relationship, then I didn't know what would. It's just, I feel like he's sending me mixed signals, and my heart is running away with the interpretation that it wants. What do you mean by that? If he doesn't want to date, he doesn't want to date. Isn't it pretty straightforward? Lucas said, and Noah smacked him on the arm. Ow! What was that for?
For being so insensitive,
Noah snapped.
Your brother is obviously struggling here, so we should hear him out.
I smiled at their interaction. My brother had the whole dominant alpha thing going for him and tended to do whatever he wanted. I was glad he had someone like Noah to rein him in. He says it's only sex, but then spent the entire weekend at my place, and we did a whole lot more than just have sex, I said, and Lucas wrinkled his nose. Good. Hopefully now he'd understand how uncomfortable it was for me to see my brother and childhood friend acting so intimately together. We cooked, watched TV, cuddled, and talked a lot. It was like an extended date, and I could see myself doing it again with him 1,000 times over, I said as I leaned my elbows on my thighs and hung my head.
That sounds like a date to me. Are you sure he's as against dating you as you think?
Noah asked. I nodded, but I didn't really know. We didn't talk too deeply into it. I was afraid if I asked, he'd reconsider having any kind of relationship with me, even if it was just sex friends.
Maybe he has something against relationships. Maybe he's afraid. Letting someone into your heart is scary, after all. You run the risk of getting hurt, and it's 1,000,000 times worse when it's the person you love hurting you,
Noah said with a sad smile. Lucas grabbed his hand and placed a soft kiss on the back of it. I knew neither of them blamed the other for what happened in the past, but that didn't erase the hurt they'd experienced. They gazed into each other's eyes, and I could see something passing as they looked at each other. Love? Tenderness? Whatever it was beautiful, and I had to wonder if I'd ever get to have that with someone. It sucked that the someone I wanted that with didn't seem to want me. Noah snapped out of it seconds later and let out an awkward cough.
Sorry. Anyway, as I was saying, you should talk to him. Find out why he's adamant that you two keep things strictly physical.
How would I even bring that up? I just scare him away. I could feel the tension in his body when Eric and I were in his office Friday morning. The way that he kept reminding me that only sex was on the table, that we were fuck buddies and nothing else. It showed how uncomfortable the thought of being in a relationship made him. You could drop little hints, probe him, and see how he reacts. Lucas chimed in, finally giving useful advice.
Yeah, you could slowly lean him into it. See how he takes the hints before you sit him down and talk about it,
Noah said, taking my hand and squeezing it.
Just be patient with him, Liam. If you think you two might have something real there, then nurture it and fight for it.
I looked at him and smiled. You bet your ass I will. Hey, his ass is mine, Lucas teased as he pulled Noah closer and plopped a kiss into his hair. Noah looked exasperated, but happy. I knew coming here for advice was the smart move. Noah was good at helping me come up with a game plan. My brother helped too, I guess, even if he was a huge pain in my ass while doing so. I stayed for another hour catching up with them and chatting. Despite Lucas's complaints about me disturbing their night, he looked almost disappointed when I left. He gave me a hug and told me to come over for dinner more often. I agreed before thanking them and saying my goodbyes. My thoughts were all over the place when I'd went to Noah's seeking advice, and now I returned knowing exactly what I wanted and had plans for getting the man that seemed so right for me. He might say no in the end and break off all contact with me, but at least I knew that I tried to fight for the spark that I felt between us. This might be a fruitless attempt, but I wasn't one to give up easily. Chapter 25. Eric. Ava had returned from a break Monday morning, so I was mostly in contact with her instead of Liam. It was probably for the best, considering my mind was still whirling from the weekend, but that didn't stop me from feeling disappointment when lunchtime came around, and there was still no sign of Liam. I hadn't meant to stay over at his place for that long. The entire weekend passed, and it was Sunday night before I knew it. What was worse was that I even had half a mind to continue staying at his place. but I forced myself to leave before we went down that rabbit hole. I meant it when I told Liam that I didn't want anything besides sex. Relationships only caused problems, and I didn't have room in my life for that. However, being with him was so easy, almost too easy. It felt nice to be in his presence, and I didn't know I could have so much fun staying indoors with someone. It was all confusing, to say the least. I didn't want what I had with Liam to end. The sex was phenomenal, and I really liked him as a person, but that was even more reason for me to be careful. I was towing the line between fuck buddies and something more, and we both agreed that that was off the table. Right? That didn't stop the burst of happiness that spread through me when I found Liam in my office when I came back from lunch. He pulled me into the room, had me pinned to the wall, and attacked my lips before I could even say anything. It was so fucking hot that all other thoughts were pushed to the back of my mind. Liam took control, pulled out our dicks, and took us in his hands until he was swallowing my moans of pleasure. He left soon after, but not before handing me a paper bag of cookies. I was confused by the random gift, but I wasn't going to say no to sweets, so I accepted it. I didn't hear from him for the rest of the day, not that I was waiting or anything. The next day, as I did my routine checks on the hotel rooms, I ran into Liam in the corridor of one of the floors. We chatted for a bit about business, with Liam looking around the hall the entire time. When we were alone, he pulled me to a random housekeeping closet and got down on his knees. I tried to protest, worried that someone would walk in on us, but his magical hands had me hard in no time. He got a condom on me and sucked until I blew into the rubber. I didn't stand a chance against his sudden attack. I wanted to get on my knees and do the same for him, but he pulled me into his arms as he kissed me senseless. He pulled back and pressed our foreheads together as we both panted from the kiss. "Hey?" he whispered. I didn't know what witchery he'd cast on me, but his voice sounded so fucking sexy and it sent a shiver down my body. Was he somehow making my body addicted to him? Because I didn't have any other explanation for this. Like the previous day, he quickly left, but not before telling me there was coffee waiting for me in my office. How he even knew how I liked my coffee, I didn't know, but the heavenly liquid did nothing to help me from thinking about the man all day long. The rest of the week passed in a similar manner. I'd catch glimpses of him around the hotel. Orgasms weren't always involved in each meeting, but he'd always find a private place to sneak in kisses before giving me a small present, usually food, before disappearing again. I didn't know what kind of mind games he was playing, but I knew I would have to sit him down and talk to him soon. He invited me over to his place again Friday night, and I accepted with the intention of having a talk and nothing else. I should have expected that nothing would go according to my plan. I didn't know what happened or how it even happened, but before I knew it, I was standing next to Liam at the bathroom sink. The spare toothbrush he'd given me last week now sat inside a new toothbrush cup that matched the one he used. He handed me the cup like all of this was completely normal. I accepted it, refusing to contemplate what having my own items at his place meant, or how I didn't even blink an eye at wearing his clothes, or the fact that I willingly cuddled into his arms in bed without sex ever crossing my mind. God, why did being in his arms feel so good? I vowed to myself that I would talk to him about what was going on the next day, but the task remained unfinished as I lay on the couch snuggled in front of him after dinner. I told myself I would speak up Sunday before things went too far. I ended up staying the night again and had to rush home in the morning for a change of clothes before heading to work. I knew I was only delaying the inevitable. We needed to talk about this, but I also had a gut feeling that everything would end when we did. I wasn't ready for that yet. I wanted to enjoy whatever this thing was for a bit longer. It wasn't like I was hurting anyone by keeping silent. We were having fun and enjoying each other's company for now. It wasn't anything serious. Everything would be fine. Everything was not fine when I lay in bed in my own home Monday night. Liam hadn't come to the hotel today, so I hadn't seen or heard from him all day. I hated to admit that I missed the man, and lying in my big bed, the emptiness crept in. I was used to being alone. Heck, I liked being alone. But tonight, I wished I was back in Liam's warm bed and safe arms.
"What's going on with you, sweet cheeks?"
Alfred asked as I lay sprawled over my desk. It was Thursday, and I still hadn't seen or heard anything from Liam. To be fair, I hadn't tried to reach out to him either, but that was only because I didn't even know what I would say. There weren't any issues at the hotel, so theoretically, I had no reason to contact him. Even if we were fuck buddies, we never casually texted each other before. Besides, he was probably busy, and I'd see him Saturday at Zach and Caleb's wedding anyway. However, that thought didn't stop the disappointment that followed every time I checked my phone and didn't find a message from Liam.
"Uh-oh. I know what that expression means,"
Alfred said, giving me a poke on the cheek. "Leave me alone," I grumbled and swatted his hand away. I wasn't in the mood to deal with anyone right now. I wanted to wallow in silence and not think into why exactly I was feeling this way.
"No, that won't do. The key to a lasting work-husband relationship is communication."
Alfred sing-songed the last word as he pulled up to a sitting position.
"The expression you have on right now tells me you're thinking about someone."
"I'm not thinking about Liam," I said defensively, but realized my mistake when I saw Alfred's sly smile.
"I never said you were, but he was obviously on your mind if your guard is up this high. Are you two having issues, Nugget? Dear old Alfred is here to listen to your relationship problems."
He teased. "We're not in a relationship," I said, shooting him a glare. He crossed his arms and shot me a knowing look. "We're just messing around."
"I knew it. Last week you were walking around with a goofy smile on your face that I knew you had to be getting some, but I sensed it was something more than that. After seeing you in zombie mode all week, I guessed something was up with Liam, and I was right."
I touched my face, trying to imagine myself with a goofy smile. I couldn't. I hadn't even known being with Liam had affected my mood that much. "Whatever you're thinking, it's not it," I said, hoping to dissuade him before he came to whatever wild conclusions I could see shining in those excited eyes.
"So you're not fucking the Adonis? I could just imagine the sexy body that's hiding under those outlandish clothes. And with the reputation he has around this city, I know he has to be good in bed," he said. A growl escaped at his comments. I didn't like hearing about Liam's past exploits, nor the fact that Alfred was thinking about the man naked. Liam was mine. Well, he didn't belong to me exactly, but we had an arrangement, and that had to count for something, right? Although we'd never talked about exclusivity, and I was kind of regretting that right now. "You have the same jealous expression Liam had the other week when I talked about our work-husband relationship."
That had me flinging my head toward him. He was jealous? Over me?
"Just messing around, you say?"
Alfred said with a cheeky grin. I deflated at his words. Hearing that he was jealous over me shouldn't make me happy, because we didn't have that kind of relationship. And that was the very same reason why there wasn't a need for me to contact him, even though it had almost been a week since I'd last seen him. Correction, it had only been a week. It was normal for friends to not see each other for weeks at a time. I plopped on top of my desk again. Alfred smoothed my hair back and gave me a pitying look.
"My dear boy, if you want him so much, why don't you fight for him?"
I told you it's not like that. The only thing we have between us is sex and nothing more, I said with a sigh. Alfred crossed his arms and wrinkled his nose.
"The denial is so strong, I could almost smell it. Look, you obviously feel something for him. You don't sleep with the same person twice, and you definitely don't mope over someone who's just a sex friend. Why are you rejecting this so hard?"
I shot up from my seat and slammed my palms so hard against the table that my lucky fountain pen rolled off and fell onto the ground. Look, you don't understand. I didn't want this. Any of it. I like not being tied down and having the freedom to do whatever the hell I want. I just wanted to blow off some steam with a hot man and nothing more. And I especially didn't sign up to have this man constantly invade my thoughts.
But he obviously has,
Alfred said softly. I grunted, not wanting to agree with nor deny his observation. If I'd admitted it, then it would all become too real. If I denied it, then it would be a lie. Alfred studied me for a second, placed his hands on my shoulder, and pushed me back into my seat.
Hun, what are you so afraid of?
I choked on the words that were stuck in my throat. Relationships, being tied down, love. Those were all the truths, but they also didn't feel right. I sighed again, and my shoulders drooped as I glanced up to the standing Alfred with vulnerable eyes as I laid my true feelings out there. I'm scared of being hurt.
Oh, babe,
Alfred said as he wrapped his arms around my shoulders for a tight hug.
I won't lie and say that you'll never get hurt, because that's a risk you take when you form any kind of relationship, even if it's a friendship. But if you close yourself off because of fear, you might lose something important to you. And I think you'll regret that more than anything else.
I thought about his words. It was true that I'd been burned by friends in the past, but I sensed it would hurt 1,000 times more if Liam was the one who hurt me. If I didn't open my heart to him, I wouldn't run the risk of that happening. The problem was that the walls surrounding my heart were already crumbling.
Chapter 26. Liam. This past week was so busy with things at the company that I hadn't had a chance to visit the hotel, which meant that I didn't have an excuse to see Eric. I could have invited him to my house like I had the past weekend, but I was afraid of taking things too far. I wasn't expecting him to agree to sleep over at my house so easily last Friday night, especially when sex wasn't involved. But he had, and it was wonderful. I was already so addicted to falling asleep with him in my arms that I'd had a hard time falling asleep alone this week. Or maybe I was kept up late into the night because I kept thinking about Eric. Over the course of last week, I worked on dropping little hints of what it would be like to date me. I showed him that I could take care of him, and I knew he was delighted with the little gifts of food I'd drop by. He would happily give his thanks with a peck on my lips. That was another development of last weekend at my place. He would initiate random kisses like it was completely normal before going back to whatever he was doing. My heart felt 2 times too big every time I thought about it. However, worry crept into my mind, wondering if this was enough to get the man to want to date me. I wasn't able to see Eric all week, nor had I heard from him, though, to be fair, I hadn't reached out to him either. I assumed we were both busy, me with the company, and him preparing for Zach and Caleb's wedding this weekend, as Zach's best man. I contemplated asking Eric if he wanted to carpool to the venue together, but Caleb told me the bridal party were all heading over the night before and staying at a hotel. So, I found myself in the backseat of Lucas's car Saturday morning on our way to the wedding. Noah sat in the passenger seat, but he kept looking back at me, asking how things were going with Eric. I tried to dodge his questions for the most part, since I didn't know what to tell him. In fact, I'd like to know the answer to that question myself. Lucas shot me pitying glances through the rearview mirror, probably guessing that I wasn't in the greatest of moods. I was thankful when he distracted Noah by diverting his attention to something else. The rest of the drive went by as I quietly sat and listened to their conversation. I stretched my arms when I got out of the car. The ceremony wasn't for another couple hours, but wedding guests were already roaming the grounds, admiring the place. I didn't blame them, since the place was beautiful. The front of the building was filled with lush greenery and a large mermaid fountain. The back, where the ceremony was taking place, had 2 large red flowering trees with a wooden arch placed in between them.
Rows of elegant white chairs were placed on the green grass with a layer of white petals sprinkled down the aisle in the middle. Along the back wall of the building was a refreshments table for the guests to munch before the reception. I grabbed a drink and grabbed a plate of sweets from the varied assortment that they had available. I heard they had to coax Caleb to hire someone to make the wedding cake and desserts. The poor man was so busy running around to prepare for the wedding and wanted to make all the desserts himself to save on costs. But, thankfully, Zach was able to convince him to not run himself dry. Lucas and Noah wandered off to explore the grounds, so I stood against the wall as I ate my desserts. A couple people came up to talk to me or ask if I wanted to be their after-wedding date, but I wasn't interested in any of them. I watched every person pass by, looking for a certain man who made my heart flutter. No matter where I looked, I didn't catch a glimpse of the man. It wasn't until the ceremony started and all the guests took their seats that groomsmen walked down the aisle in pairs. Eric was the first person to walk down, along with a younger, petite man on his arm. I pushed down the jealousy that surfaced at how handsome they looked together, especially since the younger man was Caleb's little brother and focused on only looking at Eric. He had his hair slicked back in waves. His features looked sharper, making me think that they put makeup on him. They all wore gray suits with teal bows and white rose boutonniere on their chest. The suit fit him like a glove and especially emphasized that luscious ass that I had a hard time keeping my eyes off of. When he took his place, he looked so breathtaking standing there tall and proud. His eyes dazzled as he looked down the aisle to watch the next couple walk down, but I couldn't tear my gaze away from him. His eyes shifted from the aisle and landed on me as if he had felt me staring. He looked surprised for a split second before breaking out into a blinding smile that almost had me swooning. I was so done. This man had captured me. Was it possible to fall in love with someone in a month? I didn't know, but I knew my heart belonged to Eric. I didn't want this uncertainty between us anymore. I wanted him where he belonged, in my bed, cuddled in my arms, every single night for the rest of our lives. It was time to stop beating around the bush and lay all the cards on the table. I would find the man after the ceremony and confess my feelings. I was good at negotiation and getting things my way. I just had to make Eric see why we work so well together. I knew I'd walk away with a broken heart if I failed, but that was a risk I was willing to take. Chapter 27. Eric. My breath caught when I saw Liam sitting in the crowd of people. I hadn't seen him in a week, and it kind of terrified me how much I missed him. His heavy gaze never shifted from mine, and I shivered under it. It reminded me of the way he looked at me when we had sex, full of tenderness and like I was the only thing he saw. His gaze heated my body and had memories that were entirely inappropriate for a wedding ceremony pop into my mind. Fortunately, the officiant called for everyone to stand, and Liam finally moved his eyes away from me to turn to the back. I blinked back into attention to shoot a smile at Scott, who was standing next to me. Ian and Caleb's younger brother, Connor, were standing on the other side of the officiant. The music changed into something slower, more romantic, as Caleb walked down the aisle in an all-white suit. His mom escorted him in a teal dress that matched the color of our bow ties. Once Caleb took his spot, Zach appeared next in a matching outfit. Zach wasn't in contact with either of his parents, so he'd asked Caleb's stepfather, Julius, to escort him. My best friend looked so happy walking toward the man he loved, and his future. They clasped hands as soon as they reached each other, and then turned to the officiant. The officiant gave a little speech about the responsibilities of marriage and the importance of the vows they would take today. After that was done, Zach and Caleb were asked to exchange vows, promising to love and care for each other for the rest of their lives. I wasn't the biggest fan of marriage. Almost 50% of marriages ended in divorce, after all. But as I watched my best friend promise his life to the man he loved, I had no doubt that their marriage would be one that beat the statistics. Almost every single person was in tears when the vows and rings were exchanged. As I looked through the crowd, I caught Liam's eyes again. They weren't wet with tears, but still full of emotion as he looked back at me. He gave me a soft smile, which I quickly returned before turning my eyes to the happy couple.
I now pronounce you husbands. You may now kiss,
the officiant said, and the newlyweds did just that. The entire place erupted in cheers and claps as we watched Zach bend Caleb backward for a deep smooch. Caleb was red when he was stable on his feet again, but the wide smile never disappeared from his face. People stood and came up to congratulate the newlyweds. "Congratulations, man," I said, pulling Zach into a hug. "How does it feel to be tied down now?" I joked. Zach watched Caleb get pulled into hugs by his friends and family with a loving smile. "It feels liberating, actually," he said with all seriousness. "I'm the luckiest man alive." I laughed and gave him a hard smack on the back. I saw Liam from the corner of my eye. He raised his hand to give me a wave and opened his mouth like he wanted to say something, but before any words could get out, the photographer called us for photos. Zach and Caleb chose to have a casual buffet-style reception, so the venue staff guided the guests inside for food while we looked pretty for the camera. Half an hour later, the pictures were taken, and we were finally allowed to head inside to eat. There were still toasts to be done, but the new husbands had planned for some free time in between to make sure that we didn't starve. I grabbed a plate and walked down the buffet line. As I was piling food on my plate, Liam walked up to me with his hands in his dress pants pockets. His outfit wasn't as flashy as they normally were, but it was still a colorful light purple suit with a striped tie. He looked good, and I wondered if I'd be lucky enough to strip him out of those clothes later. "Hey," he said, shuffling his feet. Sure, it had been a week since I'd last seen him, but that wasn't enough time for a person to completely change. He looked almost nervous, and that wasn't like his usual confident self at all. "Hey, is everything okay?" I asked, putting my plate on the table so I could fully turn to him. "Yeah, of course. It's a beautiful day, and our friends just got married. What could be wrong?" he asked, pausing for a split second before continuing again. "It's just, I missed you." His eyes stared right at me, and I swore they were looking right into my soul because I could feel my heart pounding loudly in my chest. Fuck. How was he able to make me like this? I missed you, too," I found myself saying, and I was just as surprised as he was to know that those words were the truth. The past week without seeing or talking to him made me realize how much I looked forward to seeing him during the day. He had become a huge part of my life in such a short time, and that thought was a bit terrifying. The shock quickly left Liam's face as it broke into a smile. He looked confident again, like my admitting that I'd missed him was the biggest boost. He reached a hand out to cup my face, but seeing the people walk around us, he changed direction and placed his hand on my forearm. "Can I talk to you about something important?" he asked, squeezing my arm. I had to physically stop myself from taking his strong hand in mine. Holding hands wasn't something I normally did with friends, even if Liam was a little bit more than that. "Yeah, of course. Is this about work?" I asked. The seriousness of his tone had me thinking that something had happened, but he just said everything was okay, right? "No, it's not. It's about us." I sucked in a breath, feeling like I had a good idea where this was leading. It all made sense now. The reason why I hadn't heard a single thing from him all week. He wanted to end things between us. It shouldn't have mattered to me since whatever was between us wasn't serious. It was just sex. So why did it suddenly feel so hard to breathe? "Sure," I managed to squeak out. I was dreading the words he was about to say. I'd never be able to touch him again, to fall asleep in his arms. After his job was finished at the hotel, our ties would be completely severed, and I wouldn't have a reason to see him again. That thought was depressing as fuck. "I was thinking about our arrangement." "Hey, there you are," Ian interrupted before Liam could finish his sentence. Liam pulled away from me because of Ian's sudden appearance. I was never so happy to see someone in my life. He nodded at Liam, then eyed my full plate that I placed on the buffet table.
Let's go eat. We don't have much time before we have to do the toasts.
Thank God for that, because I wasn't ready to end things with Liam just yet. I needed time to prepare my heart. Sorry, duty calls. Talk later, I said to Liam. Yeah, of course, he said, stuffing his hands back in his pants pocket. The confidence that was there earlier disappeared, and now he looked unsure. I'll talk to you later, he said as he left.
Is everything okay between you two?
Ian asked as he looked between me and where Liam had disappeared in the crowd of wedding guests. Yeah, why wouldn't it be? I asked as I grabbed my plate to head to our table. Ian shrugged as he followed me.
Did you guys break up or something? Things looked tenser than it usually does between you two.
No, we did not break up because we were never together. There was nothing to break up, I said, trying to convince myself of those words as well. We weren't together, so it didn't matter if he wanted to end the fun we were having. I pushed down the irritation that popped up from my own statement.
Oh, we thought you two were dating,
Ian casually said. No, we're just... Then his words sank in, and I stopped walking and spun to him. Wait, who's we?
You know,
Ian said, waving his hand to the table where all our friends were sitting. You mean to tell me all our friends think I'm dating Liam? I asked, gaping at him.
Are you two not?
He looked genuinely confused. Well, we're just... I rubbed the back of my neck and let out a huff of air. I should tell him the truth, that we weren't together and would probably never be since Liam wanted to stop being my sex friend. But the words refused to come out.
It's okay. You don't have to explain yourselves to me or anyone else. Not all relationships need to be defined,
Ian said, taking pity on me as he patted my arm. He resumed walking to our table, leaving me there in thought. I'd shied away from relationships because I'd learned they only turned the people in the relationship bitter, into people who knew nothing but hate for the other. Growing up, I'd watched it happen to my parents, and I didn't want to become that person. So I stayed away, telling myself that all I needed was casual hookups. I never wanted to be in a relationship, but now with the possibility of Liam ending things for good, a deep regret settled in my stomach. It was for the loss of something that I'd never had to begin with. Hours later, when the eating portion of the night was mostly done, everyone started to party. I'd been running around with the groom's party all day, so I hadn't been able to get away to talk to Liam again. I'd seen him around, talking and laughing with others. He looked like he was enjoying himself and was not thinking about me at all. I couldn't say the same for myself. Liam was at the forefront of my mind the entire time, and my eyes sought him out in the crowd. I bitterly watched as a pretty twink flirted with him and was almost all over him. Liam tried to back away, but the man was relentless and tried to drag Liam to the dance floor. I knew I had no claim on him, but the thought of him dancing with another man had me seeing red. So I strode to him and pulled Liam out of the other man's reach. Liam stumbled at my sudden action and crashed into my chest. He was surprised, but smiled when he saw it was me.
Oh, hey, I was about to go look for you.
Here I am, I said as I steadied him on his feet. I loosened my hold on him, but he didn't step away from me. Our chests were still touching, and I could see his breath coming out faster.
Dance with me?
He asked, just as the DJ changed the music to something slower. I nodded and let him guide me to the dance floor as we left the twink there with his mouth hung open. It was rude, but I didn't care. I wanted Liam all to myself. He wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me close as I wrapped mine around his neck. We swayed to the music for a minute as we looked into each other's eyes. He had a soft expression as he smiled at me, and it pained me to think that he'd never look at me like that again. I knew I couldn't let that happen. I remembered the wise words Alfred had imparted onto me the other day. I couldn't let my fear keep me from my happiness. Maybe it wasn't fair to him if I tried to cling on when I was scared of relationships and knew the wreckage that followed a failed one. I didn't know if I was ready for that, but I wasn't ready to let him go either. Perhaps heartbreak was the only ending for us, but we wouldn't know until we tried. I was tired of running away due to the risk of being hurt. It was time to fight for the person I wanted. Chapter 28. Liam. I spent the entire day thinking about what to say to Eric. Maybe a wedding wasn't the best time to talk to Eric about the status of our relationship, but I knew I needed to do it today. My emotions from seeing him so close but being unable to touch or hold him were about to explode. Having him in my arms was right, and I knew I could get him to see that. We swayed together on the dance floor. The music faded away as I watched the beautiful man in my arms. Eric broke eye contact with me, making the moment feel more intimate than it probably was. I wanted to stay like this forever. Us without the complications that the world brought. We were just two men who were attracted to each other and didn't have to think about all the other stuff. However, the other stuff was necessary. It couldn't be ignored forever, and I knew the time had come when the music ended and Eric dragged me off the dance floor and to a more secluded area. He pinned me to the wall of the empty hallway and looked at me with fierce eyes. "We need to talk." I took a deep breath for courage, hoping that this talk ended with us falling into bed together and not his rejection. "We do. Like I said earlier, I was thinking—" "Wait," he said, holding up his hand to stop me. "I know what you want to say." "You do?" "Yes, but can I go first?" I nodded. I was confused on how he figured out that I had feelings for him and wondered if wanting to speak before I could confess everything was a good sign or not. "I know that I was insistent before that we were sex friends, and that was all there is to it," he said with a pause. He grabbed my hand and watched me. "Yeah?" I prompted, squeezing his hand. I hope to God that this went how I wanted. Thinking back now, I was so stupid. I was so confident that I knew what I wanted and didn't even try to take your opinion into consideration. I know now that I was wrong and that this isn't going to work. My heart dropped. I guessed I knew my answer. He didn't want anything to do with me, so there was no point in telling him I wanted more. I tried to pull back my hand, but he only held on tighter. "Wait, I'm saying this all wrong. Please, just listen to me," he said with pleading eyes. I nodded and gestured for him to continue. "My parents got married really young. Heck, the only reason they married was because they got pregnant with me, and the only reason they stayed together was because they thought it was how it was supposed to be. They couldn't stand each other, but refused to get a divorce. Growing up, I didn't think I'd ever heard them say a single nice thing about the other." "I'm sorry you had to go through that," I said, and squeezed his hand tighter. He shot me a soft smile and held on just as tightly. It finally made sense why he seemed so against the relationship, why he freaked out so much when we'd started acting like more than just one-night stands, because that was what these past few weeks had been. "It's not your fault, and it's fine. They finally got divorced when I left for college, so I guess it all worked out in the end," he said. He gave a deep sigh that had his shoulders slumping before straightening up again. "But that's not the point of the story. The point is that I was scared of getting into a relationship and turning into someone like them, so I pushed away any chance of that happening by keeping people at a distance. But then I met you." He looked at me with a soft expression that had my heart speeding up. "Yeah? And then what happened? I irritated the hell out of you?" I teased. I wasn't as tense now that I had an idea where his speech was heading. He laughed, and it was a beautiful sound that came straight from his chest. "That you did, but it was more than just that. You worked me up so much, but I realized I was having fun. Being with you is effortless, like you'd been there all along. I'm not saying I suddenly overcame my fear of relationships, because it still terrifies me, but I don't want to run away anymore. I don't want my fear to stop me from begging you to give me a chance before you end things, he said with bright eyes that I couldn't tear my gaze from. I broke out in a smile that quickly turned into a frown when I realized what he had said at the end. Wait, end things? Why did you think I was going to end things? Isn't that why you wanted to talk? You said you were thinking about our arrangement. I thought you were tired of me. Worry slipped into his features, and I used my free hand to cup his face. It's actually the opposite. You could say that I'm completely addicted to you, Mr. Wells. I really like you. I wanted to talk to you hoping that you would give me a chance. But then you had to go and ruin my heartwarming confession, I said with a smirk. He snorted, but the wide grin told me he was as happy as I was. I couldn't stop myself and pulled him in for a hard kiss. Our teeth and tongues clashed as my hands roamed his firm body. He gave back just as hard. When I felt his hands slip into my pants, I had to pull back before we gave the wedding guests an eyeful. I pressed my forehead to his and panted into his lips. We don't have to put a label on it if you don't want to. All I want is to be with you. As long as I have you, that's enough for me. I felt him smile against my lips. How did I end up lucky enough to find someone like you? He asked. I captured his lips again for another deep kiss that had him gasping into my mouth. When I pulled back, he looked absolutely delicious with wet lips and lust-filled eyes. You said you planned on begging me, I said, pulling him close. He leaned in and whispered in my ear. I have my hotel room until tomorrow. Let's go upstairs, and I'll beg all you want. Fuck. And I was instantly hard. That was the hottest thing I'd ever heard. He had a cheeky smirk when he pulled away, and I glared at him. Didn't he know how uncomfortable it was to walk around with a boner? He chuckled and took hold of my hand again as we practically ran for the elevators. Eric pressed the button to his floor, and once the doors were shut, he was on me again, giving me bruising kisses that left me breathless. Fortunately, we didn't encounter anyone else on our way to his room. I had him pinned against the door as my hands worked on his tie. His hands worked on me and quickly had my pants and briefs pulled down. I broke our kiss to tear the rest of my clothes off, and Eric did the same. Seconds later, we were standing in front of each other, completely naked and panting. I thought this when I first saw you, but you are beautiful, I said as I took in the sight of him. He looked almost bashful at my words, but it quickly turned into a sly smile. You're not so bad yourself, especially here, he said as he took my hard dick into his hands. I gasped at his touch. It had been a week since the last time we'd had sex, and with the adrenaline of emotions from the day, I was a little bit more than just excited. Eric smirked at my reaction, and I pulled him toward me to kiss that smirk off his face. I'm supposed to be the one making you beg, remember? I growled into his lips. He walked me backwards until the back of my legs hit something. He pushed me, and I flopped onto the bed. I'm waiting, he teased as he straddled my legs. I twisted my body until our position switched, and I was looming over him. My hand lay flat on his chest as I slid my hand down to reach his leaking cock. Using his pre-cum as slick, I palmed him down to the base before tucking his balls, stroking his perineum, and stopping at his entrance. He gasped when I forced the tip of my finger inside of him. After weekends of exploring his body, I found that he liked it a bit rough, which was perfect because I didn't have enough control today to go easy on him. Is this what you want? I asked, my voice raspy with a week's worth of lust. He bobbed his head up and down. I used my free hand to cup his face and slipped my thumb past his lips. I want to hear you beg, I ordered. Eric gulped as his eyes turned molten with fire. That was another thing I learned about him. Eric liked being ordered around in bed. He gave me such a hard time at the hotel that I wasn't expecting that, but boy, did I enjoy it. "Please," he pleaded. "I want you inside me." "Good," I said, but when I spread his legs apart, I remembered something crucial. "Please tell me you have supplies." Eric was out of it for a second before pulling himself on his elbows and pointing to the suitcase on the floor. "Yeah, it's in the outside pocket." I unzipped the pocket and found a bottle of lube and a box of condoms. I tried to push aside the annoying thought that he planned to use these with someone else. We hadn't talked for a week until today, and we hadn't gotten together yet. "Were you planning on bringing someone back to your hotel tonight?" I couldn't help but ask. I tried to keep the jealousy out of my voice, but judging by his smug smile, he still caught it. He stood and walked to me to grab my hand. "I did. You completely ruined the orgy I had planned to have tonight." I snorted and tried to shake his hand away. He held on tight and looked at me with a serious expression. "There hasn't been anyone else since we started this thing, Liam. You were the only person I wanted to bring back here." So much happiness filled my heart as I pulled him in for a soft kiss. "Same. There was no chance for anyone else once you stormed into my life." He grinned and grabbed the bottle of lube from my hand. "Good. Now, you're supposed to make me beg, remember?" he said, using my own words against me. I laughed and opened the box of condoms. Eric put a hand over mine to stop my actions and looked at me with nervous eyes. "I got tested last month, and I'm negative. I haven't slept with anyone but you since." Was he suggesting what I thought he was suggesting? He told me he was scared of relationships, but decided to trust me with his heart. And now he was trusting me with his body. I knew we weren't there yet, but dear God, I was falling in love with this man. "I haven't been with anyone else either since my last negative test," I said as I threw the box to the floor. "So you'd want to go bare with me?" he asked. "Fuck yes," I said, dragging him to the bed. "Let's go before you change your mind." He stopped in his tracks and turned me around to face him. "I'm not going to change my mind," he said, and I had a sense that he meant more than just losing the condom. "I want you. I'm in this for the long haul." The words of love bubbled up my throat, almost bursting out of me, but I crashed my lips to his before I scared the man away. We tumbled and landed on a bed with a thud, with Eric under me. Our hands were all over each other again as our mouths fought for dominance. Eric eventually yielded to me, as he always did in bed. When Eric started humping into my leg, I knew he was getting just as impatient as I was, so I broke the kiss and quickly lubed my fingers. He accepted 2 fingers without any resistance. He stroked his angry dick as he watched me with heavy-lidded eyes. "Hurry up," he demanded. "What's the magic word?" I asked with a smirk. I didn't get off seeing him beg, but I liked teasing him. He matched my smile and said with a grumbly voice, "Please, now hurry the fuck up." "Your wish is my command," I said as I quickly worked him open with 3 fingers before slicking my dick with lube and thrusting into him in one motion. "Fuck," Eric shouted as he held on tight for the ride. I didn't give him a chance to rest before pounding into him. I was starved for him, and there was no way I could hold myself back. "Fuck," I echoed as I started to stroke his dick. "I'm not going to last long. You feel too good." I'd never had sex without protection before, and I wasn't prepared for how amazing he would feel. Everything felt more intense, hotter, tighter, more intimate, and it was enough to tip me over. Eric grabbed my butt cheeks and squeezed hard as he pushed us together. "I'm so close to. Please come for me, babe. Please," he said with a cheeky smile that had me snorting out a laugh. I cupped his face as I leaned down for a slow kiss. With another stroke of my hand, Eric was moaning into my mouth as he spilled his seed between us. His ass contracted and squeezed me so tight I saw white when I came. My orgasm washed over me like a tidal wave. Eric wrapped his arms around me as I breathed into his neck to catch my breath from the intensity of it all. When I didn't feel like I would pass out from lack of air, I kissed him, kneading his lips on me. Our kisses were slow this time. It wasn't rushed like we were chasing the pleasure, but intentional as we savored the taste of each other. The action was calming and brought me a sense of security. I was happy to stay there all night just kissing Eric, but of course, things would never go my way so easily.
"Oh shit, I'm sorry."
The frantic voice had me pulling away to look at the door. Caleb's younger brother was standing there with his hands over his face, but I was sure my naked ass was still visible through the cracks in his fingers. He didn't try very hard to cover his eyes. Eric let out a strangled noise as he covered his face with his hands. I leaned closer to him to shield him from the younger man's view. Caleb's brother could look at my ass all he wanted, but there was no way in hell I was sharing the sight of Eric's beautiful naked body with him.
"I'm sorry. I just needed to grab my bag really quick, and I'll go,"
he said as he picked up the suitcase that was by the dresser. I was so preoccupied since coming into the room that I hadn't even noticed it there.
Sorry again,"
he shouted over his shoulder before rushing out the door. I collapsed on top of Eric and rested my forehead against his shoulder. "You couldn't have mentioned that you were sharing a room, or put up a do not disturb sign?" He burst out laughing as he held me tighter and turned us to our sides. "Sorry, I forgot. I couldn't think about anything else besides you." How could I not forgive him when he said that? "Is there anything else I should know?" I asked while popping myself up on my elbow. Eric rubbed his chin. His brows wiggled as he thought for a second. "Oh yeah, our friends thought we were dating this entire time," he said with a shy smile. "There's never a dull moment with you, is there?" I said as I smoothed back his messy hair. He nuzzled into my hand. His eyes were shining as he looked at me. "Nope. At least you'll never get bored with me around." I pressed our noses together as I lay beside him and said, "I can't wait for all the fun we're going to have in the future." Laughter burst out of us as we held each other. We couldn't predict the future or guarantee that every single moment between us was going to be perfect. That was just a part of life. However, I knew that whatever was in store for us, we'd get through it together with kindness and lots of laughs. I couldn't wait. Epilogue. Eric. A few weeks later. We stood in the dark as soft voices echoed into the large room.
"Did Grandpa say what he needed to talk about?"
Noah asked. "I don't know. He said it was a secret," Liam's brother replied. Their footsteps got closer, and the lights turned on in the next second. "Surprise!" we all shouted. Colorful streamers flew all over the room as we jumped to surprise Noah. "Happy birthday!" Noah covered his mouth with his hands as his eyes widened.
"Oh, wow! This is so amazing! I had no clue you were going to throw me a surprise birthday party,"
he said without any conviction. I snickered at his lack of believability, and Liam nudged me in my stomach. On our drive to the Wright Manor, Liam told me that Noah found out about this party over a month ago. He'd kept quiet since his fiancée was having so much fun planning it. Noah turned to Lucas and placed a peck on his cheek.
"Thank you for this. I love it."
"I helped plan it too," Lucas and Liam's grandpa said as he went up to Noah for a hug.
"Thank you, Grandpa. I can't believe you did this for me,"
Noah said, returning the hug with a huge smile on his face. The rest of us also went up to shower Noah in hugs. There were dozens of people there to celebrate his birthday, including the entire group from Corio Heights, and I was included in that group. I wasn't proud to say it, but I had basically moved into Liam's loft in Corio Heights. I had sworn to never move into the building and catch the love disease all the residents seemed to have, But look at me now. The damn Cupid had his eyes on me long before I'd even moved in, and as I stayed longer in Corio Heights, I'd turned into his latest victim and had lost my heart as well. After the wedding, I'd spent the night at Liam's place and had intended to go home the next day, but then Liam kept inviting me over, and I'd realized that I'd much rather fall asleep in his warm arms than my cold bed. Liam had cleared out space in his closet and drawers for me, and that was basically the end of it. I still had my own apartment, but the only time I returned there was to get more stuff to bring to Liam's, our home. My lease was set to end in a month, and we talked about me officially moving in with him. We discussed how fast things were moving, but it felt right. We fit into each other's lives like we'd always been there. There was also the newest member of our family, Star. The little cat had gotten attached to Liam and had followed him straight into his flashy blue car. I was annoyed and very jealous when I found out. Star was the least feral of the stray cats I'd fed, and I'd tried numerous times in the past to catch him and find him a new home inside the comforts of someone's house, but he'd always resisted. I thought he was reluctant to leave the forests behind Roslyn Hotel, but it seemed that he was just waiting for a certain man with a cocky smile and sexy dimples to find him. I couldn't blame him, considering Liam had found me when I wasn't looking for anything permanent either. My friends, Zach particularly, teased me relentlessly when they learned about my staying in the building. It didn't help that Liam didn't hide his affection for me, even in front of our friends. Zach had a field day with that. He claimed that it was finally his turn to pay me back for all the embarrassment I'd caused him when he and Caleb first met. Besides that, they all took our relationship very well. Noah, especially, was ecstatic to see the two of us together and kept insisting on having double dates with us. We'd had dinner at their place a few times, and I'd gotten a lot closer to Noah and Lucas. I thought living together with someone like this would be terrifying. There was sure to be growing pains and lots of arguing, but I was surprised to find that there was none of that with him. Liam was always patient with me and never pushed me beyond my comfort zone. In fact, at times, he was a little too patient, like he was afraid it would all be too much for me and I'd run away. There were times that I had to reassure him that I was happy in the relationship. I wasn't feeling stifled or like I was forced to be with him. I wanted this just as much as he did. And with each passing day, I felt freer being with him than I had been when I was alone. I knew now that relationships weren't meant to keep someone tied down. It was the opposite. When you were with someone you loved, you became their strength, their wings to help them fly and be whoever they wanted. That was right. I loved Liam Wright. I knew I had it bad when I had started finding even his bizarre clothing choices endearing. A couple of months ago, I never would have believed I was capable of falling in love. Yet, here I was, with the most unlikely man who was somehow perfect for me. I watched as he talked and laughed with our friends. Then he turned to me, as if he felt my gaze on him, and his face lit up when he saw me. My heart almost stopped at how beautiful he was. He said something to our friends, then walked up to me and took me into his arms immediately. If we were near each other, he always liked having physical contact with me by holding me in his arms or even just holding hands. "Hey, stranger," he said. "I haven't seen you around these parts before. Can I buy you a drink? Let's skip the pleasantries and get to the good part already. My place is nearby. What do you say?" I said, playing along. He laughed and pressed a kiss on my lips. "You're so forward. I love it," he softly said as he kept our faces close together. My breath caught at that word. It was one tiny little word, but it held so much meaning. It was a word that I was terrified of, but now I couldn't even remember why. "I love you," I breathed against his lips. The words came out easy, and they felt so good on my lips. He broke out in the smuggest smile I'd ever seen on him. I rolled my eyes and pushed out of his arms. "Don't get all cocky about it." He pulled me back into his embrace and popped a loud kiss on my lips. "I love you, too. You came into my life destined to become a huge pain in my ass." I growled. He was smart enough to continue before I made his words come true. But you're my pain in my ass, one that I never knew I needed. You made everything more colorful and so full of life. If I was a more sentimental man, I might have swooned at his words, but I wasn't. Instead, his declaration brought a huge, confident smile to my face. With this man by my side, I didn't have to worry about turning into someone I didn't want to become. He accepted me exactly the way I was. Liam held me tight, bringing me the sense of home that overwhelmed me every time I was in his arms. Surrounded by his warmth and the loud, happy chatter of my friends, I knew I was exactly where I was meant to be. I had a spectacular life with a fulfilling job, friends who I knew would do anything for me, and the man who had wiggled into my heart and filled the space I hadn't even known was there. He occupied the hole in my life, making sure that I wouldn't be able to live without him now. Life couldn't get better than this. Letter from Rye. Hello. Thank you so much for reading The Cocky Neighbor. Corio Heights is my first series, and I'm a little sad to see that it's finally finished. I hope you loved Eric and Liam, and that they brought a fitting conclusion to this group of friends. If you love them, please consider leaving a review on Amazon and Audible. It helps us out a lot. While this series is done, I have many more plot bunnies I hope to share with you in the future, so I hope to see you again soon. Keep in touch with Rye on her Facebook group, Rye's Romantics, or by